Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. Please welcome on to Margaret Court Arena for this women's singles second round encounter from the USA, Lauren Davis. And her opponent today, also from the USA, the 18th seed. Please welcome Venus Williams.
Well, sometimes you wonder just how long the twilight of a career can go on. Venus Williams' twilight has been a long one. She keeps pushing the sun up. She's 34 years of age. She's still ranked number 18 in the world, of course, the holder of 7 Grand Slam singles titles. Warm day today, currently 28. We're heading for a forecast maximum temperature of 33, but you can even see there, you can almost see the humidity in that mist in the shot of Melbourne Park. And today, Venus Williams takes on a bright future star in Lauren Davis, currently number 53 in the world, just 21 years of age, and one of the shortest players in world tennis at 5 foot 2 inches or 1 metre and 57 centimetres. I had to have my co-commentator point out what 1.57 was in feet and inches. When someone says, Peter, when someone says, you know, 157 centimetres, I don't know whether I'm looking for a giant or a young child.
Yeah, morning, John. And yeah, it is. It's very hard. You either go one way or the other. You don't tend to know both at the same time.
I think it's an age thing. I think I'm giving away my age.
Well, no, I could work out that I have an idea what 5'2" means, but I could also look at it and go, what 1.57? But if you put the two together, you know, they don't know what the equivalencies are.
Yeah. So there's only a couple of players on tour that are smaller in stature, but gee, she's building something of a reputation for herself. Trying to get through to the third round at this tournament for the second year in a row.
Shenley is our umpire out there, just patiently waiting. Venus just making everyone wait. So you mentioned that humidity before. As opposed to last year where we had the dry 41-degree temperatures, we go to the other extreme. It's still hot but humid.
Okay, apart from that, best of 3 sets. A final set is advantage for the time violations. First time is a warning. Second time for the server is a loss of first serve. For the receiver, it's a loss of point. Any questions from your end? No? Okay. Heads or tails? Heads, please. Oh, don't worry. Give it one more time. Tails, Lauren. Receive? Okay, have a good one. Thank you.
I don't think there's that much surprise in that choice. Wants to receive, get into the match, to try and make a few returns, get some nerves out before she is faced with serving herself. They have met once before. It's only a couple of weeks ago when Venus won a tournament in Auckland. That's tournament number 46.
Amazing, isn't it? The longevity in this game.
Yeah, and I won't say that she doesn't take it seriously, but she certainly, you know, she's had breaks. She's 19 years on tour. She isn't at the height of her powers, and she just seems to enjoy travelling around. As we first of all take a look at Davis, as we mentioned, currently ranked 53, 1 metre 57 or 5'2" in the old scale, and she has 7 ITF victories. Quarterfinalists in 3 tournaments last year, including that one in Auckland, where she performed well again this year, and the third round at Wimbledon, as well as the Australian Open last year.
Yeah, and the other one is that 4th round, a big event on the WTA calendar at Indian Wells, and looking to improve upon that 3rd round. You can see the developments in Lauren Davis's game, just purely based on those results. A couple of quarterfinals along the way, having some good success at the Grand Slams. It's been a nice progression from her.
Was once the number 3 ranked junior in the world, and Venus Williams, of course, once the number 1 ranked player in the world. 34, currently ranked 18, and just she's maintained, I think it's 19 years out of the last 20 in the top 100, but she's been able to maintain a ranking with not an exceptional schedule in terms of the amount of tennis she plays.
No, that's right, and you look there, wins a title last year. Already won a title this year, making some finals along the way, quarterfinals. It's not necessarily the pointy end of the Grand Slams. But as you said, John, she's going around, she's having a great time playing. She still very much enjoys the game. She enjoys the competition, and she really is going around, and she could play for another couple of years if she wants to. She still plays doubles with Serena occasionally at the Grand Slam, so she's having a great time, and why not, with able to maintain your rankings, still be number 18 in the world.
Absolutely, and clearly they love travelling together, the girls.
Yep.
Yeah, they travel as a family, coached, of course, by their father. It's just an enjoyable period of her life.
Yes, it certainly is. Julie Shirley, why not? This is the thing about players and the retirement talk that swirls around. We see it here in Australia. Like Hewitt gets asked every single press conference, when are you retiring, when are you retiring? And
when I want to should be the answer.
Exactly. There's confirmation of that head-to-head a couple of weeks ago, Williams winning quite convincingly. But it's that thing of tennis being an individual sport, you can go on as long as you want to. And I think that the other thing too is that as long as the players, these top players, can maintain their rankings so that they get direct entry into tournaments or Grand Slams like this, then of course they're going to keep travelling around and keep playing, because they obviously enjoy the competition, but they also enjoy being competitive out there and the challenge of going out and winning a match. And certainly the Williams sisters have had that over the years too. Their competitive spirit has been fantastic.
I think the point that you make too about it being an individual sport, it's also not a sport where your participation is based on the judgment of an individual or a number of individuals. You'll hear people say, oh, so-and-so should get out of this particular team to give someone younger a go. Well, you know, the disappearance of a Leighton Hewitt or a Serena Williams or a Venus Williams isn't designed to give someone else a go. Everyone gets the same chance. You can qualify. If you're good enough, you get in the draw.
That's it. And
you either maintain your rankings or you play qualify.
Yep. And just a remarkable test of longevity. I mean, obviously Serena has had that across her career as well. But
well, Serena and Venus are one of only 3 players, the other one being Sharapova, currently in the draw, that have played more than 150 Grand Slam matches.
Yep.
150.
And all the success that all those 3 players have had at this level has been amazing. And the thing about Venus Williams is that she was particularly impressive a couple of days ago against Maria Teresa Toroflor, winning it 6-2, 6-2. But when you're not playing with that pressure of expectation, I mean, when you look down at the favourites for the tournament, you say Serena, Maria. Venus Williams doesn't really feature, so there's not that pressure of expectation that every time, say, Serena is in the main draw of a Grand Slam, that she's expected to go through and win it, or at least be really deep into the second week. Venus at the moment doesn't have that pressure. She's able to go out and enjoy her tennis, and if she can sneak a couple of rounds, or maybe come up against some of the big names, she certainly can push them. She's not expected to win the whole thing, but she can play freely. And considering the illness that she's had in previous years, I think she's really enjoying this opportunity, and in some ways being off the tour for an extended period of time has extended her career so that she can keep touring around at 34.
And look, she's been playing so long that the young lady at the other end of the court, Lauren Davis, at 21, but Serena and Venus's career has spanned her entire life.
Yep, absolutely.
So from her entire living memory, she would have been watching this woman play tennis.
Yep.
And an American looking up to another American. This is a big moment, as it was a week or so ago in Auckland.
And setting the bar high for a new standard for women's tennis, which the Williams sisters have done. They've taken tennis to a new level too. Been amazing for the sport of tennis. And yeah, it's going to be a tough ask for Lauren Davis.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be the best of 3
sets.
Got
a consistent
Final
serve,
set is
but
advantage.
Won't be anything that
Ms.
really can
Davis,
trouble
Davis won the
Venus.
toss and
Venus
just received.
will be able to use a kick on her serve.
Time.
Try and get Lauren Davis reaching up, sort of above head height. You'll see a few looping balls in there too to try and keep Davis behind the baseline. And a matter of what sort of weapons has Lauren Davis got to be able to trouble Venus Williams.
Only has to look at the 2 great Belgians to know, though, that a lack of stature doesn't mean that your career won't have stature.
Exactly. So yes, the lack of height might be a problem, but compensating in other ways. So speed around the court, for example. I mean, the shortest player, Karumi Nara, at 1.55 metres. Great stage. She's got great speed around the court. She doesn't miss a ball. That'll put pressure on, get into the net.
Some balls to the other side, please. A few more serves.
Can be attacking.
Can you send some balls to the other side so she can practice on serves? Thanks.
Now, has Venus left the court, John?
Yeah, she has. She didn't have a conversation with the chair umpire, so I think it can't be anything to do with her attire. Maybe she's might have left the iron on. I don't know.
Well, there's the Margaret Court Arena, of course, is right next door to Rod Laver Arena, so it's only a short walk through to the locker room should there be anything that she needs from there.
The other thing about having a disadvantage on serve and in terms of stature is you just need to be a great athlete. Look at Leighton. I mean, if you gave Leighton another 6 inches, can you imagine the career he would have had?
Yes, absolutely.
But he wasn't born with it. He's had an extraordinary career anyway, obviously, and former #1 in the world, 2-time Grand Slam winner. But the amount of miles that you have to put in your legs to be able to chase and chase and chase and wear players down. Refurbished arena, of course. Extra 1,500 seats in since that work was done, and new roof. It's a beautiful looking.
Oh, it is. Absolutely. And the crowds have enjoyed it. The only thing we haven't seen, though, has been the roof. We haven't needed it as yet.
Of course, should a match start with the roof open, they're not going to close it unless there is so much rain that play has to be stopped as a result of the rain. This is an outdoor tournament. The roof is there as a last resort for heat or inclement weather.
Yeah, so we don't want to see it in action, but I sort of do, because I want to see how quickly, whether that 5 minutes is right. Get the stopwatch out, check it.
So a few minutes behind schedule. But about to get underway. If you've just joined us, Venus Williams taking on her countrywoman Lauren Davis. Davis just 21 and on the rise. This is her third appearance at the Australian Open. Made the
Venus
third round
Williams
last year. Knocked out the first round against the local Sam Stosur in her first appearance as a qualifier.
$15.
You get a good idea of what Lauren Davis game. Really heavy on that backhand. Just trying to push Venus Williams back. They have some interesting baseline rallies. Something that Venus didn't really have in her first round match. Didn't have too many long rallies. Davis will stay in the contest today.
30-15.
How much you can do about that? Interesting to see whether we pick up a shot of Davis between points as she's going back, as we're watching this ace here. She's trying to play at her pace. She's not letting Serena set the pace of this match. Glorious backhands opened up the court, but on this occasion she's back there asking for a towel. But between points previously, she's just walked across and then turned her back on Serena didn't turn her back because she was asking for towel and eating. She's done it again on Venus, rather. She's done it again now, and now she said, "Okay, I'm ready. I'll face up."
It's very Sharapova-esque. Try and be aggressive, move Venus Williams around the court. Just taking the ball nice and early. She'd be happy with those shoulder height forehands she plays. Gets enormous power through that ball. And the signs are positive early. Early break point.
Some help from that board and breaks.
First game.
Nice moment when Venus lost the ball toss too and bothered to say sorry.
Yep.
It's just, you know, the sort of thing you say on a weekend as a kid. Sorry, mate. Venus bothered to say sorry. Lovely.
Well, you can see that Lauren Davis is going to be aggressive right from the very first point. She's standing on the baseline, just inside, taking the ball nice and early. Just trying to block that power that Venus Williams has. She was pretty precise in her opening round match with her serve against Alexander Krunik. 6-1, 7-5, the result there. Needs to get the right spots against quite a tall player in Venus
Lauren
Williams.
Davis to serve.
So Davis serving to consolidate this early break.
$15 million.
In their first meeting in Auckland, she was blown off the court in the first set. 6-love, overawed. Started to get into the second set, and she started well here. So learning from the experience.
$30-11.
Yeah, that was a semi-final too in Auckland a couple of weeks ago. So I think for both of these players, they've had good runs into the Australian Open. They've had plenty of matches.
And Venus going on to win the tournament, but
30-15.
see a little opening here. Wins this point, has a couple of break opportunities. You reckon you could turn your phone off before you come to the tennis, wouldn't you?
That's second.
See there the power that Venus Williams can generate. And that's what's gotten her to so many
30.
titles across her career. And see where she's standing. Right inside the baseline to take this 130 kilometres from Lauren Davis. And that return's going to give her into the point more often than not. She's going to have that first strike on the ball. It's important for Lauren Davis to hit a high percentage of first serves. Keep that pressure on.
Oh! 14-13.
So she found one then. Her fastest serve of the match so far at 160. She's, as we already pointed out, is not a big server. height.
Game, Davis.
So she hangs on to these 2-love opening set.
Davis leads 2-1.
Oh, great start for Lauren Davis.
Venus was a long way in. Interestingly enough, didn't step into the ball as much. They waited for it to come, but she was well inside the baseline for that second serve, as you'd expect.
Love 15.
So again, Davis just beaten for pace.
15.
It'll be interesting with the early rallies. Davis going to have to play a lot of defence. We know she's got heavy ground strokes. How she can turn that defence into an attack.
Venus is just finding so much depth with those ground strokes, particularly
30-15.
the corner of that ad court and the backhand side, putting her under a lot of pressure. So a better service game so far for Venus than her opening service game.
Single success has had so much double success with Serena. So one thing that she will have in her favour is to be comfortable at the net. And the low volley. This is good movement from Davis. Set herself early. Is committed to that shot. Nicely played. Taking the game on, just putting that pressure on. Lauren Davis here has a target to hit. A couple of great volleys. Venus, one of them full stretch. She's going to be hard to stop with her height across the net. Bowling power. We'll see a lot of forehand and backhand drive volleys today as well.
Game, Williams.
So Williams on the board. But Davis leads 2-1.
Davis leads 2-1 first set.
Davis had never beaten a player in the top 20 until last year. She had 3 victories over top 20 players last year. Azarenka was one. Panetta and I think
Irani. Yeah, two out of those 3 wins coming on grass courts, but the Azarenka win at Indian Wells was the big one for her. And as I said, one of the bigger events on the WTA tour, and really... She had been making good strides in her career, but that when you start to get wins over top 20 players, it's when you start to get noticed. And stuck around that 53, been as high as 43 in the world. It's a big year she's setting herself up for. So
even if Venus is at the twilight of her career, though, if, and it's a massive if, but if she were to go on with this today, a long way to go. So early days, she's up one break in the first set. But if she was to beat Venus Williams, it's the biggest scalp of her career by a long, long way.
yeah.
In terms of the credentials, the scrapbook that Venus has.
And also the occasion too, but a Grand Slam where Venus, although she hasn't won the tournament, has had good success.
And you're on a court named
Seats
after
quickly,
the most
please.
successful female tennis player of all time. Good crowd in.
Serve at 119, so it's going to be put away. It's going to put Davis under pressure, but doing the right thing. He's attacking, but also keeping the point short too. And then that pressure starts to build up because Lauren Davis is pushed back behind the baseline. She's forced to play defense. So it means the shorter balls come to Venus Williams. She's got so many options which way she can go.
Creatures of habit, tennis players. Watch what happens with the ball here. One there, and now it's going to go behind the legs, through the legs every time she serves.
There's that pressure on Lauren Davis. Not bad move forward. The volley was good, but Venus was already moving. Just a couple of steps in. Just great balance. She stopped, waited, then hit through the ball.
Still 2 break points.
15-14.
So we're back on serve with that stunning
2-game still.
Cross-court forehand.
Yeah, wow, great movement from Venus around the court too.
She doesn't know she's 34.
15 love.
Well, that's probably the missing piece in the puzzle in the Venus Williams game early on. Just increasing that first serve percentage, getting a few more into play, a few easy points.
Great shot, got it down low.
Yeah, really
15.
trying to put it at the feet of Venus Williams there. That was hit with power, so it would have been still a tough pickup. Venus anyway. It's been a little closer to the net, but nice dip on the ball.
Thirty 15.
Like another swing at that one here again. She'll turn her back on Venus Williams. She won't turn around until she's ready. She's got some very set routines both on the return
14,
and the serve.
Game, Williams.
Nice way to finish it off. So Venus Williams not only back on serve, but she's starting to look
Williams
dominant.
leads 3 games to 2 for set.
Just to this change of events, for those that didn't see it, it finished late last night. Oh, well, you know, late last night, local Australian time, people are watching all over the world. But Peter, just take us through what happened in that final service game from Nadal last night. Wonderful act of sportsmanship.
Yeah, well, Nadal won in 5 sets. Tim Smichek was his opponent, qualified from the USA, who played a great match. Admittedly, Nadal not at his best, not feeling 100% either. Had some medical timeout, took some tablets, that sort of thing. They get to the last game, and Tim has played so well. They're deep into the 5th set. Finally, the break of serve comes. Nadal stepping up to serve, and they're into the service game, and he goes through his service motion. As he's about to hit the ball, someone yells out in the crowd, forcing him to miss the serve, looks at the umpire says there's nothing I can do, and Tim very graciously at that stage of the match said, no, we'll replay that serve.
So we're a couple of points from match point.
Yes. Yep.
Under all that pressure, you said, no, mate, have another go.
Correct. Incredible sportsmanship.
And Nadal, you know, mentioned the fact that you wouldn't see that very often.
Yes.
It's a wonderful. That's a wonderful thing to carry with that man throughout his career now.
Well, and the good part about playing Rafael Nadal, win or lose, is that if you put in a performance like that, he will give you all the credit. But a good moment for the qualifier, and we've seen the qualifiers really push the big names. We had Alexandra Panova yesterday against Maria Sharapova. There's another qualifier coming up on this court later on today. Marius Koppel, Romania, taking on Stan Wawrinka. So qualifiers having a little bit of success.
Davis led 2-love. She's lost the last 3 games in a row. Needs to steady things here. And
now, it took Venus Williams a couple of games to find her range, but certainly into a good rhythm now.
There's the commentator's curse. As soon as you say something like that, she misses one wide of the tram lines.
Oh, no footwork on that. That's a quicker serve from Lauren Davis. It's just the pace of shot that Davis is being beaten by.
15-13.
She knows she has to keep that ball deep in the court, so she's trying to just loop it, try and get herself back into position, just try and change things up. But she's just being pushed back. Just the pressure that Venus Williams can apply.
Thirty.
Yeah, it's not going to be able to rely on unforced errors from Venus Williams to stay in this match. Picked up one there, though.
Nicely done that time. She got Venus Williams moving around the court. And it sets up that forehand up the line, which has been good for her early on.
Left for serve. Deuce.
Going to start with Real Madrid. Well, that's the pressure that's put on you when you haven't got a big weapon. You've really got to be placing those serves perfectly. She knew she had to get it deep.
Advantage
Break
Williams.
point for Venus Williams.
Yeah, well, it's that pressure that's built up. Again, the line was open, and just having to press that little bit more. Venus making her way back across court. You're going to be in a good position to try, at least try and run that down.
She might challenge this.
Miss Davis is challenging the call on the right far sideline. The ball's
It's very
called out.
close. Either way, it's a good challenge given the context of the match. She's lost 3 games in a row, having led by a break early. And this is on break point.
I think we need to wake up the Hawkeye operators, John.
Game Williams.
Good call.
Williams
Nice
leads
person.
4 games to 2 for set.
So that's now 4 in a row.
Miss Davis has 2 challenges remaining.
See him with Lauren Davis and his speed around the court. She's just under pressure right from the serve.
15 loon.
And it's, at the moment, Venus Williams able to do as she likes. See, just waiting on the baseline, doesn't really have to move into the corners and just positions the ball so well.
30 love.
The thing that's happening is she's struggling to control the kick serve when Venus uses it. There's an example of it there. Just gets it up so high, and she's such a tiny.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That ball's going to bounce, and see Davis trying to take it as early as possible, sort of around that shoulder height, but just finding it hard to trap.
And that one ended up, you know, over head height for her when she made contact. Getting frustrated there.
Williams leads 5 games to 2.
Instead of continuing the rally, really wasn't on, and Venus Williams has now won the last 5 games in succession.
Yeah, and that's frustrating if you're down the other end, if you're Lauren Davis, because it had a really good start and felt that she was in the match, but Venus got her game going and just beaten for pace. And a good variety from Venus as well across his matches. A little aside too, John, the Williams sisters were scheduled to play in the doubles event here, but they actually withdrew before the first round got underway yesterday. Not quite sure the reason for that as yet, but obviously with the success that both are having, obviously Serena and coming in as the top seed, Venus having a good run here as well.
They might have thought they were going to get too busy.
Yeah, keep themselves fresh for the singles and really focus on that here, but they've had an amazing doubles record too, so a gloss for the tournament.
I'll wait to play the final because they're in different halves of the draw, aren't they? So I don't know whether Venus will be going that far. You never know.
They're actually in the same half of the draw, so it'd be a potential semi-final should they both advance through the way the draw is.
New balls. Love 15.
And what do you lose with height? Lose a bit of pace on that serve. That's right in the hitting zone. Venus Williams didn't have to do much at all for that.
Left. Seconds.
See here, Williams is already well inside the baseline, and when this serve comes down, she'll take an extra step as well. This is where the pressure is for Lauren Davis to really get that ball in deep.
She managed that too.
15 on.
Took the service line.
Yeah, perfect spot. But then that pressure comes from having to hit that spot every single time.
Ow! 30-15.
We'll crunch that.
Williams maybe coming a little bit earlier. It left that line open, and it was good anticipation in the end, but Davis, beautiful forehand. Working that forehand up the line, that's been the best shot so far in the match.
Chance here, though, to stop the rot. Make Venus serve out the set. Really needs to hold here, if only for confidence and also for the fact that then if Venus was to serve out the set, she'll be serving first in the second set. Doesn't want to drop here and have Venus serving first in the next set. Well, went to the backhand and tried to cramp her a little more, and it was successful. Got herself into the point. Is there anything else she can try once into the point? She's at the moment trying to trade power with Venus. It's not working.
Yeah, it's maybe taking a little bit of pace off the ball and trying to use a little more angle and get Venus really on the move. She's trying to set herself up, open up that court to play the forehand up the line. Unlucky there, taking the
advantage
net.
Williams.
That's a set point for Williams, but you see there, trying to take the ball nice and early, but try and generate that angle to get Venus Williams on the run. Try and get her out of position.
By 6 games to 2.
So after a shaky start, Venus Williams rattles off 6 games in a row to take the first set. Yeah, you just wonder whether maybe, you know, the odd slice shot, something to have Venus having to force the pace of the match. It's all on her racket anyway at the moment. 10 unforced errors for Davis, including a double fault at a crucial moment. Not a lot of winners, as you can see, so double the amount of unforced errors as winners, and Venus isn't on the right side of that ledger with 9-7.
Yeah, we also see the break point, more opportunities coming from Venus Williams. The one thing she would be disappointed about is not getting enough first serves into play, having good success when it gets there, but she want to get that first ball in play as both players have left the court. And if we look at the highlights, it was a really good start for Lauren Davis, but you can see there one of the key problems that Lauren Davis has in terms of that reach over the top, being such as a small player. But Venus slowly started to get her game going, and we saw that power game. And one of the things, John, is that we could come up with all sorts of different plans for Lauren Davis, but on the main, she's having to play defence a lot because it's just a barrage of shots from Venus Williams, particularly on the Davis service game, where that second serve is coming in so slowly, and Davis doesn't quite have that variation, so it's getting crunched each time.
At the moment, though, she doesn't have the ammunition to match her with power. You've already mentioned a number of times the difficulty she's having when there's the kick serve that gets up high. A couple of times over her head, well over her head, and she's trying to drag that ball down, get it low enough to be able to get herself into the point at least. Has to try something. She may not, but look, she's 21. She may not have that variety in a game. She can't keep playing this way and expect a different result.
No. But the other thing too is that she's not being allowed into the match at all at this stage. So, look, it is an interesting time as Venus wanders back out, and
Lauren Davis is out too. She went to the locker room as well.
Well, she's taking plenty of time just to reset and refocus, and will make Venus wait here just while she can set herself and get herself ready for a big second set. I think it's ability to be able to control the point. We know she's heavy from the back of the court in terms of the ground strokes that she can hit. If she can get a good strike on the return of serve, then she'll work her way back in. But you're right, throwing in things like the slice, maybe a drop shot along the way, but just something to try and upset the rhythm from Venus Williams, because she clicked into that rhythm from about that. Well, she said she won 6 games in a row, so from about that 3rd game onwards, it clicked in.
Yeah, but one of the issues with the drop shot is because Venus has had so much depth on her ground strokes. Davis is well behind the baseline, so she's not getting far enough into court to play a drop shot. It'll be telegraphed, and Venus will be able to get there. So you're right, really difficult against a woman that's playing
second set.
Very good
Williams
tennis and is serving poorly. Serving at 43%, you've got to think that as the match goes on, that's going to increase, which is even worse news for Lauren Davis. In the semi-finals at Auckland, it was love and 3 to Williams, their first meeting.
Love 15.
That's better. That's better. That's more of that control.
Love 13.
Lauren Davis on that big forehand that she's got. Wasn't forced back. Taking the ball early. Change that direction. Talked about what should she do different. That was a nice move into the net. See Venus way back in the court. It was a half-court ball. It was nicely played with the slice and then all over the net. It was a confident volley.
Yeah, crisp.
Fifteen, 14. Game, Davis.
Well, that'll be conflict builder breaks in the opening game of the second set.
Well,
first game, second
thing we saw yesterday in the match with Maria Sharapova, Alexandra Panova, was Sharapova played a brilliant first set. Took it, was looking like she was going to run away with it, but Panova played some solid tennis and she was able to take control of the rallies. Unforced error count grew from Maria Sharapova, and it was about taking those opportunities when they presented themselves. We know that Venus, from this particular position, the way she's playing, should win the match, but Davis can play solid tennis, keep the unforced errors down, go on the attack when the short ball presents itself, then anything can happen.
We could also see an instant replay of the last set when when Venus dropped her opening serve of the match. She's done that, the opening serve of the second set as well. We'll see.
That's a smart serve. I've seen the
15
players use that wide slider a lot in this tournament.
15-0.
Second for the match. There was also not much on that serve. 118 Ks. What about the
15-13
from Serena? You heard the lunge on this one.
And just remember, the sisters aren't playing in the doubles. But I tell you what, that is incredible, incredible volley. Good scrambling work from Davis, again on the defensive.
Left for serve.
I think Venus's span and reach is even more pronounced when she's playing a player that's only 5'2".
Davis controlling that point, just the movement from side to side for Venus where she's being stretched. See, way out of court. And again, still had a play on that ball, but it was deep.
Davis just has to keep her play at such an exceptional level, though, to overcome the lack of a weapon.
Yeah, but it's about the solid tennis, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's so hard to maintain. It's a chance for Venus to break back.
Game Williams.
The 1-1. Look, it's a shame that the doubles doesn't
One
have
game
the
all
presence
seconds.
that it once did, and I think it's so many hard courts that it's so punishing on the body the way tennis is played today. You know, cast your mind back 25, 30 years when the great doubles combinations were around. But you know, Venus and Serena, had they played the amount of doubles that the others have done, you know, one of the great doubles combinations of all time.
Well, I'll give you their stats in a moment of how successful they've been, John.
Lot
so they've
15.
played 22 finals across their doubles career. They've won 21. 21. Extraordinary. Then throw in the mixed doubles as well for both players early on in their careers.
15-0.
But you're right, and then the tours are working on that. That's why on the ATP Tour we see points, and also on the WTA, the sudden death juice, and trying to keep the points shorter.
30.
It's designed to get players, the singles players, particularly the top singles players, to get in and play doubles if it is in a shorter format. Here from Venus Williams.
40-15.
really reach forward for this. As you can see, looking at that stance with the left foot, incredible stuff, incredible power and control.
Oh.
Game, Williams.
So she leads 2 games to 1. But doubles play
Williams
well.
leads 2 games to 1 second set and by 1 set alone.
You know, you think of McEnroe, Fleming, or the Woodies, or the Supermax, or back to Newcomb and Rope. They were days when the crowds for the double could be packed. They're enjoyable. It's fast. The action at the net. It's a wonderful brand of tennis, but I do think the courts and the competitiveness of singles, the depth of the single floor across both men's and women's, there are no easy matches. It's not like that you're a top seed, you're going to cruise through to the quarterfinals and then it's going to start getting hard. And there was a period of tennis when it was like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the demands of the game now means that the top players aren't going to necessarily come down and when they've got big schedules to play to combine that with the doubles, but certainly players who are making their way up as a way of practicing their net game, their all-court game, can come in and play a lot of doubles, and they've now got that opportunity. So as I mentioned, sudden death juice points, but also instead of a third set, they play a super tiebreaker, so first to 10 points, so the format is shorter, so it does give that opportunity to combine both forms of the game.
Plus, the good players don't have to, financially don't have to. There was a time when everyone had to. They had to earn a living.
Well, players sometimes prefer it playing doubles as opposed to going out onto the practice courts and hitting 100 tennis balls out there in a session. To get out there in the match play situation and really work on the game at the net, work on the movement, and then adopt those sort of things into the singles game. It's all beneficial.
Seem both women have a little bit of difficulty with their toss today.
Oh.
15 left.
But
30 left.
Did well. Again, the difference. It's getting Venus on the defensive, trying to shorten the points.
Let Fussell.
Just back to what we've been talking about through the whole match. That short second serve that's getting put away each time by Venus Williams.
Can't afford those unforced errors either. At the moment, Venus not really having to move, controlling the court.
40-30.
Talked about
Deuce.
the half chances that she needed to take, or she needs to take in this match. Lauren Davis again set up nicely for it. Struggled over the high part of the net.
It's one of her better serves and just didn't take advantage of it. Frustrating. Oh, the deep forehand into the corner. At the court. Got the short ball back, puts it away.
Advantage
Beautiful
Williams.
play.
How many times have we seen this from Venus Williams over the course of her career?
Frustrating for Lauren Davis. They're clearly talented, but yes, you can go home and work on things, but you can't go home and grow.
Deuce.
Saves a break point.
Just the ultimate competitor. Every shot has to be perfect. Well done.
A beautiful volley. The ball was dipping. That was not an easy
Advantage
ball to play.
Davis.
No, but had some good success at the net. It's a great play. There's a little stumble as she tried to go back across court. It's a really nice volley.
Deuce.
Well, missed the first serve, and that's what can happen. That's only the third double fault for the match for Lauren Davis, but even still,
They've come at vital times,
Yeah.
Pete, haven't they?
Let first.
The first serve was just down at 115 Ks. Venus as fast as 190. Well, she got there. Good stretch. but couldn't
Advantage
control it.
Williams.
yeah, an example of Venus Williams on the back foot here as she runs around. Just got great balance as she's running towards that ball, hits through it. It's the pace that beat Lauren Davis there.
Yeah, when you have a look at that replay, was just behind her as she struck that volley, which is why it squeezed wide. So Venus goes up
Game
a break.
Williams.
Had to be careful there, Lauren Davis. She got so frustrated, just
Williams leads 3 games
smacked
to
the
1.
ball down
Second.
the other end, almost hit her opponent who wasn't watching. But they had that frustration building up of half opportunities not being able to be taken, having to press for the line, and just the build-up of pressure that Venus Williams can apply.
I don't reckon your strategy of beating Venus will be making her angry. I don't think that'll help. She's already blasting over the court, quite intimidating at times. Just because of her level of play, those sorts of shots
15
Too
love.
deep, too good. That's a good stat, the forced errors.
Third
Trying
Taylor.
to drag that ball down. Well, Venus in a previous match said that she's out here and having a great time and having fun, so not sure how angry she'd get out there on court. Still got that huge competitive spirit that won so many titles.
Third 15.
As we mentioned, 46 titles, including one already this year, a year that's only just begun. She's in super shape. I'm sure hitting with Serena doesn't hurt. Staying
40
sharp.
15.
Well, it helps in that particular situation. It's this ball, Lauren Davis trying to hit the ball harder and harder. And that's what Venus Williams is used to.
What we haven't seen enough of, of course, is just mixing it up, asking Venus to set the
Left
pace
for
and,
serve.
and make the pace on a softer ball. Odd slice.
Game Williams.
To get that ball back at all, a terrific wide
Williams leads 4 games to
serve.
1
It's
second
just
set
way
and by
too
1
good.
set to learn.
4-1 now.
Towels, please. Ice towels. Thank you.
Well, the ultimate frustration of being beaten and trying to come up with answers.
That's terrific, yeah. It was almost unplayable, that serve.
Yeah, making Venus play that extra ball. There's the set up on the serve from Lauren Davis, who we were talking about earlier.
Every time she serves, I'm a bit of a study of people's habits, and a lot of golfers will do exactly the same thing before they address the ball. I've been counting her bounces. She has been varying herself. Suffice to say, she doesn't bounce it 5 times before every serve or anything like that. But the little flick between the legs, she certainly does.
Well, the winner of this match will play either Camilla Georgi or Teresa Schmidkova of the Czech Republic in the next round. And then sort of projecting ahead, that's a section of the draw where Agnieszka Radwanska is the 6th seed. So potentially, if things roll along, potential of a Venus Williams Agnieszka Radwanska match, that'd be interesting. Roll through, and Kvitova's there as well. This is a match in the top half of the draw.
And of course, Venus beat Wozniacki in Auckland, so in good form.
Out. 15.
There's a bit of a statement of intent that she might like to wrap up this match at this change of ends. Just wide had Davis beaten all ends up though.
$15.
opportunity presenting itself. Three-quarter court ball.
30-15.
Few and far between in this match.
Starting to add up, aren't they? 4 of them now.
Yeah, but you talked about the times when they're happening. So coming off really good point, the previous point, and you clean winner, want to try and keep that momentum going. It just stops it immediately.
Well, there was nothing wrong with that serve, and Venus
40-30.
managed to get it back, but they got the next one long. It was a good point.
Yeah, you see Davis full stretch as well, and he's just wanting to keep that pressure on. Important for Davis to hold just for a confidence. Venus Williams out here right now.
Deuce.
Again, just working defense under all sorts of pressure. And Davis trying to work within the margin, keep that ball well within the line, but Venus was there so quickly.
Frustrating.
Advantage Williams.
Let's see how she manages to respond to this. She's only winning 43% of her first serves, even when she gets them in. Frustration from Venus.
Deuce.
See, she expected more from herself on forehand.
Let Fussell. Advantage Davis.
Almost had too much time. Had played a great point to this moment.
Yeah, it's just keeping that ball deep, trying to get Davis off balance. Yeah, that was the easiest one of the lot.
Game Davis.
So he holds in principle just the one service break.
Williams leads 4-2 second set.
It's just the one break down. Seems like a long way away at the moment for Lauren Davis. Lift her confidence.
Let first serve.
Just got to play
15
the point. The bottom line is you're in it until the match is over. Doesn't matter what the score line is. Not sure she quite nailed that ball toss either. The toss back over the head of that kicker, and again, when you're 5'2", she's reaching a long way up to try and get that ball back and get into play and drag it down.
Well, it's game plan A for Venus Williams, all out attack. Try and crush the spirit of Lauren Davis now. As I said, try and get this done quickly.
It's ace number 4 for the match.
Game Williams.
So Lauren Davis is going to have to come back out and serve to stay in this match. She trials.
Williams leads 5 games to 2,
2-6,
second
2-5.
set, and by 1 set to 9.
I could see that Lauren Davis was trying to be aggressive on that Venus Williams serve and try and take that ball early, try and blunt the kick off the court, the bite off the court that Venus Williams can get. But Venus still serving 45% first serves into play, winning a good percentage of those, but she'll want to lift that.
Yeah, it's been that way pretty much the whole match. She's a couple of percentage points better this set, 47, 45 for the match. It's been relatively consistent, and as you say, winning 78% of them when they're there, but just not making enough. She's not rolled over by any means, though, Lauren Davis. She's fought. She's just, I mean, it's an awful thing to say, but it's the way that this game's unfolding right now, just not good enough to mix it with Venus Williams.
Well, we saw the stat before, 17 forced errors to 9, so that's the pressure that she's under. 25 unforced errors along the way too. She had some opportunities and some misses along the way, but that's, again, trying to keep the pressure on, trying to force the issue. It can happen.
And she's 21, playing a woman who's been a top-class tennis player for as long as she's been alive, has played more than 150 Grand Slam matches. It's a massive step up. And of course, opened with a service break and then a hold to lead 2-love. Confidence was high then.
$15.
9. She's had some good success through the match.
30.
Stepping forward. Not giving Williams any opportunity to get back into that point.
So,
40.
3 points to force Venus to try and serve out the match. And that's the most comfortable service game since the
Ball change,
first game of the first set for Lauren Davis.
Williams
Holds
leads
the
5
love.
games to 3. Second set. Ball change, thanks.
Oh, that's not going to help either.
No.
Of all the times to be doing it.
Yeah, Venus, have some new ones. They'll come off the racket a little harder.
Ball, please. Thank you.
But they're due when they're due.
Of course, every 9 games, first 7 games, and then every 9 after that.
Good crowd in. They're seeing a 7-time Grand Slam winner in action.
Well, it really has become the number 2 court now
15
after
minutes.
Rod Laver Arena. So in terms of matches, you're going to get high-quality matches out here all the time.
It's a ticketed court, of course.
See how Venus Williams closes in on the net too as she
30.
really attacks that ball.
Yeah, beautiful volley. Lifetime of doubles. Brings up 3 match points.
Double
14.
quick time as well. John, hour and 16 minutes on court. Really has been an emphatic performance.
Game, center match, Williams. Right 2 sets to love. 6-2, 6-3.
So Venus Williams through the 3rd round. Another 18 ranked player in the world. Has never won this tournament. 5 Wimbledons, 2 US Opens. She's 34 years of age. And it's a long, long twilight as we speculated at the start of this match. She's still playing great tennis as the 21-year-old Lauren Davis leads to a good round of applause from the folks here at Margaret Court Arena. As I mentioned, a ticketed venue. You can't come in here with a ground pass, and they've spent money to see some terrific tennis. More to come.
An impressive performance from Venus Williams here today. Just Lauren Davis outclassed.
Let's hear what she thinks.
Venus, congratulations, well done. You must be very buoyant, obviously, after you win in Auckland and now into the 3rd round here at Melbourne Park.
Absolutely, and Lauren is a very tenacious player. We actually played in the semifinals of Auckland, and she really brought it to me today. We had so many long deuce games, and fortunately I got the upper hand on the longer games, but it wasn't easy.
Do you think that's experience? Do you think that's just being around Grand Slam tennis a little bit longer?
I've been around Grand Slam tennis since I think the dinosaurs were around, so I definitely experienced because she has the talent and I had the experience.
Well, you've certainly got the experience. You've got the slams under the belt. Are you particularly buoyant, though, about this year because you come in with terrific form and maybe there could be some semi-final or deep into the second week?
Listen, I'm trying, you know. It ain't easy these days. But it's awesome to be here. I love it down here.
What keeps you going then? Why do you keep coming here? Because we love having you here.
Well, Thank you so much. I'm definitely inspired by Serena and her great tennis, and definitely by all my fans who've kept me up even when I was down. So come on, y'all.
Absolutely. We look forward to seeing you back here on Margaret Court. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
There she is, the winner through in straight sets to the third round. Please put your hands together. 6-2, 6-3. Venus Williams.
Wasn't that delightful? It's suggesting she was here when it was Jurassic Park as opposed to Melbourne Park. 34's not old.
No.
Certainly not old from where I've sitting.
Well, the way she's playing, she could go on for quite a bit longer. And saying it's getting harder and harder, well, she made it look easy today. Just in complete control of that match. Took her 2 games to get going, and then from there, the only major concern, I guess, out of the match is that first serve percentage, getting a few more first serves into play, but really it was just all out attack and was too aggressive for Lauren Davis, had too many weapons. And now she can go and watch her sister play. It's nice to just see her out there so relaxed and still enjoying the contest and the stats.
So that's the match summary. Sorry, Pete. And you mentioned the serving. She served a little better in the second set, lifted it to 52%, but winning 83 for the set when she does get it in. Unforced errors 20, winners 18. That's another look at the ledger that she'd want to adjust as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, but keeping that ratio in check as well, I think it is important for her. And you can see the break points there, had plenty of opportunities to break. And the other side of it too is getting into the net. We've talked about the doubles experience that she has and getting in the net there 12 times and really effective from that position too.
So Venus Williams through to the third round at the Australian Open with a 6-2, 6-3 victory over her countrywoman Lauren Davis.
Ladies and gentlemen, all is in readiness to get underway for this men's second round encounter. Please welcome from Romania, qualifier Marius Koppel. And now from Switzerland, the number 4 seed and the defending champion of the Australian Open, Stan Wawrinka.
Huge ovation for Stan Wawrinka, the 4th seed and defending champion in this second round match on Margaret Corderina against the Romanian qualifier Marius Koppel. And the weather conditions, it is humid in Melbourne. So 25 degrees Celsius, but even still the humidity is high and the breeze not really a factor at this stage of the day. Good crowd in on Margaret Corderina. We've just seen Venus Williams record a comfortable win over Lauren Davis, and they're looking forward to seeing the defending champion Stan the Man. He doesn't mind that nickname. He had a huge 2014 and he's continued it on in 2015. Was particularly impressive in his opening round match. And now takes on a player who's also in good form, having won 3 matches to get through to the main draw, and also a first round match in the main draw as well. Trying to lift his ranking from 194 in the world. Marius Koppel. This is a big opportunity for him, but it is a tough ask against the man ranked number 4 in the world with this Grand Slam title. So as the players tend to do, they take their time getting ready. They go for the coin toss, they warm up for 5 minutes, then they go back to their chairs for another couple of minutes and stretch the preparations to make sure everything is absolutely right for them when they're ready to play, which won't be too far away, and wait for the players to get out there on court. They haven't had once before. That was back on clay, the Master Series event in Madrid back in 2013, and Wawrinka getting the win there in straight sets. Marius is ready to go. Stan still taking his time. Too many players ranked outside the top 100 Stan Wawrinka these days. Look at the record that he had in 2014 and capped it off so well with the Davis Cup. Big win over France, in France. He's been a key player all throughout 2014 in Davis Cup competition. Now he's finally ready.
All right, guys, everything's the same as your previous match. Just remember to make your challenges in a clear and timely manner. Are there any questions? Yep. Any questions? Would you like to call it? Stan, call it. Heads? Heads. It is heads? Or stop. Serve? Yeah, stop.
So Stan winning the toss. Choosing to serve first. Jack Garner, our umpire from the USA. I'm Peter Mercado. Very excited to be alongside Australian tennis legend Mark Woodford. And Woody, he really was impressive in that first round, Stan Wawrinka. And Marius Koppel has won a couple of matches to get here, so he's in pretty good touch too.
I would think that Stan would be very happy with his draw. That first round victory over Marcel Ilhan, and to back it up against Marius Koppel. 2 players that really must be, yes, very thankful that they're in the main draw. Both are not names that we usually see at Grand Slam play, but Koppel's had some decent results in Australia in the past, last year in Brisbane.
Yeah, well, it's one of his best results. He's on that line of playing ATP Challenges and Futures events, trying to combine it with playing on the main ATP Tour. 24 years of age, you can see there, inside the world's top 200, and you talked about that result in Brisbane. Also the quarterfinal in Stockholm. Both of those events you have to come through qualifying to get to that particular stage. So he's seeing a little bit of ATP main draw action, and obviously this is his best results. He's got a good win in the final round of qualifying against the young Australian Omar Yasika in straight sets. An 8-6 win over Philippe Petchner, 8-6 final set. The second round of qualifying. But here is Stan, 29, rate 4. What a year he had in 2014. See if we could fit all of his achievements onto the graphic. The big one, the Australian Open, of course, but good wins too. Obviously, Chennai, the first event on the ATP calendar last year, but that Masters Series event on clay in Monte Carlo was huge for him. Obviously, semi-finals there, the ATP finals, quarterfinals, and the Davis Cup, and of course his best result was here last year.
Well, it certainly was impressive in Monte Carlo. That really announces the start of the clay court season as they head into the French Open, and generally that field is extremely strong, packed with all the traditional clay quarters. Sam taking that title, knocking out Roger Federer along the way, which is difficult in itself, isn't it? Because he's lived in the shadow of Roger Federer for a number of years. To break through here with this Grand Slam title 12 months ago, and then to continue on with some fine play on the clay. Look, he plays some really solid tennis on all surfaces. He's not just a clay quarter, obviously brought up on clay, but proving his mettle on a lot of surfaces.
We know he plays so well from the back of the court, but one of the most impressive things from that Davis Cup win was his performance in the doubles, playing alongside Roger Federer, and he, for periods of time, was actually controlling that match, and he was really taking the lead role, and some superb work at the net.
Well, it's an area of his game that one would suspect that just needs to keep tinkering with. His coach for some time now is the Swede Magnus Norman, and it really is the role of a coach as well as the player. They've got to try and push each other and keep raising that standard, but if he doesn't continue to evolve, then it's very easy for him to be overtaken, and it's an area that I think he should explore. Probably his teammate Roger Federer, who has certainly tried to use a much more aggressive and attacking style to keep his ranking up within the top 4 or 5. Stan should follow suit, and with key for me, if he comes out and tries to serve volley. We saw it a sprinkling of times in his first round against Ilhan. If you're going to be playing it against the big guys at the latter end of the tournament, you've got to put it into action in the early rounds as well.
You got Stefan Edberg in your corner, you're going to be hitting a lot of volleys.
Well, exactly. We were talking about this yesterday, Peter, that if without taking anything away from Severin Luthi, who is the Davis Cup captain for Switzerland, I'm sure he knows his tennis, and he's seen these guys play a lot, but I don't think he has as much authority to be able to say to Roger, you need to serve volley. Certainly if I heard it from Severin Luthi, I would take it on board, but I want to know why. Does he have some personal experience with it? That's where Stefan Edberg, the playing experience, just like this man, Magnus Norman, he's been through some big matches. He knows what it's like to navigate his way through 7 matches over 2 weeks at these tournaments. If they say it, if I'm the player, I'd be listening to them.
Well, that's the thing. We're seeing that trend of the big names taking on the big former players. I mean, look at Novak Djokovic and Boris Becker. It's that 1% of, okay, we can hit a forehand, you can hit a backhand, but what does it feel like to be on Rod Laver Arena, Centre Court, Wimbledon, playing a final of a Grand Slam event? To be able to pass on that experience that they have.
Well, with the current crop that have tasted the success over the last 12 months or so, certainly have been aided associations with some of the past greats that have played the game. Ivanisevic with Cilic, Chang and Nishikori, just to name a few. Serge Biguera, I know, was spending some time with Richard Gasquet, trying to resurrect his career, just to take it to another level. Unfortunately for someone like Maurice Koppel, though, very difficult. He's here without a coach. He's travelling with a physical trainer, but the cost probably a little too overwhelming for him to take on board, although he's going to be, walking home with a minimum of $60,000 bucks in his pocket, so that should pay for a few expenses.
Well, it's so hard grinding away on the ITF Future Circuit, but also the Challenger Tour, and moves afoot now to get more prize money into that level, because it's very hard for players to keep travelling along and making a living. As you say, Coppell doesn't travel with the coach. The players have to live tournament to tournament sometimes to just try and make ends meet. It's a tough existence.
It certainly is.
So we're ready now for the second round match. Stan Wawrinka and Marius Coppell of Romania, the number 4 seed, taking on the qualifier.
Good enough. Good enough.
There's that work at the net early from Wawrinka.
30-15.
A nice move from Stan to come in to shuffle, stop, and play a chip return, but a lovely overhead backhand. That backhand of Coppell on display already. I feel like he's a little stronger, safer off of the backhand side.
One of the other things from Coppell is he's got a reasonable court game. You'll see him get to the net plenty of times. He's comfortable there. Certainly saw it during the qualifying rounds here at Melbourne Park.
Deuce.
Having said that, he's got to have the opportunities to be able to do that.
Advantage Wawrinka. Wawrinka.
So Wawrinka holds in the opening game of the match. And Mark, from Marius Coppell's point of view, he comes out here, big arena, probably one of the biggest he would have played in terms of his career, qualify. He's not expected to win the match. What's he thinking about tactically here in terms of taking on Stan Wawrinka?
Well, I would suggest he's witnessed a number of matches of Stan Wawrinka, so one would expect that he's coming out with some tactical knowledge. You know, it's important for the less experienced players to have an understanding of how their game measures up against some of the greats like a Stan Wawrinka, and trying to execute it as early as possible. Really coming out with his A game, I think, is important. If he doesn't, you know, have that belief, sure, he's going to be nervous in this very first service game. Fantastic court speed from Stan, but this is the all-court style of Coppell. We'll see him at net a number of times. serve
15 on.
pace at 230 Ks. So that's, for me, about coming out with his A game. There's no need to just hope that Stan might be a little nervous, and I'll build up towards those big thunderous serves. That was 240 K, barely missing.
Next, second serve.
That was a big second serve. 185 for the second delivery. Gets to replay it.
30-15.
Remembering too that the third point being played, and already he's up at 240. No easing into this at all.
That's good. That he wants to come out and just fire up very early on.
Just missing. It's good aggressive play though from Coppel. See how that serve would be so effective at challenger and futures level. To have that big serve to be able to get in behind it.
Again, Copium.
One game all, opening sets.
One game all.
Well, I also think, Peter, for Coppel, that hopefully he does understand as well that these early games are hugely important for Wawrinka. He's carrying the burden of being announced and welcomed onto the court as the defending champion, and that's pretty weighty stuff that to be bearing as you walk onto the court.
Does that get easier though over time? So if you win 3 or 4 slams and you're winning slams on a consistent basis, does that pressure ease a little bit?
I would say yes. If you become a multiple Grand Slam champion and validate
30
which, and I'm not saying that he has not validated his win last year. I mean, he backed it up. We spoke about the victory at Monte Carlo against a full player field. But the fact that he returns to the scene as of last year, that I've already noticed Stan looking over to Magnus Norman and his team that are here working with him, and it must be a burden, but he's willing to bear it.
Yeah, he'll take it each time.
Correction ball's good. Replay the points.
So Stan deciding not to challenge the overrule. Back to the replay. I should mention too that already Stan has a title in 2015. The tournament in Chennai went back to back.
Do you think he might be
40-15.
a creature of habit? Last year, defending champion of Chennai, things worked well for him at the Australian, but do you think he would have, I've got to be exactly the same as 2014? Wonder if he's staying in the same hotel.
Well, I think that
requested the same room.
Depth again from Coppel. Well, I think probably the Chennai organisers would have already had his name penciled in, probably from around, say, June, July last year.
Again, Wawrinka.
Wawrinka holds. We continue on serve in the opening set. It's the 4 seed, 2-1.
Wawrinka leads 2-1.
That's interesting, that. We know the players have all sorts of superstitions on the tour. Mainly we see them on the court, but obviously there's a few off-court ones as well to keep riding the luck.
Yes, it would be hard to break. Again, if you repeat, and I'm sure he's going to be a contender at all of the slams for a few more seasons yet. But yes, you wouldn't want to do anything different. You know, maybe he could be the type of personality that he might just throw everything out and just say, okay, it's a new canvas.
Start again.
Start again. Exactly.
It's interesting talking about coming in as the defending champion and that pressure there, but also I guess that feeling that of belonging inside the top 5 and carrying on from that Australian Open win to be able to pick up those key events along the way and have really good success at the Grand Slams without winning another one in that year, to feel like, yes, I can match it with these guys, the best in the world. I deserve to be here. Couple serving at 1-2. Just eased off that serve. That was just a slow 227.
15 off.
He's a big unit, Marius Koppel.
Good variety as well.
Not an easy feat to have in your repertoire. The big, flat pace, power, and also the combination of finesse. So a pair of soft hands from the Romanian.
Wait, please.
Excited about is the one-handed backhands. Love
40
seeing them out on court.
Very traditional, isn't it, to see the one-hander, and I'm not sure there would be any sweeter backhand than Stan Wawrinka's. Very solid, the power that he can extract.
40-15.
A little overzealous there. Up 40 love. Just went for broke with the final backhand.
Oh,
40-30.
Nice setup. 232 on the serve. It's his fastest so far. Sets up that easy ball. Lost the vibration dampener in his racket. Stan just putting it back in.
Yeah, Koppel.
So Koppel holds 2 games all, opening sets.
2 games on.
Much better on this forehand. A similar position as the previous point, where he just tried to accelerate, max out with pace to hit it into the net. On that one, took some pace off of it, went for a better position, hit to a bigger target, and was rewarded by winning the game.
Love 15.
Struggling with his rhythm at the moment, Stan Wawrinka.
Not sure if there's some sun that is bothering the players, certainly up the end that Stan is at. Not being able to focus when the return comes back.
15-30.
Certainly none of those three serves in this game are, he's not redlining with that first delivery.
His fastest is around the 200 mark, but I want at 161.
Out!
31.
The pressure that he's able to build by getting into the net. He's a tall guy. Knock off the volley.
Witness.
It's good running from both players, but Wawrinka really covering the court well.
40-30.
Fantastic retrieve from Stan. Beautifully struck backhand. Stan just keeps the ball going and perhaps pulling the trigger far too soon. Was Kopel.
So Wawrinka holds. We continue on serve, 3-2 in the opening sets.
Wawrinka leads 3 games to 2.
Obviously, there's been, just talking about the sun, big change at this stadium over the past couple of years with the roof put in over the top. It changed the dynamic of a stadium. So the players have been out on Margaret Court Arena previous years. Does it make any difference whatsoever?
I'm still trying to get my head around that this is MCA. I've played many matches years ago when I was still playing it, obviously commentated out on this court. They have just absolutely enhanced, I think, the atmosphere with the alterations, the upgrade. Obviously, what stands out is the addition of the roof. But I think this would be a gem of a court to play on. I think that the acoustics as well with the roof. You can tell when the ball's being struck out the middle of the racket. It just really reverberates around the entire stadium here.
So an even start, 17 minutes in. And there's the average first serve speed. Averaging 209.
It's a bit of a gap there, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's almost a spread between first serve and second serve for a player. Very loose, isn't he? He's got highlighting the pace of that first serve, but he's just willing to open up his shoulders. Romanian, very free flowing.
And why not? Big occasion, big opportunity, not expected to win.
Well, I remember 12 months ago when he arrived, I believe he was travelling with his father last summer through Australia, and the results that he enjoyed in Brisbane certainly came out firing there. But in the end was taken out.
Changing the call on the left ear sideline. The ball was put in.
As we know, is one of the best retrievers, defensive players in the sport, and he was getting the ball back and asking one more question. Proved too difficult for Kopel on that particular quarterfinal match.
He missed out there.
Second serve.
So second serve for Kopel.
A
little bit of a surprise for Stan, that second serve. The second serves have been quick as well, only 150. Holding to low. So 3 games all opening set.
I like the direction of that serve for Koppel against Wawrinka. There are times that Stan surrenders a lot of territory behind the baseline when returning, and he tends to chip that forehand return. Just try and float it back and get the point started. If Koppel can send down some thunderous first serves, he might be very happy with the response.
First for the match.
So he can go toe-to-toe with Stan as far as power, but just perhaps needs to pay attention to the margin that he plays with.
From Stan Wawrinka, but a nice change-up. We've seen Kopel do that a couple of times already in the match.
Yeah, very well executed. Inside the court and backed himself there. He moved forward. A lot of the Europeans, they love replying with an angle off of a drop shot.
Big opportunity for Kopel midway through this first set. 2 break points.
The last game, he led up 30.
Thanks.
Through.
There's a ball there, please. Thank you.
A couple of break points here. Stan not happy missing that forehand.
30-40.
Well done. Excellent work from Stan Wawrinka.
Great play from Koppel to come in. Not sure about that volley, but have a look at the backhand. He's able to just hold that. Oh, that is some strength in that wrist.
Advantage.
Trying to get himself going. Has to send a message down the other end of the court. Just remember, I'm the defending champion.
Again,
and we're on serve. Wawrinka 4-3 opening sets.
Wawrinka leads 4 games to 3.
Ten times Kopel's tried to get into the main draw of a slam since 2011. This is his first successful attempt at winning through. So we talk about the players that come through qualifying, and you might look down the draw and you see a number of cues there and you think, well, who are these guys? Well, the guys that have had to play 3 really tough matches to get into the main draw, often some of the toughest tennis comes on those backcourts in the lead up to a slam.
For sure. You know, just the caliber of player that he beat in the qualifying. Horatio Zeballos and Philip Petchner, followed by the solid win over Omar Chasika. That's the reason why he's out here, and at the moment going toe-to-toe with Stan Wawrinka. He's acclimated to the conditions, Melbourne weather, feeling obviously pretty good. A fine victory over Pablo Andujar. That's a pretty good draw, though, to play Andujar first round. Because some of the Europeans tend to be slow at the start of the year. They like to play themselves into some form, but you can see why Kopel has won 4 matches to get to this stage.
Yeah, it's the luck of the draw. Obviously, the draw comes out the Friday before the tournament, but the qualifying doesn't finish till the Saturday. So the qualifying spots are there, and the line 2 was the first qualifier, chance to play Novak Djokovic. So it's great to get through, you get your prize, and then Elias Badenev was the player who got drawn out to play Novak Djokovic.
And not an easy match for Djokovic, given that Badanye had made the final of Chennai, losing to Stan just a week before.
Oh.
Going to keep up on that serve from Kopel.
Just got caught. It's a tough one. He had to make a very quick decision when he came forward, whether to go out after that low volley or take a half step back and maybe half volley. There we go. The direction serve out to Wawrinka forehand. Wawrinka was on the baseline, but he still just tried to bunt it back. You know it's going to be a defensive reply when someone chips the ball back.
Wow. 240 kilometres. And Stan's disappointed because he framed the ball.
We'll have to ask our team what the record is this year. That's got to be close.
It'd be up there. So we continue around. It's 4 games all. There you go. That is the new fastest serve. 240 kilometres, beating out Sam Groff. That was only a lazy 238, and John Isner needs to get his game going. 230.
Well, Groff is still alive in the singles.
That's true. So is J.I.
An opportunity to try and ramp it up.
And that's 149.2 miles.
It's enough.
On the women's singles side of things, Serena's had a 204-kilometre serve. Australian Chris Guccione in the doubles, 233.
My brother.
Stay.
Oh, it's a beautiful backhand. Wawrinka holds 5-4 opening sets.
Wawrinka leads 5 games to 4.
The quickest serve of all time was Sam Groff. Was it 260 something?
Yes, at an event leisure, I believe.
Yeah.
I think Sam will admit that it was wind-aided.
Just get with a blowing a gale, was it?
I was going to say, he doesn't tell us whether it was a cyclone that was helping it along. 260 just seems out of this world.
Yeah. It's a thing of how far can we go with this? We've obviously seen the different builds of the players and how that's changed, but also the technology that the players use in terms of the rackets that they can use to be able to generate that sort of power. And it's an interesting question to see how far can we go with all of this.
The sky's the limit. We're just seeing better athletes out on the tennis court. I'm sure will be maybe in 12 months' time. I'd like to believe in 12 months' time we'll see, someone getting close to the 250 mark. I mean, that was just it's almost like a high jump record or a long jump. It's just out of this world. It's not done regularly, and I think Sam Gross 260 serve was just that was a bolt from the blue.
Yeah. Well, was for his opponent.
One off at this stage. But we might be getting to 250s in the next year or two.
Continuing on serve. Cover 4-5.
Come on.
It's a great turn from the wrinkle. The other thing too, just on that technology side of things, now we have rackets with microchips inside them and sensors, so the players can take them out as they practice. The coaches can download data from them. It's extraordinary.
Distance. Stan in the shade
15
to return that serve. A terrific move from Kopel to serve and volley. It's a big ask for Stan to make a quality return when he's that deep. Stan's better forehand is cross court. Generally hits with plenty of height and enough spin to keep the ball going. It's more vulnerable when he has to redirect it down the line. Good presence up ahead. Intuitively covered the cross-court. The backhand from Wawrinka there. Nice stretch. Not easy to stay calm.
Net for serve.
Talking in terms of 240s, it's just a touch slow. 5 games all.
He reminds me of another player on the tour from the Czech Republic, Lukáš Rosol. Remember, for some of the tennis fans that follow tennis, he was the player that took out Rafa Nadal a couple of years ago at Wimbledon. Just was playing through a purple patch that day. Similar service action. Free-flowing game. Loves to move forward and play from the net.
think that was sort of later in the evening. I think the roof might have been shut that day, and that fifth set that he played was tight all the way through. You're expecting Nadal just to run over the top as he's always done, but just the way he was striking the ball. You talk about the acoustics, the sound that he made. There were just cannons going off all over the place. It was so dominant.
Preparation from Wawrinka.
38.
See that he got his man who's having to recover from that corner. Repeating forehand cross court into the open court.
Just had enough touch on that ball, but Purple off the dead run.
30-15.
Magnificent.
Doesn't overplay when he was running up to the drop.
Just had that little bit of hesitation, a little fake as if he was going to go across, then went back. He guessed
40-15.
The difference between the two backhands that I've noticed, when Stan lines up, there's a very strong base and he seems to have options. Kopel at the moment when he's striking the backhand, it's very rushed.
Yeah, perfect.
So another easy service game for Stan. We go around 6-5 over 6 sets. Very humid conditions in Melbourne today. John Harker asked the question earlier. I'll ask you, do you prefer playing in a dry heat or 25-degree day with high humidity?
You're asking a redhead with fair skin and freckles?
I'm asking someone who's played a lot of Grand Slam tennis.
For me, growing up in Adelaide, you know, the dry heat was something that I'm accustomed to. So I was okay in the intense heat, but any sign of humidity, and I really struggled. You know, so for me, you know, playing up in Queensland, sometimes Sydney, certainly in the US, in Florida, on the East Coast, I wasn't terribly fond of some of those tournaments in that general area. Give me 45 to 50 degree heat, I could survive with lots of sunscreen on.
Of course. Well, it hasn't been as hot a summer here in Australia as what we've seen in previous years.
We've had bits and pieces of everything, but apparently for the forecast, long-range forecast for the rest of the tournament, after today it's supposed to cool down and under 30 degrees for the rest of the tournament, reportedly.
Less humidity as well.
Yes. Great playing conditions. Stan putting on a cap end stage of this set.
New record, 2-4-2.
15 minutes.
And again, Stan is disappointed he can't get that return into play.
30 left.
Now, the courtside announcer who welcomes the players on court, I think it's worthy at the end of the set. Just make an announcement. He holds the record. Fastest serve of the tournament.
Yeah, but also can you beat it? Barriers, can you beat it?
Surely there's some wise sponsor out there of the tournament to maybe a gift for Marius.
Oh,
Yeah,
the gift he wants is to get through this match and grab a win over the
6
defending
games all.
champion. 6 all. Tiebreaker to decide the opening set.
Both players received 1 additional challenge.
So this is where Kopel now, with clearly the inexperience of playing at Grand Slam level on a stage such as this, Margaret Court Arena, against an opponent like Wawrinka. He's been playing incredible tennis up till this stage. Can he maintain it for another 10 minutes?
His career tiebreak record, 6-11, but obviously he's played a lot more than that across his career. It's at the lower level. 124 for Wawrinka, 143 lost. So certainly got the experience at this particular level in that area. Back to 242. That break back very, very quickly, Stan Wawrinka, just to get things back on track.
So perhaps not, well, I mean, he's amped at the moment. I was going to say we expected him to be, you know, certainly gunning for it. Kopel. Increased heart rate right now, 242. Ooh.
Pushing himself along now, Wawrinka. And the other thing too is 242 is really impressive, but Wawrinka's actually able to make a play on those balls. I mean, not able to do anything with them, but the hand-eye coordination with the ball coming in that quick.
It's amazing, and he's only served 3 aces. He's been serving incredibly well, Kopel, for the match, but it's just the sheer pace that he's winning with.
So talk about the start of the tiebreak, where the Kopel is able to maintain that level, the high level that he's playing with right now.
Well,
I didn't hear it. Dan, the machine didn't go off. But...
To Love, he had the opportunity to create some breathing space, and he's just kind of committed 3. Well, I don't want to say bad errors, but errors that he shouldn't be making.
Come on!
It's a snowball effect. It just continues to build up on him. Now he's behind in the tiebreak. He's got to try and fight his way through.
He just lost his technique over certainly the last 2 points, and that last volley. He came in, San just chips that ball back, so he's asking the question, forcing Kopel to play the volley, and was rewarded with the mistake. It's the reaction of Wawrinka, but those little reminders that have to be going on in Kopel's head, should be about just make sure that technique is repeating, which will help make some of these shots that he's been missing over the last 4 points.
Get things back on track for him.
4-3, Wawrinka.
The guy's returning so well, like Stan Wawrinka is at the moment. Smart. That's a 206-kilometre serve, so took a little bit off it. Wasn't trying to really hit the cover off the ball and go for another 240 serve. Importance of getting that first serve into play. They're getting in behind it.
Magnus Norman there, wearing the blue t-shirt.
Semi-finalist in year 2000 here at the Australian Open. Set points for Stan Wawrinka.
6-3, Wawrinka.
A soundly played point from Wawrinka. Just tracking down that ball, even though it was long. He just wanted to keep following it just to be on the safe side.
Oh, great pickup. Did you blink during that? Because you would have missed it.
6-4,
The serve, the pace that he was able to react and create for himself.
He takes the opening set, 7 games to 6 in 42 minutes.
7 games to 6.
A real serving display from Marius Kopel. That at 237, the net cord getting in the way, got Wawrinka back into the point.
He was in such a rush to finish the point with that forehand volley. Kopel, he forgot to notice that Stan was staying there and was too close to the net in the end. So some of those stats, Wawrinka a very steady 71% of first serves, and he's winning close to 80% when he lands first delivery. A few unforced errors, but of course there's a lot of pressure that's being put on him. So, you know, he's running the gauntlet today, having to try and amp up a bit. Not surprising. No break points was due to the quality of the serving power from Kopel.
So we're getting to the highlights of this first set. The crowd was getting to know this qualifier a little bit better. Getting to know the cannon of the serve, but also his all-court game. Nice pick up from Wawrinka at the net. See both players there we saw on the stats before getting into the net plenty of times.
Yeah, which is great to see. And you know, when anyone does come to net, we'd all like to have a perfect record, but it's so rare that you know, you've got to be able to tolerate someone making some passing shots or perhaps a couple of volleying mistakes. It's the pressure that you're trying to build up that will inevitably give you a set, even the match.
Huge hurdle that Wawrinka jumped over there with that opening set. I mean, so competitive. The set all the way through. Kopel getting it to a tie break, but then his level just dropped. A couple of unforced errors thrown in there. Still got to feel like he's very much in this match, but from Wawrinka's point of view, feel like, right, there's the first job done. Get that first set under a belt. Just keep getting the work to break down that Kopel game.
Yeah, one would think that the reaction from Stan winning. I mean, the opening stanza that he would maintain his level.
Second set,
really, can Kopel, does he try and lift 5%? Or it certainly he shouldn't deviate away from his game plan of being aggressive. Stan might have to start wearing some pads. Cricket Australia, SOS.
Slipped over the back of the court from Richard. Hey, caught that at 240 kilometres. That's not nice. Not nice at all. Done getting forward,
30
losing control of that.
A little indecisive process for Wawrinka. Defensive reply from Kopel.
Yeah,
and holding in the opening game of the second set.
First game, second set.
Winner to play the journeyman from Finland, Jarkko Nieminen, who just seems to be a regular fixture just in the second and third rounds of events. Tough 3-set win over Matthias Buckinger, another qualifier from Germany who won a match, won a round and got in, played a really tough match, 2 hours 20 minutes out there on court 7.
enough.
Really setting himself, having good balance on that backhand and followed it in beautifully.
Heads down and just tremendous rotation, following it up, making the point so much easier for him.
Comfortable service games to start off the second sets. 1-1.
Yeah, we've got some here, so I'll have them brought out when you sit down, yeah.
You want to hazard a guess at what he's asked for to come out? foods, fruit. Well, Serena asked for coffees these days, so he might have placed his order beforehand. And
I don't know if I'd be wanting to have a cup of coffee on a day like today.
Good enough.
Good play. Annoying that he's missed the backhand volley, I'm sure. We're just chatting to himself about the miss, but very positive movement towards the net. Oh, great deal. I think Coco raises the backhand volley miss.
Good to know.
To be able to rebalance yourself. That's well executed. Too good.
Quickly return from the ball on the right near sideline. The ball is covered.
no problem there.
15-30. Cofield has 2 challenges remaining.
His opportunity and some great points.
So what we've seen from Marius Kopel is lots of power. There hasn't been any change up of pace, helping him arrive at net a little sooner. Let's see if he throws out the big guns here on this first break point. Healthy second serve
30.
that he sent down there, and he would follow it in behind. But, just doesn't want to get too predictable. Certainly not with that first serve. Just trying to one pace all the time, which is an incredibly fast-paced serve. But it does give the opportunity for Stan just to bunt it back.
Got it.
Warmup leads 2 games to 1, second sets.
Warmup leads 2 games to 1.
Now, Stan was arguing with some more towels, which have arrived out there for him. As Marius Kopel has left his racket next to the umpire. Breaking a string, Marius Kopel, so that's heading off to the stringers.
So not surprising that it's a backhand winner down the line. We saw a couple of them on the second point. He had to quickly reposition himself and just push one down the line. So on the final point, it was a full-blooded drive. Just wondering again for Kopel, does he, is he maybe trying to attack too much into the strength, the weapon of Wawrinka? Obviously, the pace of the first serve is not, we don't see Stan reacting in a negative way about the pace that's being sent down to him. In fact, he's making a lot of returns. So So where does Kopel go from here? You know, how does he try and quickly get back into this match and break serve?
And also a matter of how familiar Kopel is with his hitting patterns. So he's got a very predictable way. So if he's going to the Wawrinka backhand, he's probably more comfortable getting there rather than changing it up.
And the value of having a coach, someone to work with him to maybe provide some insight as to. Doesn't have to be. He's got a very strong A game, but sometimes you can just bring it down to A-.
Yep.
Wickers. $30. $40.
Stan applying the pressure. Good serve volley, strong.
Go.
And that's another easy service game for Stan. Consolidates the break. It's 3 games to 1.
Did he miss any first serves in that game?
I don't think so. He's won 7 of 7, and he's got him into play. He's only missed 1 serve in the set so far.
A polished way of consolidating that break of serve.
Wait for Stan to finally get his rackets together. That was that wide.
15
98.
That's
It's put down in the crowd too. I could clean that up sharply.
$15 all.
Again, just keeping that pressure on his younger and inexperienced opponent, Wawrinka. Second break of serve would wrap the setup.
30-15.
Great crowd in at Margaret Court Arena today. They've been throughout the tournament.
$40-15.
So Kopel continues to roll along. He's a breakdown though. It's 3 games to 2.
Wawrinka
Second
leads
set
3 games to
Wawrinka.
2.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion about the A game and the A- game. It sort of strikes me that Kopel, with the heavy serve that he's got and his work around the net, that he's got himself to a standard, and he's got the sort of game that will trouble those players who are around him, sort of around the 200 plus mark as he goes up the rankings. But when he's under pressure, whether he actually has, there's a plan B, sort of an A game and a B game. So A game's not working at the moment, but I can switch it up to the B game and bring that variety and do something different.
Yeah, exactly. That's it's well put. You know, he has enjoyed some success at that, I guess, challenger level, maintaining his ranking. He's finished at his lowest at the end of 2014, but you pointed out earlier, since 2011, you know, it's now time for him to, you know, this might be the catalyst, this particular tournament. A great job in qualifying, but it might be, you know, we might get to see more of Kopel as he starts to understand just the, don't always have to go, you know, with that one pace serve and the, you know, trying to rip a winner within 3 or 4 hits. Might work at, you know, challenger level, but at Grand Slam play, there's just got to be, you know, a couple of layers, more layers to one's game.
Kopel's going to have another look at this challenge. The other thing too is you look at some of the players, and you've got players who are coming through who are just emerging onto the tour, who are going in a forward direction, but sometimes players can stagnate at that challenger and futures level. And you look at those elements in their game and say, okay, well, what are the elements that they need to improve on to set up and match it with, say, the players inside the top 100? Just for fun.
40 left.
And just that, Peter, that we see Wawrinka, just take the pace off of it, extract or impart so much spin that it gets his man off the court, and he's having to, you know, quickly retrieve out of the corner. He got the mistake from Kopel.
Well, what he hasn't been able to do, Kopel, is win a point off the Wawrinka serve in this set. It's 12 points for Wawrinka in a row.
Call
it a golden serving set, I guess.
That goes back into, you know, Wawrinka's not serving anywhere near the pace of Kopel, but he's unblemished.
Another thing too on the Kopel serve is that he's serving big on both serves. So first and second ball, hasn't served a double fault yet.
Nets for serve.
Again, just that sheer power Wawrinka's able to generate.
30-15.
And he's got time to set himself.
Yeah.
Finish from Kopel. 4-3, second set.
That's a forehand of Kopel. And again, if he can keep working on his game through 2015, just work on when he's pushed out wide on the run, close to end range on the forehand, just learning to actually not have to pull the trigger and go for the crushing winner. Can get the point, stay in the point by sending it back with a bit of height. Some improved footwork as he recovers out of the corner. But I think he's got a very strong game there. You know, if he can just keep refining it, he's certainly going to make a strong living from the game.
Maybe 55% of first serves in the play when you've got a cannon serve like that. If you keep it up around the 60-65% mark, you're going to get a lot of free points. So Wawrinka flying along on serve. Break up his sleeve too. It's 4-3. Oh, well, that was the only way he's going to lose a point.
What was remarkable last year for Wawrinka is when he was stepping up to hit second serves, the pace that he was sending them down with, the nice shape cutting away or into the body of the opponents. It was a real feature for me through his run last year to the title. It's the way he stepped up to serve.
Love footy.
Oh.
Yeah.
100% to nothing. Very, very quickly there. Break back.
4
Where did that come from? All within one hit. Yeah. 2 double faults and the mistakes off the return. So a loss, total loss of concentration from Wawrinka. How fast he will re-engage.
Wawrinka's down to the call on the right first sideline. The ball's coming.
Will feel like he's got a second chance in this set now. Really against the run of play going through, and that's in.
15 left. Wawrinka has 2 challenges remaining. Wawrinka's challenging the call on the right center serve. The ball is coming.
Double or nothing. Wrong the first time. Right the second time.
Second serve.
Still trying to come up with an appropriate unit of measurement for that margin.
At this stage, he's just checked out.
Open court.
And you've got to time this.
Oh,
it's a very precision-like forehand.
Net for serve.
The chair umpire just leant over to Stan, said, Stan, settle down.
Do that first, yes. Hand it back. And then also get a bag. There's a bag of ice in there as well.
Well, that was the final miss, and 8 consecutive points going against Wawrinka. Seeing him just flexing that arm through this match. So probably feeling the effects of having to jar it from returning the missile.
Yeah.
Kopel.
Well, the other thing too, you wheel it back to the previous Kopel service games. He's got 10 in a row, 10 points. I mean, just how it turns so quickly. The difference between to water. He's getting frustrated out there now. Yeah. Nothing's gone right. But when you walk to the sit down and he's in front, he hasn't lost a point on serve. How does it change?
Then all we have on court is fault. I call for something.
So then he is frustrated, and I guess with it combined with his accent, that he's asking for.
John.
He's asking for a bottle of water, but he wants it at room temperature. He doesn't want it coming from the tub that is full of ice. Unfortunately, the ball kids probably just can't quite understand what he's after at this stage, and I don't know if anyone could fulfill his request. He's just very peeved right now. Wawrinka needs to settle down and re-engage. Shows up in that first serve, coming down at a very mediocre 160. So he's just trying to deal with his emotions right now.
That's for serve.
Another off-pace serve.
Speed on the serve and what we saw at the change of ends with the ice.
30 length.
Yeah, I guess we've got to work out is that he's just trying to control his emotions, so he's not sending down the serve with anger.
Well, it's come back down to 148 now.
Or is it because of
40 length.
some concern with his elbow?
Continue.
interesting if we try and trace back when it really started to affect him. I mean, was it that previous service game where it just all dropped away? He goes back up to 195 and holds serve for 5 all.
5 games.
But it worked okay.
15 love.
Good preparation from Kopel. That wasn't easy. It was half volley.
Back
the other way, 54% for Kopel in to play, winning 71% of those points.
30-15.
And Kopel at the moment giving the ball kids some catching practice. Whatever the call is made, that was nicely taken. So points now for 6-5. He's jumped early in this set. Here's Kopel. He's fought back well. Good lead. Well, that's certainly what he'll say anyway. We continue on serve in the second set. It's Kopel leading 6 games to 5.
6 games to 5.
1 hour and 22 minutes on court. Now, the big question, of course, of the sit-down is whether Stam will get his room temperature water. I think he's still waiting for it. Someone's trying to track it down desperately at the moment. And now they arrive out on court. Still pushing the support staff around. They're being bossed nicely at the moment. There you see the ice back onto that elbow and that arm of Stan Wawrinka. We saw it at the previous sit down. Turnarounds was going 100% points one on his serve. Wawrinka throws in one bad game. All of a sudden the dynamic of the set changes and Kopel now keeps himself in front. Starting to heat up out there too. Pushing 34 Celsius, but the humidity comes into play as well. And even though it is overcast here in Melbourne.
15 all.
Barely missing with this forehand for Vrinka. And just has to be careful as well because he's so flashy, Marius Koppel. So just whip a couple of winners off the forehand. Remember, he loves being aggressive at net.
And now he's got a small window of opportunity
15,
here. Oh, near the line in the corner. Not playing the margins there.
Holy smoke, I mean, that was a
30
tremendous
all.
retrieve from Koppel, keeping the point alive. Stan lines this up. Gee, I wonder whether he was meaning to get it that close to the sideline.
It's
the first real sign of frustration, and it's from a player who feels he's right into this match.
Yeah.
So another breaker to sort out this second set.
6 games all, second set, tiebreak. Both players receive 1 additional challenge.
Still ordering the ball kids around with his towel. He's just not happy with anything out there at the moment.
Directing, isn't he? Yeah.
First set tie break. Just have to make a few unforced errors and just really play his way out of the breaker.
Usually the rehearsal after making a mistake. It's like a band-aid. Just putting it back over your head.
Understandably so.
Well produced. Stan did an amazing job getting that one back at the toes of Koppel, but under pressure. Took his time nicely. Stan thought it was pretty decent too.
Not too good. Convincing speed to point for both players. A little bit of variety, but coming up with it.
2-1, Wawrinka.
Moving into that forehand. Not waiting for the ball to come to him.
Wawrinka challenge on the ball on the right serve. The ball was cut in.
Both players with 3 left.
This might be just a challenge for Wawrinka to hold up play.
2-0. Wawrinka has 2 challenges.
And it's about momentum for a rhythm that Kopel has on his serve. So Stan might have just thrown that out just to make him pause.
Didn't work. No.
Wawrinka challenging the ball on the right far sideline. The ball was cut in.
So he's challenging in 2s at the moment. 2 lost, 3 lost.
3-2, Cuckoo. Wawrinka has 1 challenge.
Okay, Stan, you don't need to waste them all at the end of the set. You will get a couple more.
1 challenge, yep.
And that came out of the fact that we went to the tie break. So the players got another challenge there. It's added on.
Real. Well,
hopefully people watching at home can appreciate that forehand winner there. It's not easy to transition quickly up to that mid-court ball. Certainly given the scoreboard at 2-3 in the breaker, but he arrived with enough time, accelerated beautifully on the forehand of Wawrinka.
Hot, humid conditions in Melbourne today. And 3 points all in this tie-break. Wawrinka looked to be in control midway through the set.
Not quite ready for that volley. Taken by surprise at the standard of that backhand pass from Kopel was Wawrinka.
Just went for too much, had the open court. Goes back to Mark Woodford's talking about margins. Playing within those margins when you've got that set-up ball, it's really an easy put away.
Could have landed that 5 feet within the baseline and still won the match.
Now with 2 serves to come at 5-4.
I didn't hear the end of the machine didn't go off again.
Yeah, but last time we didn't hear also. He was saying that I heard it also.
I don't know. They're talking about the machine on the net, which alerts the umpire of whether there's been a let or not. And sometimes you can hear a beep, sometimes you can't across this tournament. Points for Stan.
Computer comes in the ball on the left baseline. The ball was cut out.
I don't know. Did you see this? It looked out to me. But what do I know?
3 points.
I guess that's why the system's there. I guess that's why they don't ask me to be a part of the Hawkeye team either.
You didn't apply for a job as a linesman, did you?
Wouldn't have been accepted. I think you've seen my fall today. Now we can stamp that set point to Stan.
6-4, Africa.
1 hour and 34 on court. 2 really tight sets. Second, he's won 7 games to 6 in 48 minutes. 2 sets of love lead for the 4 seed. So Marius Kopel just asking the umpire about the net cord as we have a look at the numbers for the second set.
Dipped slightly, didn't he, with that first serve percentage, Kopel. Pretty much, well, just the difference between the winners and unforced errors from between the both players. Dan, just 5 more winners. Although that's offset by the extra unforced errors as well. Stan, though, even though he's had to contend with perhaps a dodgy arm, healthy first serve percentage and maybe experience in the end. He lost his way there for a couple of games, but bounced back strongly.
He did. Got off to a really good start in the second set. That was a straight touch. Marius Kopel was recording that one and getting to net plenty of times. He's 9 of 13 in that set, 15 of 22 for the match, which is fairly healthy from Stan Wawrinka. Kopel really didn't go away. Took advantage when Wawrinka had that down game. He was going 100% points won on his serve stand, and then had a terrible game through in and really handed the break back. And Kopel was able to keep his momentum going along, and that was terrific points of the set and the points of the match. And then that was set point with Stan finishing things off. So 2 sets to love. It's going to be tough for Marius Kopel to get back into this. And obviously, apart from this main draw, he's played some Davis Cup as well, but limited experience in the 5-set game.
Third set, Wawrinka to serve.
Stan will be serving first.
Thank you. 6
set.
sets. Love pitching. $15 on. $15.30. $30 on.
Stan will be a lot more relaxed. He was towards the end of that second set. Just wants to roll through this as quickly as possible now.
$40.30.
Getting served in the first game of third
First
set.
game, third set. New balls, please.
Yeah, key for Wawrinka is just to make sure he remains focused. 2 sets to love. He's played, apart from a short period that lasted 2 games, he lost probably 8 to 10 points back to back. Can't let his guard down, because we didn't see Kopel fall apart after losing that first set. Again, a lower ranked player with a limited experience at Grand Slam level, you would think that they might have dipped, but you know, he held firm, and you know, he only has to look up at the scoreboard and see 6-7, 6-7. That, you know, how close this match, how he's played Wawrinka close. Has the ability to win points very cheaply, so you know, maybe he's not thinking about, okay, I've got to win 3 sets now and, you know, the victory itself, but at least set by set.
30 love.
The ball kids, everyone's collateral damage down there when you serve 228 kilometres.
I don't know, I think some of those kids, they get excited trying to catch. Yeah. It's something they can talk about, you know, after the match. And
40 love. Again, appeal.
Hold to love, 1-1.
1 game.
Well, the other thing is the lines people who are sort of in that fixed position when the ball's coming straight at them do a good job of trying to get out the way.
trusty backhand. It's almost picture perfect, isn't it? Gets that right shoulder down, racket back early enough. Fantastic. Gee, I thought that might have been worth a challenge.
I'm not commenting on
You're
that.
staying silent.
I'm out.
We should give you 3 opportunities.
40.
Great reading of the paddle from Campbell. Yes, right. Yeah, stuck in the corner, but great movement forward.
So,
we're on serve. It's been a theme throughout today. Warmup 2-1, third set.
Form of Stan Wawrinka, the reigning Australian Open champion. maiden Grand Slam. And, walked out at Roland Garros. Probably that, you know, suffered an unexpected early loss there. Perhaps having to, you know, shoulder the responsibility of being announced as that Grand Slam champion, put up some incredible results, quarterfinals at Wimbledon and the US Open, followed, probably acclimated to the fact that he was going to be always known as the reigning Australian Open champion. Yep. But again, it's a different mindset as you return to the scene of your greatest victory. As I mentioned earlier, that in the early stages of this match, he was peering over at his camp. He was seeking just that reassurance from coach Magnus Norman. Has taken a lot of time, extra time for Rinke.
Well, he's busy marshalling a team of staff down there to cater for towels and water and rackets, everything.
They were late coming to the court.
Yep.
Took a while for the coin toss.
But the match play itself has been quite fast. You look at there, an hour and 46 minutes on court. A lot longer, referred to Mr. Nadal last night.
39.
Yes, Rafa getting through 5 sets, 7-5 in the 5th.
Yep.
Against American Tim Smyczek. He's done a good job this year of deflecting any attention on his chances for the title, Rafa.
Delicate. It is delicate touch.
They're using the entire court.
30.
Beautiful chip down the line, and then making sure Kopel runs the greater distance.
Let's pursue.
So throwback to the discussion about the level and how Marius Kopel's had to keep that level up across the two really tight first 2 sets, to keep pushing forward. It's under pressure now.
Let's pursue. Covering concerns on the goal on the right far sideline. The ball was spotted.
I'm not saying anything.
This will be close to being well inside.
40-30. Wawrinka has 2 challenges remaining. Okay, Tokyo.
So he's out of a slight bit of trouble there. 2 games all.
2 games all. 15.
There's no real conviction off of that return of serve from Kopel. Doesn't stay low enough. There's not enough pace or depth.
Might have been playing to challenge that cross-court forehand, Kopel. It's very close to the line. If I had a challenge, that would have been cleanly in.
Baltherinka's challenge on the goal on the right baseline. The ball was called in.
Really, really tough with that ball coming in so quick to be able to make that decision as to whether to challenge or not. I mean, Riga didn't get the ball back in anyway. No problem there. But it's coming in so fast.
15-30.
You got to look
Baltherinka
down and
has
actually
one
pick it up
challenge
when
remaining.
you're so focused on playing your next shot. Look out.
And that wasn't with the serve.
34.
Number 98. She had to be very careful.
Number 98 was in all sorts of trouble there. Was fired in. Meanwhile, another break point here, Kopel.
Deuce.
Just couldn't get enough chunk on the ball to get into that rally. Isn't Peter? I mean, it's heavy. It's pace, and there's plenty of spin. Just running through the volley.
Yes.
There was no prop step to really sight the ball and then decide. He just kept coming in. So a loss of technique on the forehand volley. Nice response. It's funny how it happens, you know, even from at all levels. You miss what you consider to be an easy volley, it can have an effect on you for the next couple of points.
It's also that frustration that you can't break clear. Look at the rankings and where the careers are positioned, and should be going. I should be able to get through this quickly, get this job done. But Kopel is still there. He's still solid.
Advantage Paprika.
Will be a code
violation.
Code violation, ball abuse warning, Mr. Buffercombe.
But he did create history. I think that's the first tennis ball that's been hit out of Margaret Court Arena. The newly revamped one, anyway.
Would Margaret Court be happy with that?
That's a bit of
Advantage Buffercombe.
Did a much better job of tracking the ball. The racket was out in front.
And again. Well, he was under pressure again for Vrinka. But he holds serve. We continue. 3-2, third set.
Vrinka leads 3 games to 2.
Difference a couple of volleys make. 2 really bad ones, and then it was a really tough pickup, and the depth he was able to get on that volley in that last point.
Maybe that's the idea for Wawrinka to try and finish this match. Just make a few sneaky moves towards the net. Very capable volleyer, but sometimes overcommits. We saw him a couple of times there when he did come in without really making that steadying or prop step before going out to the first volley. And there are times he ends up very close to the net. In an effort to try and get to net, he almost runs and can be vulnerable to a lob.
And again, Stan just very slowly making his way back out onto court.
Thank you. Seats, please.
Couple serving at 2-3. Continues to stand with Wawrinka. There's great hustle from the back of the court. Just got jammed up on the easiest shot in the end. So you can't even see him in that shot. Now gets a good forehand. And this one here is skewed. That Purple's under there. He's so deep in the court. He's almost with the lines people. Just continually being pushed back.
Just wondering, Peter, whether he should entertain Wawrinka just retreating a little deeper to return the second serve, just so that he can sight the ball and maybe get a cleaner, stronger hit. And obviously, returning that first serve is just pure reaction.
Yep.
But he he's just not getting enough of a chunk of the return to create too many opportunities for himself yet.
Oh, look out. What is this going to be? 2:35 to hold serve. 3-all.
That sounded bigger though, didn't it?
You're talking about the acoustics in this venue. When you got something like that, serve like that, it's incredible.
Four more games.
That was a huge reaction from the crowd as well. And they felt it across the 2-hour mark. Feels like a training drill.
15 up.
There's that wide to the forehand. He has to take 3 or 4 steps. Doesn't get quite behind the ball enough.
15 up.
Copel's still holding up his end of the bargain, trying to really just pressure Wawrinka every step of the way.
Copel's trying to control the right serve, the ball is put in.
Still hanging around. And we're in there, no problem.
40-15. Copel has 2 challenges remaining.
Gee, precise drop shot. We got there so well. Really good play on that return too. We continue on serve. Wawrinka 4-3.
Wawrinka leads 4 games to 3.
It's trending towards another tiebreak, isn't it?
It's looking like it, most certainly. And just those subtle changes that perhaps Stan could implement here as we wind down to the end of the third set, just to try and create an opportunity for himself. It's, he's up 2 sets to love to just sort of roll the dice again. And he's in the tiebreakers, the first 2 sets that Cope made a few unforced errors. But, I don't know if I'd run the risk of that happening again.
It's such a fine line, isn't it? Wawrinka, again, he just got himself in front. He just does enough to keep himself
Done.
in front. But Couples played an excellent match.
No, if he can continue on in this form, and there's been no negativity coming from the Romanian's end of the court, even though he's fallen once 1 set behind, he's stuck with it, 2 sets to love. He's stepped up to the plate each time, so this could be a very solid 2015 year ahead for Marius.
Oh, he serves again, 3-4. 2. We've seen the fastest serve of the tournament so far. Kopel, 242 kilometres.
Not 15.
And we've also seen the first double fault of the match from Marius.
Okay, so maybe an opportunity here for Stan just to do something very different. He's taken up the same return position though.
Long 30.
Now the door opens. Interesting too that Stan's switch. There's been times where he's worn the cap. Other times though where he hasn't. There seems to be, is there any sort of strategy to that, or it has been a little bit overcast through this match.
$15.30.
There's a little gift there for Wawrinka. Trying to defend, couldn't jag the ball back into play.
Again, that's the frustration of having a player with a 225 kilometre serve. And a decent swing at it too.
Didn't quite get it out the middle, huh? Yeah. That time
30, 40.
Big difference. Body serve, Wawrinka reacted quickly.
It's a huge point in this match for Marius Kopel.
Net per serve. Deuce.
One of 3 breakpoints won for Wawrinka across the match. The opportunities have been few and far between for both players.
And then it's flipping.
238.
Thank you. So whenever he's hitting these bombs, everyone's just looking at the speedo at the back of the court.
There's a slight delay on it coming up too.
Deuce.
Well, I like the idea of what he was trying to execute here. Just a short angle, come in behind it. Would have been a nasty passing shot by Wawrinka.
Wawrinka stands on goal on the right far sideline. The ball is spotted.
This is his last challenge in this set as we go to a tie break.
Second serve.
Oh, wow. It's a big set.
So he's not having much difficulty winning points on that juice court. It's the ad side here.
Perfect chance of call on the right near sideline. The ball was caught in.
That's why.
I think this one's really flush on the line.
Perfect has no chances remaining.
So he's done now until if we get to a tie break. Well done.
Just hold the racket long enough.
Advantage of Africa.
As he's moving over here, the racket's back and just waiting for Kopel to maybe make a move. Just rolls it cross court.
That's just that little flick, isn't it? Bringing it back.
Gee, saw that one early.
It's not often that you can say you got a 205k return, picked it, and got it early. Got that one early too. Almost 200 kilometres. Round we go again. Fourth opportunity. Well, he blocked a 232k back. He just can't get that breakthrough. It's good serving from Kopel. Credit to him.
Advantage for Africa.
Second double fault for the match. He's so solid on serve, but the pressure continues to build. Fifth chance now for Stan.
Yeah,
another one. Then it hands the break to Stan Wawrinka, who now is serving for his spot in the third round.
Against the three.
He's been on song all match in the serving department today, Marius Kopel. Final service game, perhaps, for this match. Throws in unusually two double faults. Three, I believe, in that game.
Nicely done.
15 minutes.
Great to see him attacking at the net. Too good. Just too strong from the back of the court. points away now.
13-15.
Rinka, strong court position. Going back at all and forcing Kopel onto the defense quickly.
Oh.
40-15.
For the match down the line.
It's a hell of a highlight reel, those backhand winners down the line today. 2 match points.
$40-30.
1 match point.
Sets to love. 7-6, 7-6, 6-3.
16 on court. Straight sets win, but a tough straight sets win against the qualifying Marius Kopel, who played an excellent match. But Stan, for the 7th consecutive year, is through to round 3 at the Australian Open.
And keeps his record, winning record alive. Up to 10 matches.
Just flying along, isn't he? That was a great performance. He was under pressure right from the get-go, and just the class and experience factor, particularly in the tie breaks in the first 2 sets, showed through.
Yeah, and certainly the experience in the breakers, and Kopel certainly showing me something. I'm sure to say with you, Peter, I mean, great serving ability. Haven't seen that for a long time from his end of the court, but a great Australian Open. 4 matches, 3 in qualifying. Very tight second round qualifying match over Philip Petchner on 6 in the 3rd. I'm sure you'll see more of him.
One thing he will take away, he's got the record at the moment for the fastest serve, 242 kilometres.
You got that
150
right.
miles. So he's in front at the moment. That'll take some beating, I reckon.
And for Stan, as he slowly and methodically packs up his gear, might be a while before he reaches the microphone.
We can just keep chatting away.
A little question mark over that arm, though. The serve, as the match progressed, was just dipping down ever so slightly, wasn't it?
Imagine he'd be pretty pleased to get through, but I'm sure there might be a question that Eddie Cohen courtside is going to ask. Here he is with our winners, Stan Wawrinka.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a match here on Margaret Court Arena. Give a round of applause to the defending champion, Stan Wawrinka. Stan, normally when you have a qualifier up against you in the second round, you think maybe the work might be maybe a touch easier. That was pretty hard work.
It's never easy. There is no easy match here. And yeah, it was a tough match today. Conditions are hot and quite fast. And it was really aggressive, serving well. But I'm happy to get through in 3 sets.
What did you think of those tie breaks? Because he did push you all the way.
Yeah, it was important to take the first one. I tried to stay aggressive with my game, to stay focused on my game. He gave me a few points in the second tie break. And no, again, it was a good second round.
What was it like on the serve reception? Because he served the fastest recorded serve this year so far. You were on the end of it. He was up around 220, 230.
Yeah, it was really serving fast. Was not easy today, as I say. It's quite fast here, the court, and it was giving me a hard time.
And for you, coming here, defending champion, is that a different feeling for you? What's it like moving into the second week?
It's great so far. I'm really happy to be back, to have a great atmosphere like today. The match was great crowd, and I'm happy to play more matches here and hope I can make some great results.
We'd love to see you back here on Margaret Court Arena. Please give him a big round of applause. The man who has the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup in his possession right now, the defending Australian Open champion, Stan Wawrinka.
He signs the camera lens for us. They've ever getting off court after 2 hours and 16 minutes and a straight sets win too. So he continues his push through Australian Open 2015. Now let's take a look at the numbers for the match. Footy, 2 hours and 16 minutes on court. What are they telling us?
Well, steady serving and back with that information, and then he just has a little tenderness in his right arm, bringing the service speed down, but he was able to put in a good healthy percentage of serves. The winners, well, 36 evenly balanced between the forehands and backhands. Notice in the first round there was a lot of forehand winners trying to dominate that way. Today the backhand was in effect. I like also the fact that he was continually coming into net.
Yep.
Tremendous amount more than what he did in his opening round victory over Marcel Ilhan. So, nice to be still alive as defending champion. The next opponent, Jarkko Nieminen. I mean, that's a step up once again, but a very winnable match for the defending champion.
He's got a day off in between to think about it, and that was the match point for Stan Wawrinka. Getting the job done. 108 points to 104, but the scoreline is a straight sets win for the defending champion. 7-6, 7-6, 6-3 after 2 hours and 16 minutes on court.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome for our third match on Margaret Court Arena from the USA, Madison Keys. And her opponent this afternoon, the 29th seed from Australia. Put your hands together for Casey Delacroix.
Troubadour of Australian women's tennis. A bit of a roller coaster ride through her career with injuries and surgeries and becoming a mother 2 or 3 years ago now, and trying to maintain a decent ranking to get her into the major tournaments along the way. And she's a real fighter on the court, and the bottom line is that at 29 years of age she's playing the best tennis of her career, certainly over the last 12 months or so. And it's great to see her getting back up there in the rankings, and great to see her again making some advance in the early rounds of the Australian Open Championship. Her opponent in this match, Madison Keys from the United States, a youngster 19 years of age, on the way up, and she holds a lot of promise, and I think she's going to give Casey Delacroix a tough match here. Wayne Ferreira, semi-finalist on 2 occasions, back-to-back, in fact, 92, 93 here at the Australian Open Championship. Winner of 15 ATP Tour titles, been retired from on-court activity, well, as a player anyway, for some time now, but joining me for this match, Wayne, great to see you here in Australia again.
I can't say that I'm never unhappy to come down to Australia. It's always one of the most enjoyable weeks of my year. So
we do have a walker here. Just make a request, a challenge in timely manner, and that's it. If you need anything, something's wrong, let me know. Medicine, heads, tails, tails. Casey.
I'll receive.
Yep.
Casey Delacroix winning the toss and electing to receive, quite a common ploy, particularly on the women's tour. Maria Cicak from Croatia is the umpire. Just coming up 3:25 in the afternoon here in Melbourne. Warmest part of the day, although it hasn't been, I don't think, quite as warm as was earlier predicted. Just nudging into the early 30s, but quite humid again, unusual for Melbourne. At this time of year, we're used to the searing, dry heat days, but the last few days here have been warm, but also quite humid. But not bad playing conditions all the same. Players would prefer this to the 38 to 40 degrees that we do get here on occasions. Madison Keys, Rock Island, Illinois, originally, living in Florida now. Just 19 years of age, as I mentioned. Tall girl, metre 78, right-hander with the obligatory two-handed backhand. Currently ranked 35 in the world. Won her first ATP Tour last year at Eastbourne. Defeated Angela Gerber in the final there. It was a tough match and a good win, and helped to vault her to a career high ranking of 31 in the world. And subsequently, currently 35, as I said, off the back of some strong semi-final wins in Strasbourg and earlier in Sydney in 2013. This is the 4th run of the Australian Open Championships. She wins the 3rd round here in 2013, and that equaled the best Grand Slam performances in the last 2 years in succession, being in the 3rd round at Wimbledon. Casey Delacroix, seeded here, ranked 29 in the world, seeded 29, aged 29. Something about that. Currently living in Sydney, but born and raised in Perth, of course, and as I said, a gallant Aussie who's battled a lot of setbacks in her career, but currently playing at her absolute best. She reached the 4th round here last year for the 2nd time, and also advanced to the last 16 at the US Open. Yet to win a WTA Tour singles title. It added another semi-final result last season in Birmingham, along with quarterfinals in Indian Wells and Tokyo. And of course, she is a three-time Grand Slam doubles finalist the year before last with Ash Barty. They were finalists here at the Australian Open at Wimbledon and the United States Open as well. Coached by Shannon Nettle, who's really helped to bring out the best in her game over the last 12 or 18 months. But with these rising stars, not only from the United States but from Europe, Wayne is 17, 18 and 19 years of age and already in the thick of it on the WTA Tour. These matches get tougher and tougher for, and I think Casey classifies as a veteran of the Tour.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially against somebody like Madison.
2 minutes.
Who's really been put forward as one of the new rising hopes of American tennis. She's a very good tennis player. I mean, she turned pro at such a young age. She was very good at it. At 14 already, everybody knew that she was going to be an outstanding tennis player. And she's risen up through the ranks, 19 years of age, already in the 30s in the rankings, so done exceptionally well and got a bright future ahead of her. So for Casey, today she's really up against it. She's going to have to bring out, I think, the best part of her game to get through this one, because Madison is just getting better and better and she's gaining more and more confidence. So it's going to be a tough one for her. I think it'll be a very good match. It's going to be well fought out by both of them, and I think we're in for a very exciting match here.
Well, she's got some good people in the corner. Madison Keys, Lindsay Davenport, of course, was a former title holder here in Australia, and John Leach, both. She's been working with her, and if they can't guide her in the right direction, then
1
nobody
minute.
can, I guess.
An interesting combination with husband and wife taking care of her. I'm sure they do quite a good job together, but you're right. I mean, you can't get a better person to work with than Lindsay Davenport after her career, so she must be helping her, and John alongside her, helping her incredibly to move to that next level.
From a family of 4 girls, 2 younger and 1 older sister. One of them named Sydney and spelt S-Y-D, as in the city.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be played best of 3 sets. First 2 tiebreak sets, final set, advantage set. Casey Delacroix won a toss and chose to receive.
Here come the local Aussie fans.
Yes, the fanatics. Only a small squad of them here, but they make a noise. As soon as the shot of them came up on the big screen, the volume went up about 50 decibels.
They're certainly bringing very excitement to the game out here, which is well deserved and needed. You know, it's nice that they get the crowd into it and get some more enjoyment. People enjoy the game of tennis, but it's nice to have a little bit of sharing going on too.
And the reason that there is such a small squad of them here is because there are so many Australians getting through the early rounds. They've got to split up and cover so many courts.
They can spread themselves thin all over the place. But you're right, it doesn't matter how many they are, they're still loud. And you wonder if it'll be an inspiration for Casey to help her play better tennis, but they certainly are enjoyable.
Madison Keys to serve. Ready? Play. Love 15.
It's a good start by Casey, 2 good returns of serve. She certainly looks confident already on those 2.
That's
one way to answer it. Ball toss, plenty of height.
$15-14.
No challenge from Keys. And break points in the opening game for Delacroix.
Yeah, nice second serve to the side. Good spot for Casey to just put that one away.
30-14.
Answer to that, 188 kilometres per hour straight down the tee.
Again, Delacroix.
So I think, Gary, the most interesting contest that we're going to have with the two of them today is
First
the
game.
return against the serve. Madison Keys is known, tall girl, known to have a very, very good serve, and gets through her serve games pretty well. But if she gets up against Casey, who's known to return well, good contest between the two.
Absolutely, yes, despite the break, if the serve that we've seen through the opening game there with two aces, if she can continue to serve at a reasonably high level, it's going to turn into a real contest here, because Casey is a renowned returner of the ball,
Casey Delacroix.
serve returner.
It'll be a different game completely on Casey's serve. She's just going to slide the ball in on a serve. It's going to be more baseline rallies, where I think there's going to be shorter points off the key serve. The sun has moved a little bit over late on the afternoon. It's a little bit more of an effect for a left-hander, so hopefully not too much of an issue for her on the ball toss on that side of the court.
Good second serve that she desperately needed.
30-15.
Tell already Madison Keys trying to go after the ball, trying to be aggressive. She hits the ball exceptionally hard.
With a fairly good top spin there, the lack with the ball sitting up at shoulder
40,
height.
30.
Keys.
Yeah, hitting that one a little bit too flat, going from what they call high to low. Even though the ball's up high, you still got to hit through the ball. Hit it straight down like that, you're going to miss a lot. So, bad unforced error.
Again, Delacroix.
Already in the first two games, Sherry, too many unforced errors coming off the Keys rackets.
2 games, 2 11.
At this stage, she's spraying the balls all over the place. Not much rhythm in her game at the moment.
Yeah, power doesn't count for much if the ball doesn't go in.
Absolutely. She's going to maybe have to try and settle down a little bit and take the pace off it a bit and get a little bit more rhythm, because right now she's kind of spraying it all over the place.
Just, oh, it's called good.
I'd call that one out. That's
a challenge. Come on, Casey. You've got a challenge. No, she's let it go.
That would have been worth one.
Well, I'm amazed. I'm sitting right on that line. I thought it was out.
Me too.
Hello.
And when you get 3 challenges, it's good to keep one up your sleeve for things
False
when
low.
things get tight in a match or in a set, perhaps. Although we saw Simona Halep in a match on Rod Laver Arena last night challenge on the first point of the match. And lose the challenge, I might add.
Yeah, and also she's up 2-love and got some momentum. You know, would have been worth a challenge maybe for her to give her that 15-love. It might have made a change instead of love. You know, love 15 is a little bit easier than 15-love. Maybe it would have been worth a challenge.
Well, if she'd been successful, it would have been a nice head start, already up by 2 games to love.
Yep.
Game Keys.
And Keys on the scoreboard in the third game, but Delacroix with a break at 2-1.
Delacroix leads 2 games to 1 first set.
Better serve game by Madison Keys. A few more first serves in there. She certainly hits the ball quite hard. That one going at 192. Quite a big serve on the girl side. So very powerful game. Hits the ball exceptionally hard. Serves hard. For a young girl, she's got a lot of talent.
Serving hard, hitting the ball hard like that can take a toll, and it's worth noting that she did have to retire from a match in Sydney against Pironkova because of a shoulder problem. Treatment obviously has put it right, but it's just something we'll keep an eye on throughout.
Seats quickly, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Always the difficulties when you're young, trying to find the right strength training. Keep yourself injury free. I mean, as Casey's gone through that her whole career, if you can stay healthy at a young age, you have a much more longevity on your career.
Time.
Oh, Delacroix has survived and come back from multiple surgeries for ankle and foot and shoulder surgeries.
Blood 15.
A little bit flat on that forehand again. I think she's doing a better job when she's rolling it a bit more. A little bit too flat. Another relatively easy miss on that backhand side. She's certainly missing a lot of easy balls, second serve returns. She's got to make Casey play a little bit more. Big out.
Yes.
That was outside the doubles lines when she hit it.
Unfortunately, it was a pretty decent serve and just taken apart by a nice backing up the line, but very low margins. she got away with it on that one.
A break back point.
Advantage, Keys.
Bit of a wild shot there by Casey Delacroix, giving Madison Keys her first breakpoint chance over here.
Well, she teed off on the second serve, unnecessarily so.
Yes.
Again, really simple unforced error on that second serve on that backhand side. She seems to be struggling on that one cross court. She's done okay with the one up the line, but the one cross court has caused her some problems. That's not a mistake you need to make on break point. You need to do a better job with that one.
Advantage.
Unforced errors running better than 2-1 in favour, although in favour is probably the wrong term, in favour of Madison Keys, 11-5.
Yeah, 11 unforced errors in the fourth game of the match. That's a little bit too high. Beautiful little change up that she had on that forehand to take the pace away and throw it up high, which is really nice. But that one looked like it was going to go out, but she certainly gave herself a chance to then step forward and hit a beautiful forehand up the line. Good variation on the game there for Casey.
Loved it.
He's getting frustrated already at this early stage of the match, Keys, with these unforced errors, but there's only one person can moderate the way she's attacking the ball.
Out. Safety up.
Yeah, good first serve. Certainly got a little bit of power at 174. Not her fastest, but a good place to serve.
Oh. 13.
Rising American teenager Keys, just digging herself into a little bit of a hole. Down the early break, and too many unforced errors, and Casey Delacroix from Australia in a good position here, 3-1, 30 all.
So far the match has just really been basically around unforced errors and winners. Not too many long points. Madison Keys basically either hitting a winner or missing.
Yes. Great return. That's an excellent second serve from Keys.
Delacroix certainly does well on that second serve. She steps in nicely, punts this ball back. Such a great returner of serve.
Well, two of the last 3 points. Keys has moved to the net with great effect.
Yeah, that powerful first serve, giving him that opportunity to crunch that forehand and come in.
Another cold winner from Delacroix.
She certainly looked like she liked that one. Absolutely perfect onto the forehand. What another beautiful return winner from Casey Delacroix.
Thank you. Advantage Delacroix.
It's a little bit of frustration starting to creep into the Keys games. Another unforced error from her. She's finding it very difficult to keep the ball in longer than 4 shots.
Again, Delacroix.
A double break now for Casey
Miss Keys to show the ball on the baseline, the ball's floats.
Well, we're going to get a challenge. I'm not sure if it's going to do any good for her, but we'll have to see if this one has got a chance.
No, the call is correct. So it's game Delacroix 4-1.
Game Delacroix. Delacroix leads. 4 games to 1. That's it.
A little display of
Keys
temper
has
there
2
from Madison Keys as well. Slamming the racket down as she returned to the chair.
Well, I think you can certainly feel her frustration because up until now these first 5 games have been not very good from her part. She has not controlled the ball at all. First serve she's got away with a few easy points here and there, but Delacroix's really taken care of her second serve. Hit a lot of winners, put her under a lot of pressure, and then when the ball's been in the baseline, she's not been able to keep the ball going more than 2 or 3 shots. So not the best of efforts by her. You wonder if it's just a youth thing that she's going through right now.
Well, she seems intent on trying to hit Delacroix off the court, and it's not working for her. What she's got to do is be smart enough to adjust her game accordingly.
Yeah, I think Lindsay Davenport and John Leach sitting in her box today will look at this match, and hopefully it says the fact that she needs to maybe work on a couple of variations, a little bit more spin on the ball. You know, when things don't go well, when you're not hitting the ball well, hitting it flat doesn't always make it easier. You know, Delacroix is doing a good job on changing the pace of the ball and getting a lot more spin, and it's helping her. And Madison Keys is not putting any spin on the ball at all.
Just overpowering the forehand again.
50-11.
Yeah, I could certainly see how good she can be when she's on, but unfortunately, so far up today, she's been off and she's missed a lot of balls.
That's yellow. That's 15. 40, 15.
Get another unforced error off the backhand side. 9 backhand unforced errors so far. And after 5 games to have 9. And they keep creeping up on her, 15 overall.
Game, Delacroix.
If you play the type of tennis that Madison Keys does,
Delacroix leads 5 games to 1.
It's okay to have unforced errors, but you got to make sure that your winners are more than your unforced errors. And at this stage, she's completely the wrong way around. 15 unforced errors and only 6 winners in this match, and very difficult to win matches with stats like that.
Backed off on the first serve there. Got a good result. And picked it up that time for another good result. So maybe she's starting to think and put some variety into her shots rather than just trying to slug the ball 100% every time. 184 kilometres per hour. Casey Delacroix checking, not going to challenge. Mind you, you're supposed to challenge in a timely manner if you're going to.
Again, not really necessary to hit the ball that flat. Try and give a little bit of spin on the ball, give yourself a little margin for error. That one has not much room to come down.
Piece.
Holding on, but Delacroix is 2 breaks up.
New ball, please.
Serving for the first set.
Delacroix leads 5 games to 2, first set.
Yeah, a little bit of a better game for Madison Keys. Maybe that'll settle her down a little bit and get her to start playing some better tennis. But she is certainly a little bit behind in the set. And Casey obviously hopefully could finish this one up and start again. But not great tennis from Madison Keys until now.
Well, she wants to work on a few variations in the game, as you said, get a little bit more spin on the ball, take maybe 5% of the power off. She may as well do it in this upcoming game. She's down 2 breaks. The likelihood is that Delacroix is going to take the first set anyway, so she's got a game here that she can experiment a little bit.
Sure. And I think what she'll find is that she'll probably do better off with the 2, give herself a little bit of spin and move the ball around. A lot of times they don't want to do it because they don't expect it to work, but I think it would be would work well for her. She needs to create a little bit more rhythm right now. She doesn't really have control over the ball.
Time.
But she has nothing to lose. I mean, really, she's down 2 breaks. She should work a little bit on trying to get into a better shape so the start of the second set she can start off a little bit better.
So Australia's Casey Delacroix. 5-2, serving for the first set. It's just 126 kilometres per hour, that second serve, and Keys just slammed it into the net.
Again, too flat, the ball getting up too high, straight down on the ball.
From Delacroix. thick edge of the tape and dropped in for the winner.
Certainly going her way at the moment. Momentum's definitely on her side.
So 3 set points in short order.
40-11. First serve. Again, first serve.
27 minutes to go. First set, 6 games to 2.
6 games to 2.
Well, Casey Delacroix's got to feel pretty happy about that set. She didn't really have to do much in it. She played just very, solid enough to get through that fairly easily. But I think if the game is going to have to change, Madison Keys certainly going to have to really think on this changeover about what it is she's going to do, and she's going to have to change her strategy quite a lot. Looking at the stats, you can see from the winner side that really the big one, Gary, by far is the unforced errors. 17 for Madison Keys and 6 for Casey Delacroix. Other than that, everything is relatively the same between them. 3 aces to 0 to Delacroix, so a little bit of extra power on the serve, but the unforced error is really killing her.
Yep, evenly balanced for Delacroix. 6 unforced errors, 5 winners, but gee, the unforced errors are running 2 to 1 against. 17 to 8 for Keys. Not overpowering the ball like her opponent. She doesn't have that power in her game anyway.
Yeah, you can see in the replay on that first set, most of those points showing you Delacroix hitting winners off the second serve of Madison Keys. So she's doing a great job, Madison Keys, on it to get a hold of that second serve of Madison as well. And such a great returner of the ball. She's certainly playing a solid match, and not having to do too much. And she's easy first set.
Well, she'll take another one like it if Keys can't vary her game plan.
Second set, Keys to serve. Love 50. $15.
Delacroix's plan is at all costs just keep the ball in play.
15,
At
13.
this stage would be a good strategy for her, just to make sure she gets as many balls in play as she can. Maybe change the variations of the speed, which she does, and hope for Madison Keys to miss. Good second serve this time. See Delacroix standing a couple feet inside the baseline, wanting to take that second serve early. Well, that was a better one by Madison Keys.
40-30.
Yeah, not the strategy Casey wants, making 2 unforced errors so far in this game. She's got to try and keep their ball going.
Yes.
Big serve to no avail. Great return by Delacroix.
Advantage, Delacroix.
Some great retrieving by Delacroix, but ran herself so far out of court. Gave Keys an easy winner.
Yeah, and Keys having to go for a little extra on that second serve to get Delacroix out wide on the forehand. Good point, but still a little bit of pressure on that serve.
Advantage, Delacroix. Deuce, Miss Delacroix challenge the call on the left center service line. The ball is called in.
She seems pretty confident. Now walking to the other side. Nope, touching the line.
Ball stands.
Yep.
Deuce.
Good serve by Keys. Big serve down break point.
Thoughts? Advantage Delacroix. Miss Delacroix has 2 challenges remaining. Yes.
Well, a couple of big first serves keeping her in this game now. 183 kilometres per hour, the last one.
Advantage Delacroix.
Another good return by Casey Delacroix. Certainly taking that second serve early, putting Keys under a lot of pressure. I think Keys going to have a struggle on the second serve.
Just missed.
She did well on that second serve, put a little extra on it. 166 second serve. She's certainly hanging in there, Gary. She's struggling, but she's hanging in there.
Advantage, Keys.
Forcing the error from Delacroix to hold serve. Keys on the scoreboard. 1-love in the second set. Delacroix winning the first 6-2.
Game, second set.
Well, she's got the game and she's ahead, but she certainly didn't have it easy in that game again. Shouldn't breeze through that, and she's still feeling under a lot of pressure from Casey Delacroix.
Set up late at night, jotting down these little chants, and then they meet early in the car park before the gates open and practice their routines to make sure they get the time on right.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they take it straight from here to the bar at night.
Thank you.
That's where they practice, I think, in the bar.
England. That's low.
More. I mean, Delacroix's not renowned for her serve. Doesn't have a big serve. First serve can be erratic. Second serve there was just 133 kilometres per hour.
Yeah, she certainly hasn't done enough on the Delacroix serve, especially on the second serve. Every time she's tried to step in to be aggressive, she's missed the ball.
That's a little
better. Got a hold of that one. That's kind of what you would expect her to be doing on a more regular basis. It was the first one that she's hit crisply and got in.
Yes.
Well. Surprised herself almost here, I think.
Yeah, I don't know what part of the stats you put that down in. Lucky shot, maybe, but it still counts.
Pure something.
Yep, well, it's still juice.
On Keys' serve in the previous game. Keys with a chance now. Her first break of the match to go 2-1 ahead in the second set. Madison Keys.
Keys leads 2-love, second set.
Casey taking a little foot off the gas over there on that game, not playing the best of games with a couple unforced errors. One lucky point by Madison Keys and then a great backhand there, but has given her a 2-love lead. First time she's actually got a lead in the set. turnaround.
$15 left. $15.
Great backhand by Casey Delacroix. Steering it up the line. Nice bend. Very, very good shot. She certainly is powerful. But she gets that ball in. She hits the ball very, very hard. Those two forehands struck very fiercely. Delacroix didn't even move on that one.
$30.
Playing with a bit more confidence now, a bit more authority.
40-30.
Yeah, just take away those unforced errors and she's pretty tough. I mean, she hits the ball very crisp, nice serve, nice inside-out forehand. Kind of a routine-y shot, but yeah, she's certainly hitting the ball a little bit cleaner.
Yes.
Well, short ball looming, and Keys was quick for the put away.
Advantage Keys.
Delacroix was lucky to be in the point anyway. It was a total mishit return.
Yeah, Keys doing a better job on that backhand cross court, getting Delacroix out of the court. A little bit more control on it.
Direction was good. Is Delacroix changing the call on the right? So
umpire has overruled the lines person there. Ruling the ball was good. Delacroix challenges. Ball was good.
Yeah, it is.
Goal stands. Crystal.
Good overrule by the umpire.
Yes.
Just caught the line. Great return off the second serve by Delacroix.
Means Delacroix has one challenge remaining.
Yeah, Madison Keys again choosing to serve to the Delacroix forehand. Side that's really been killing her on the return. You would think it's better to go to the backhand.
Advantage Keys.
That was hit pretty crisply. Not much you can do there.
Yes.
Well, it's 1 for 1, isn't it? Plays one great point and then continues to overhit at the wrong time. And comes up with another error to keep Delacroix in this game.
Advantage.
An ace, first one for a while, 5th for the match.
190. One shy of a fastest serve of the day, so good time to have put in a good serve like that.
Yes.
It's a 5th game point coming up.
Advantage. Keys.
It's hard to know if she's going to hit a winner or miss. Very clean hitting of the ball, but kind of either in or out.
Keys.
Keys holds at last this set, taking up a different
Keys
shape.
leads.
She's ahead
3
3
games
games to
to
love.
sets. Let's get Delacroix.
I think it is fair to say, though, that she's definitely got a good game. She strikes the ball well. She's got a really, really good serve. I think the next step for her to move to that next level is try to work on a little bit more around game. How do you come out of times when you're not doing so well? Get your rhythm back, have a little bit of variation or change up to the game, and I'm sure this is where Lindsay's probably going to spend a lot of time with her to try and improve that part of her game, because when she's on, she's going to be difficult, but it's the times when you're not playing well that you need to really learn how to overcome those issues.
Yeah, it's great to have the big serve and the big forehand and all the power, but sometimes you just have to temper it to get yourself into the game, into the match, hit some balls and figure out a variation on your game plan.
Yeah, no question. I mean, you know, it's always easy to play when you're confident and doing well. It's the times when you're not that makes the players, the great players, are the ones that can do well, win matches playing badly. That's the key. Got to win if you can play badly. And this match has turned around a little bit. You know, a lot of it has to do with, I think, a few unforced errors from Delacroix in that first game.
And a little bit more consistency from Keys.
Yes, sure. There's always two sides to it.
Court bathed in brilliant sunshine again.
Lofty.
Some big billowing clouds drifting across the Melbourne sky today, so we go from brilliant sunshine to cloud cover and back to brilliant sunshine.
Ball, please, ball boy. Next to you. Yeah.
Warm afternoon, temperature hovering in the low 30s.
Yeah, very nice tennis weather.
Law 30.
the best point she's played in the match.
Yeah, no question. Very well done. Came in and put away a nice volley. Very, very good point by Madison. Perfect. Perfect point. Giving her 3 break points.
Well, it's almost a reverse image of the first set. Delacroix was up 4-1 with 2 breaks there. Keys up 4-love here with 2 breaks.
Certainly is a very serious change from the first set to the second set on the dominance from one to the other. See Lindsay Davenport watching on. She's probably feeling a little bit more relaxed right now than she was after the end of the first set.
The power and the depth from Keys keeping
15.
Delacroix nailed about 2 meters behind the baseline.
Yes, Forty-love. Let's first.
Slow to move, Delacroix. Keys hold serve. Lovely when they all go in. 5 games to love.
Keys leads 5 games to love, second set. First set,
things have certainly changed from one side to the other. Much better set by Madison Keys, and it all comes down to the fact that she's now starting to get those balls in a lot more consistent and overpowering Delacroix. Instead of making those mistakes, they're going in and hitting the ball a lot crisper.
It has taken her some time to get her timing right, and you can see now why she's so highly regarded, why she's got such a great future in the game. Tall, strong, and unafraid.
Yeah, it's quite fitting that she would have a coach like Lindsay Davenport coaching her. I mean, he's playing a very similar game. Very good clean hitter of the ball, very powerful, really big serve, taking the ball early. Very similar styles of tennis. So I think if you're going to pick a coach, you have picked anybody that plays any closer to what she does. The only thing, obviously Lindsay was very consistent. Didn't have too many bad days. And she's got to try and rub that off onto Madison Keys to make her a little bit more consistent and not have sort of like those first sets that she had.
Delacroix serving now to stay in the second set, having won the first by 6 games to 2. Down to love 5 here. Playing in her 12th Australian Open.
15.
She was only 17 the first time round. She lost first round the first 5 years that she played the tournament.
Great opportunity at such a young age.
Oh.
15.
Well, Australian tennis authorities continued to show their faith in her. She had wildcard entries in each year of those 5 years, despite losing first round. But she rewarded them by reaching the 4th round 2008, again last year. Madison's got her hands full here in the second set. Comfort that she's got first set on the scoreboard.
Overrunning that one a little bit. She did a good job to get back into the point. Moves quite well out to that forehand side. And just overrunning it a bit.
Yes.
Very powerful hit, that one.
Advantage Delacroix. Game Delacroix.
Forcing Madison Keys to serve
Keys
for
leads
the set.
5-1, second set.
On the evidence of this past 6 games, you'd expect she should have no trouble.
Love it. Lot 13. $15.
Certainly does well when she gets that first serve in. A very powerful serve. Getting a lot of free points on it.
Set point.
14-13.
Well, she certainly added a few more winners on her stat column in the set.
Game in second set.
6 games to 1. The second set to Madison Keys. 1 set all.
6 games to 1.
34 minutes for the second set.
Much better set from her side, and the only thing really you can say on it is that she started to hit a few more winners in and less unforced errors. But I guess now you change your thoughts over to the Lacroix camp, and you say to yourself, what can she do right now? What would be the best thing for her to do to be able to go into this third set and There you can see the only difference really is that she's managed to catch up on the winner side, 16 winners to 16 unforced errors, where Delacroix was at 3 winners and 12 unforced errors. So the difference, I think, really comes down to that, is that she's just getting a few more errors, winners.
Well, percentage-wise, it's about the reverse of the first set numbers.
Yeah, she's done a much better job getting a lot higher winners side of it. Still too many unforced errors, but definitely increasing the winner side. Basically, you can see the whole highlight reel on that second set, showing you all the winners coming from the Keys rackets, which you know, she did exceptionally well. I really liked that point where she hit that forehand up the line and came and put away that forehand volley. That was a good add to her game. She looks like she's quite comfortable at the net too, which is nice to see.
And that's a facet that Delacroix isn't able to utilise because of the tremendous power and the depth that Keys is heading with. And Delacroix, for a lot of these points, being pinned 2 metres behind the baseline with very few opportunities to come in. Very few short balls from the American.
Love 50.
And Delacroix's going to have to be careful to not get behind in this third set. She needs to play a good serve game here, get through this one and stay ahead in the set. Very important first game for her. Nice keen return again from Madison. Those were the backhand returns that she was missing in that first set, which are now starting to go in.
Powerful return yet once more. Delacroix's first serve just 148 kilometres per hour, nothing on it. Too short in the service court, allowing the big hit from Keys.
Game, Keys, new ball please.
Wow, that's big hitting.
First game, bounce it.
Yeah, and besides that first unforced error that Delacroix hit in the first point of the set, she didn't do much wrong. I mean, just too good from Keys, 2 good returns, and a wonderful point by her again. The power, just too much for Delacroix. One landing on the baseline. Too hard, too far away. Good first game by Madison Keys. She's certainly stepped it up a lot here. They're going to have to do a lot of shouting to cheer Casey Delacroix on to get back into this.
It's 15 left.
She needs to take advantage of any and every second serve that she can. Delacroix couldn't do so the first point. Or that one overhead.
One looked really close. Might have been worth a challenge, but maybe too early in the set for her. But that was a golden opportunity there again. 2 second serves that she's blown. Got to use your opportunities when you can. first serve like that, it makes it awfully difficult.
Game keys.
Well, Delacroix hasn't won a point so far in this set.
Keys leads 2 games to love, final set.
And she's won 8 of the last 9 games. So once the tide turned, it became a riptide in favour of the young American.
Thank you, thank you. First number is good. Replay the point.
Interesting overrule by the umpire.
Quick and positive though, Maria Chichak. Potential big star for American tennis, Madison Keys. Commercial interests queuing up. Fortunately for her, both her mother and father are attorneys. I'm sure they'll give the contracts close scrutiny.
Too powerful. Started with a good return by her again.
And you've got to give it to her. She has not backed off one iota.
Even in that first set when nothing was going in, she didn't stop putting her foot on the gas.
Again. 15-13.
Starting to make everything count now. Another beautiful forehand. Not much that Casey could do on that one.
No penetration on the Delacroix serve. Easy meet for Madison Keys. 2 points for a double break. Keys has given the ball plenty of air over the net. It was punished by Delacroix.
Oh!
Yes.
They're hanging in there by Delacroix. She's taking a barrage of powerful balls off the baseline. Doing a good job to stay in this game.
Working her side to
Advantage
side.
Keys.
Requires some heavy hitting if you want to come up with winners from 2-3 metres behind the baseline. Ultimately, you end up half a metre short. A run for the ball.
We're hanging in as much as she can, getting a nice free point off that serve.
Advantage, Keys.
Again, just being stretched a little bit too far wide, forcing the unforced error from her.
Yankees.
2 breaks it is, and 3 games to love in the third and
Keys
deciding
leads.
set.
3 games to love, final set.
Well, she's certainly given herself a nice little breathing room in this third set, but hitting the ball much cleaner, much crisper, much better tennis from her in the second and third set, Gary. She's certainly changed it around quite a lot.
Yes, the real potential of Madison Keys has been on display for the last 2 sets. And she obviously had fixed in her mind the way she wanted to play the game and was prepared to stick at it despite the unforced errors. Displayed a substantial measure, not a little measure, a substantial measure of confidence in her own ability to just keep hitting out in the expectation that things would fall into place, and they've done so.
Yeah, she certainly has stuck to her guns. You know, we talked about it a bit after the first set, saying that she might needed to have changed up her pace a little bit, and she hasn't, but she's been able to turn it around, and she's been lucky to be able to turn it around. She's taken control of this match, but it's still something that she would need to work on, and she's done a good job here. She's certainly got a nice breathing room being up 3-love double break. Certainly looking a little bit more nervous from Casey Delacroix at this stage. She just doesn't seem to be able to get into any point. The power. She's been on her back foot every single point now.
No damage done, except for Keys losing
15.
the point.
Don't you get a bonus point for tagging? Yeah, not intentional to go for her, not meaning anything by it, but the right spot to go. Nobody's expecting it to come at you.
Serves in for Madison Keys for the match and winning 74% of those. That's a remarkable statistic considering she lost the first
15,
set 2 breaks against her serve. So the last set and a half have been all her way. Delacroix 64% of first serves in, which is not a bad percentage, but she's winning less than 50%, 47%. Those first serves.
She's actually doing a better job on the second serve than the first serve.
40-30. Yankees.
Too good of a serve. Too powerful.
Keys leads 4 games to love, final set.
And already you can tell reason why she's up 4-0 is that the winners have just taken over from the unforced errors, over double in the set. She's really been dominant from the baseline.
It's a must-hold game for Casey Delacroix. They've been few and far between the last set and a half.
15-11.
Yeah, that would put a little smile on her face. Good point for her.
That's a 15.
She was just a bit late to move to that ball and wasn't able to set herself for the shot.
Yeah, she hasn't ventured to the net very much today. One of only 2 times that she's come in, and I'm sure she would have liked to have done a better job on that one.
That's a 13.
Again, another powerful return by Madison Keys. Putting Casey on the back foot again. She's just not getting much out of that first serve.
Advantage Keys. Goose. Advantage Delacroix.
She's hanging in there. She's not wanting to give up yet.
Great effort. Still running 2 breaks.
Keys leads 4 games, 1 foul set.
The overwhelming fact is that Keys has won 10 of the last 12 games. Crowd cover moving across the Margaret Court Arena again, the refurbished Margaret Court Arena. Wayne Ferreira, this would be unrecognisable to the arena that you would have played on here?
Absolutely. Actually, I played here last year in the Legends event when it wasn't done, and certainly a lot different from last year too. They've done an amazing job. I mean, the plans that they have for this facility that they've done over the last few years and what they have still going forward is impeccable.
Well, not only is this arena unrecognisable for what it was previously, the entire complex for what it was when you been here in '88.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question.
It's just been transformed, the whole complex, and it's not over yet.
No, absolutely. I mean, they've got some good ideas of moving forward, and every year you come back as a player here, you have a better lounge, better restaurants, better locker rooms. They just keep getting better and better, and they put a lot of energy into improving the facility, and it certainly shows. I mean, it's this court in particular is just absolutely stunning.
Madison Keys, 4-1, final set. Everything that wasn't working for Keys in the first set has turned to gold.
You wonder if after that first set, Lindsay Davenport sitting in the box knew that it was going to turn around like this. I don't think we thought it was going to be, but it certainly has completely changed direction. It's already her 10th winner for the set. She's been putting in a lot of really hard-hitting shots and winners all over the place in this third set.
Game, peace.
You have to almost, in a sense, feel sorry for Casey because there's not really much that she can do. She's trying her best to, put the ball in play and keep it going, and she's just getting hit right off the court.
And this is her last chance.
Tough task to come back from 5-1 double break. Again, getting her on her back foot. Having to resort to those open stance backhands, which are not easy to do. The power just too much for her again.
$15-13.
Had to get that serve really wide to get Keys out of the court, but a good point.
Been to the net just 3 times, successful twice. Keys, on the other hand, has been with the power of her approach shots into the net more often, and is 11 for 14. Well, disappointing finish for Casey Delacroix. Disappointing outcome.
6-1.
Dropping a serve in the final game. And 19-year-old Madison Keys ripping through the last 2 sets. After dropping the first when her game was out of sorts and the ball more often than not out of court, Delacroix won the first set 6-2, but Keys powered back to take the second and third 6-1, 6-1, underscoring the tremendous potential of this young American girl.
Yeah, no question. I think after the first set where it felt like there was a lot of improvements needed in the game, but if you had taken away the first set, set 2 and 3 was very, very impressive. She hit the ball very clean. What I like about it is the power. This first serve is very impressive for a girl. She's got an unbelievably great serve. She hits the ball very clean, very powerful on both sides. And also impressive is that she moves well. When Casey did get her out wide, she covered the court well. She got into play. The only negative for her is that she needs to work a little bit more on the consistency side, maybe a little bit of variations, but what a great prospect for women's tennis.
Oh, big hand for Casey Delacroix as she left the court. Madison Keys signing autographs, keeping the fans happy. And you've got to give her credit for the fact that she's got supreme confidence in her own game and prepared to stick at it even when things are not going right.
Yeah, she certainly must have done this on more occasions than this to know that she could hit her way out of trouble. I always say it's a difficult thing to do sometimes, to hit your way out of trouble, but if you can, and she did it today, then it's a very impressive. It shows a good tennis player that can do it.
Let's find out what young Madison's got to say here.
Well, Madison, slow start, but a very strong finish. You really powered home. 2-6 and then 6-1, 6-1. You must be delighted with that.
Yeah, slow start, was not happy with it, but so happy I was able to turn around and pull out the win.
Never easy, obviously, playing an Australian on one of the big courts here at the Australian Open. Casey is much loved down here at Melbourne Park, so I guess that provided an extra challenge and an extra little bit of spice to this match.
Yeah, the only other time I played Casey was here a couple years ago, so was kind of expecting it a little bit, but it's always hard, playing when the other person's from here.
The crowd were kind to you. You're popular down here, there's no doubt. You're through to the 3rd round for another time in your career. You like coming to Melbourne, and you've had a chance to have a little bit of a look around the city.
Yes, well, first of all, thank you for being nice to me. I know that probably was not the easiest. But yeah, no, I love coming to Australia. Sydney and Melbourne are probably some of my favorite cities in the world, so always happy to come here.
This is all about business, though, obviously. You're through to the 3rd round, and obviously you're feeling pretty good, and, well, a big opportunity for you now.
Yeah, I'm just excited, taking it one match at a time, and excited for the next round.
You sound just like the AFL footballers that live in Melbourne. Congratulations, Madison. Well done. Through to the 3rd round at the Australian Open.
Thank you.
A young lady going places, Madison Keys, and as we said right at the outset of this coverage of this match, she's got the right people in her corner. Not just a mum and dad who are attorneys looking after her interests, but former US and Australian champion Lindsay Davenport in charge of her coaching program. And as Wayne Ferreira observed, there are a lot of similarities about the way they play the game, their strengths. And I'm sure that as she continues to hone those under Lindsay's advice, she's going to go, as long as she remains injury-free, an awful long way in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look through the stats to it, you know, the unforced errors, Keys still got 10 more than Delacroix, but she got it probably more than double in the first set. The second and third set was very impressive. She improved on all aspects, took over the total points won, came to the net a lot more than Delacroix did. So overall, in the big picture, if you take away the unforced errors for the first set, was completely dominant, and she does have a great future ahead of herself. She's a big, strong girl. I think she'll take care of herself physically. She'll be around a long time, and she's going to, I think, scare a lot of players.
Madison Keys equals her best previous performance here at the Australian Open. She was in the third round in 2013. She's backed that up again, and she's likely to go a long way. She was very powerful through the final two sets, and Lindsay Davenport on her feet and applauding her charge for a very meritorious win. It's going to get tougher from here on, but she's up for the task.
get a rowdy song.
So the Upway South Tennis Club, who's supporting Upway South? Free trial. It's a bigger class format engaging more people.
ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome to your producer right here, Margaret. Looking forward to a big match.
Ladies and gentlemen, all is in readiness for tonight's first match on Margaret Court Arena, and please welcome from Belarus, Victoria Azarenka. And please welcome our number 8 seed from Denmark, Caroline Wozniacki.
Well, quite incredible seeing two women coming out here, former world number ones, and what a surprise, facing off in the second round of a Grand Slam. Caroline Wozniacki, number 8 in the world, up against Victoria Azarenka, two-time champion here, whose ranking has dropped to number 44, with last year being stymied by injury. But what a blockbuster match for a second round. I'm Karen Pratt, and alongside me, Yoko Ulting. Amazing, isn't it?
It's definitely interesting. It's going to be a great matchup. Girls, I think, are happy that they can play a little bit later at night. Today it was so warm on the outside course to play, also in the stadium. But now much better temperatures for them to play.
Yes, it's quite delightful, 21 degrees, but there is a bit of a breeze about. Gusty outside, but quite a bit of protection offered by the marvellous arena here, Margaret Court Arena. And Azarenka in the fluoro yellow, bopping along to whatever the tune of the moment is. Caroline Wozniacki, the Dane, former world number 1, was at the top of the game for 67 weeks back in 2010, and taking on another former number 1 in Victoria Azarenka. This is going to be quite a nervous match for Wozniacki, and of course Azarenka, who was hampered by injuries last year, just happy to be out there on court and healthy again.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, how are you? Hi, nice to meet you.
Sure, yep. Hello.
Hello, very well, thank you.
Okay, ladies, just a couple of reminders, and then we'll have a photograph, please, after the coin toss. We have a net machine. We're using Hawkeye, so when you challenge, please do that quickly and clearly. Any questions? Need anything else apart from water? No? Right, Charlene, heads or tails? Heads called. Heads, heads, heads. And you win, Victoria. Okay, receiving. All right, and together and face that way, please. Thank you. Oh.
Azarenka winning the toss and choosing to receive. There's a nice formality as where someone gets to come out, toss the coin, meet the players. Great opportunity. Engaging people with the matches here.
You can already see the skirt blown by the winds. Will be swirling. I think Margaret Court Arena will not be coming from one direction. It's not easy to take that into consideration when you're playing, especially during the warm-up. Right now, try to feel the ball more in the center of the strings in the first couple of minutes.
Well, Wozniacki had to withdraw from Sydney with a wrist injury, but Yako, I know you called her first match and she didn't seem to have any problems with that.
No, she played Taylor Townsend in the first round. She had a pretty tough match there and needed to play her backhand several times where she had to pass and use also that left hand a little bit more. And she seemed to be fine, and I didn't hear her in the press conference afterwards either.
And Victoria Azarenka, 25 years of age, and really we shouldn't take too much notice of that number 44. That's where she's dropped to after only playing 9 tournaments last year, had 15 wins, reached the final in Brisbane at the start of the year, this time last year losing to Serena Williams there. The best results at a slam, a quarter-final at the US Open. Champion, of course, here, two-time champion, 2012 and 2013, losing to Radvanska last year here in a quarter-final. But she'll be just pleased to be back out here after having a litany of woes in the injury department in 2014. Mainly her foot, also the knee, and looking resplendent in the fluoro yellow.
And then Caroline Wozniacki, I think she's not looking forward to this match in a way that she enjoys obviously competing, but this is really the toughest opponent she can get in this second round match. And it will be interesting to see on how they match up. They've played already 7 times, and 4-3, Wozniacki leading head-to-heads. And she had a great last year, consistent year, only 1 title though. And the problem always with Caroline is that people always say she's a great player, former number 1, but she's never won a slam, and she doesn't win often against top 10 players.
Oh, she had a pretty good run towards the end of last year. Great to see her coming back to reach another Grand Slam final at the US Open. She'd done it back in 2009 and repeated that performance in 2014, going down to Serena in that final. In fact, Serena was her nemesis throughout the year. She played some very tough matches against her, and an absolute thriller at the end of the year at the WTA Championships, losing to Serena 7-6 in the 3rd. But she really started to play exceptionally well at the end of the year.
She absolutely did. She raised her game again. I think she's trying to settle down also in the coaching area. Her father back on the team, and obviously she had a pretty tough time breaking up with a boyfriend at that time. Lots of things going on there, and I think she's finally settling in and enjoying life in general, and getting back to a normal situation where she can just focus on her tennis and improve her own game again.
Absolutely, and it was about this time last year when the engagement was announced. It was in Sydney at the top of one of our buildings there. It was very romantic, and the breakup in May. Here's a look at the head-to-heads with these women, and if you take out retirements from injury, it's 3 apiece. And the last meeting, 2013 Cincinnati, which Azarenka won 6-3, 7-6. Only played once before at a Grand Slam, and that was at the 2008 US Open, where Wozniacki won that. But really, it'll just come down to how Caroline deals with the fact that she's having to play someone like Vika at this stage of the tournament. Let's not also forget that these two are great friends.
They're good friends. At the same time, I also think there's a little jealousy involved.
Of course.
I mean,
2 minutes.
They're only 1 year apart, and Caroline winning 22 titles, Azarenka winning 17. Amongst these 17, 2 Grand Slam titles, and they're only still, 24, 25-year-old, and they're already making history. There are not many players who have that many titles and still active and such a young age. And she wants to do what Azarenka has done already.
Well, you spoke about Caroline breaking up, the much publicised breakup with Rory McIlroy, which came about May, but of course Vika Azarenka also had a relationship breakup this year with Red Fu. She was with him this time last year at the Australian Open, Stefan Gordy, and she broke up with him in May and has confessed to feeling a little depressed about that. Has had to really get herself together, having also the concerns of the injuries to deal with throughout the year. So tough years for both of these women, but Wozniacki already having bounced back
1
on
minute.
the court, and Azarenka looking to do the same in 2015. Talking about the injuries that she had, was a left foot injury. She had plantar fasciitis, which can be really difficult to get over. It can take a long time, a neuroma, and also an issue with her knee. So quite a bit to deal with, and every time she'd start to get back into it, something else would go wrong, as is often the case with these injuries.
Many times when your left foot's hurting, the next one is going to be your right knee, and then it's going to be your left hip again. That's usually how it follows up.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be the best of
once you're
3
injured,
sets. First
it's
2,
tough to get out
tie-break,
because
final
you
set
really want
advantage.
to start playing again, and you start sometimes
Victoria
too early, or you
Azarenka
overdo
won the
it.
toss.
And maybe
And
even during
chose to
training it
receive.
goes well, but then when you go back to the matches, then obviously you ask something extra from your body and you hurt yourself again.
Wozniacki started her year in Auckland, got to the final there and lost to Venus Williams, and then had to retire in Sydney with the wrist problem. Azarenka, she started at the Brisbane International, losing in the first round to the very talented Karolina Pliskova. So she's definitely going to be short of match play coming into this, and we'll just see how much of a factor that will be in this. But let's not forget also, she loves being here at Melbourne Park. It's been a very happy hunting ground for her.
And that's the best place to get back your optimism, to get back your happiness, to go back to places where you've played well in the past, and try and forget about maybe other recent things, and try to pick up your routine where you eat at night, where you train, the place in the locker room. And these are things that can really help you to get back your game. And it will be interesting to see if the lack of matches, will be a factor in this game, or if it's just this one match between two great players and it's on the day-to-day form.
Well, they both know what sort of battle they have in store here. Saw another incredible second round today with Serena Williams having to face former world number 2 Vera Zvonareva coming through that one. But the stage set for a terrific second round match. Battle of former number
Take your
ones.
seats quickly, please. First set. Karolina Wozniacki to start. Ready. Play.
First rally.
Love 15.
Azarenka maybe a little better shot maker than Wozniacki is from the baseline. And she is going for it straight from the start.
A long rally for early in the match. Both players getting good feel on the ball out here. I think Azarenka is going to have a very aggressive mindset.
She has a tremendous first serve, Caroline. She's been using it a lot also in the first round match, and if her first serve is in, she gets many times the easy second ball. She needs to be throughout the match more on the forehand side of Wozniacki.
30 all.
Backhand, she's so tough. She can hit really good shots from every angle. On the forehand, she tends to get shorter. She played that 2 or 3 times during the rally.
Murphy confirming that call. Quality tennis from both women. Azarenka had the early control of that point. Wozniacki got it back. Really going toe-to-toe out here.
Let first round.
Great length from the return. You see that more and more nowadays, that the return is not being hit on an angle, but really deep in the center of the court. Take it a little earlier on the rise.
Advantage, Wozniak.
Caroline waiting for balls coming from the same corner all the time, from the same ball kit.
Superstition?
Superstition, absolutely.
Deuce.
Well, this opening service game turning into a huge struggle for Wozniacki.
This is the level of tennis we can see in the first game. What's going to bring us in the next 2 sets or 3 sets? Fantastic.
Return from Azarenka.
Advantage, Azarenka.
Earns herself a break point.
That combination is a good combination. Good first serve, and that was not an easy backhand to put away. It was a great return by Azarenka. Maybe a little short.
Missed. Great defense from
challenging the call.
Wozniacki.
Far sideline. Ball was called out.
Eventually, the lady on the far sideline, she called out.
Took a while, didn't it?
At the same time, Wozniacki already had her hand up. She was going to chance, and then it was Azarenka putting her hand up for a chance.
Oh, and it's in.
Overturned. Advantage, Azarenka.
Shows just how important that challenge system is.
Game, Azarenka.
Well, a terrific start from Victoria Azarenka. She gets the break in the opening game.
First game.
Looking at this first game, I think Azarenka, she gets the picture. I think she knows what she has to do to beat Caroline Wozniacki today. If she can keep it up, if her match fitness is there, her match toughness, after not obviously having played a lot at the end of 14 and only one match at tour level in the beginning of 2015. I don't know, but she definitely knows where she has to make her points and be aggressive and attack the second serve of Wozniacki.
Keep the ladies' hair back.
Let's see how she serves herself.
Victoria Azarenka to serve. $15.
15 all.
Certainly looked like it came off the line. And Victor deciding against challenging. Had to think about it though.
Sometimes
30,
a little
15.
bit more spin, and then if she's too short with the spin, and Azarenka, she's on top of it. Every ball she sees, she's going to go after it. Actually, quite intimidating, this yellow color. Imagine you're on the other side of the net.
Well, it's all quite intimidating, really. She missed that one, but being very aggressive. The colour is certainly eye-catching. It's great.
Imagine you see that running around over the baseline and coming to the net if you're on the other side. And the ball, maybe the same angle, you can hardly see the ball. It's
That's
the same
right.
color.
Yeah. It's just too good.
40-10. Again, Azarenka.
Well, a solid service game from Azarenka to consolidate the break. 2-love.
Azarenka leads 2-0.
And she's been very impressive so far. Nyaka, you talk about fitness. It's match fitness. She's fit, but is she match tough? There's quite a difference, isn't there?
Yeah, so far, obviously, it's the start of the match and she's doing well. She obviously is being tested, but not with, 5-4s and 30-40s or a lot of break points.
Last 15.
Swing while you're winning. Swing while you're winning. That's easy in tennis.
Ball was called out.
But as soon as you end up in trouble, or you have to face a few break points, make some choices there, especially some choices over you've done 1,000 times. It's still difficult.
Love 15. That's 15 all. Wozniacki has 2 challenges remaining.
She's playing a little more aggressive, Caroline. She feels that if she waits, like she maybe has done a little bit too much in the first 2 games, that's Azarenka is going to take advantage of that. And she's playing a bit more aggressive. You saw footwork also be a little quicker, a little bit more agile. Okay, she missed, but right intention I saw there in this rally.
All.
Using some variety, changing things up.
But just look on the speed of Wozniacki getting to that short ball, how quickly she was there. Really quick. Being able to lift the ball, just not high enough.
Break point.
Oh, there was a big sigh of relief there from Wozniacki after she saw that return was going long. That's a present.
Advantage, Azarenka.
We had high hopes for this match, and it's certainly living up to the billing so far.
It can be such a letdown if you just wait for it the whole day to be able to call this match and to look at it, and then it ends up being dreadful, but it is fantastic already. Well, once you start doing that on an evening match at Margaret, you're going to be very busy for the rest of the evening, trying to get all the bugs out.
You're saying we've got a lot of bugs in Australia? Masterfully played by Azarenka, just biding her time to use the forehand down the line.
Advantage, Azarenka.
Looking at the first 3 games so far, I think Wozniacki has the toughest task at hand for tonight. She has to have a high first serve percentage, she has to be deep on her shots, and she has to play more aggressive than she normally would like to.
Facing a break point yet again, the 3rd time in this game.
Game, Azarenka.
Another break of serve. It's all Azarenka at the moment on the scoreboard. 3 games to love.
Azarenka leads 3 games to love.
These two former world #1s have played some super tennis in the opening 3 games, but it's been very unrewarding for Caroline Wozniacki. Not on the scoreboard yet.
Time.
Azarenka has clocked 8 winners, only 3 unforced errors. Been playing aggressively, picking her moments in the points.
Take your seats quickly,
Forcing
please.
Wozniacki to
Ladies
go
and gentlemen,
a
seats,
little
please.
bit more than she normally would for the lines.
It's not good enough in this match, I think. You really have to play at your upper best to win the points, to win games, to win sets.
Just
and
take
eventually hopefully
any
a match.
empty seat for now, and then quick change
And also
afterwards.
because the
Any
games are
seat,
so
please.
close, I still feel that Wozniacki obviously has a chance to come back even in this set. Next couple of games to invest in being a little bit more aggressive. She's down double break. There's not much to lose anymore in this set, so she'll have to go for it, and she will. As you've seen in the last point, volley drive.
Love setting.
Very well placed serve.
Little less speed. We saw Wozniacki planting her feet there too soon.
A big opening here now for Wozniacki. Yeah, one of the breaks back.
Fully. Yeah, Wozniacki.
Wozniacki strikes back. She's on the board.
Big
Azarenka
mental
leads
gain here
3 games
for
to 1.
the Danish player. She needed this one exactly at this moment to come back in this set, and it's far from over. Nobody would say double break, you know, the set is pretty much in your pocket, but not in this match. And another good aggressive point. She can't let down this game. She has to play well again to win her own service game.
Well, she's really reacted well to the situation. identified that she was being too passive and has really upped the ante.
Left, first throw.
Did here. She was playing 6-7 times inside the forehand corner, but Wozniacki actually playing great forehands, except for that last one again. It was a little short. Bum, she's on top of it.
Yes, an incredible rally, the longest of the match so far, 18 shots.
(30-15).
There's a little lazy footwork there. She wanted to take the ball still on the rise, being on the baseline, and go for it. I think she just should have created some space, take a couple steps back, and just hit it rolling backhand there.
All. (30-40).
Well, Azarenka returning very well, handling the Wozniacki serve the majority of the time. Carolina only winning 39% of points when she gets her first serve in.
Yeah, because she goes down the tee a lot, and you see Azarenka already move before she even, hits the serve. She already moves a little bit to the inside. She's expecting it. It's a big point to win. I'm telling you, this could be as much as a set point almost. If you lose your serve once again, you're down double break for 4-1.
Wozniacki knows it.
Many times over and over again the last couple of days, if the ball hits the tape, the tape is so tight, it actually doesn't really help you that it just rolls over. It just kind of bounces up a little higher, and it gives there Carolina a beautiful opportunity to hit a nice approach shot down the line.
Game, Wozniacki.
It's 3-2 Azarenka.
Azarenka leads 3 games to 2.
A few little errors in that game from Azarenka where she really needed to tighten the screws and take advantage of the situation.
She's playing so well, in the first 3 games. It's tough to keep it up. And can we already put it along match fitness or match toughness? I don't think so. It's just like she played such a high level. And Caroline is playing well too from the beginning. She lost the first 3 games, but she's not playing badly. She's not playing poorly. She just get overplayed by Azarenka. And right now, Azarenka, as you say, just a couple of mistakes, and Wozniacki's right back in there.
Excellent start from Victoria Azarenka, but just a couple more errors creeping in. Some fabulous tennis in the opening 5 games. And often in a Grand Slam, you'll see the champions, those that get well through the tournament, just raising their game as the tournament goes on. Second week form tends to be better than the first, but out here, it's no holds barred. They've had to get into it from the start, playing their best tennis.
This could be the final. The tennis we've seen so far can be final tennis. If you have a ticket for the final of the ladies singles and you see this kind of tennis, you're happy. You know why you bought a ticket.
That's right. And so the lucky fans here at Margaret Court Arena, they're getting a treat.
Thursday night session. Azarenka, many shots there to the forehand. Then this last one was short again, and then she goes for the winner. That's the play she needs for the rest of the match.
A bit late on that one.
30-15.
Court's playing faster this year. You hear it from all the players. The 3 stadium courts ball kind of skids through a little, especially when it hits the lines, of course, but also in a regular court.
Out. 30 all.
No challenge being made by Victoria. She looked at her coach and he just put his finger up, and because he's sitting right along the baseline, saving her challenges.
Samsumik.
Challenging the call. Left far sideline. Ball was called in.
We are sitting right on that line. I don't know if she's right, but definitely wishful thinking there.
I'd ask the question.
It's too big of a point not to challenge.
It's taken the line, has it? No! Relief for Wozniacki. And that is a massive point. It gives her a chance here for the break back.
That was on the line.
Shot through, didn't it?
Absolutely. Caroline was there, her feet were in position, but then the ball went through so quickly. She was a little late on that backhand. And if her wrist is still a little hurt, this shot would be the nasty one to hit. A little late. I think most of it with your left arm, your left hand.
Advantage.
She changed her mind. She was all set to hit that to the backhand of Azarenka. And no, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to change And once you start thinking like that, most of the time it goes wrong. Look where she is on second serve, where she stands.
Game, Azarenka.
Azarenka keeps her advantage. Great job holding on to her serve there. 4-2 she leads opening set.
Azarenka leads 4 games 2-2.
Had the break point against her and played that incredible depth. And that's what Caroline thinks about it.
Yeah, she was a little lucky with that one call on Hawkeye, a little unlucky with the ball on the line. I mean, the girls have to play so close to the lines to win points.
Oh, what happened there?
15 love.
Really looked like she pulled up on that.
Yeah, she tripped over her own feet or her ankle. Left ankle.
$30.
Merciless as Wozniacki, yes, she gives her opponent a quick run on the next point.
Ooh, pressed a little bit
30,
too
15.
hard.
Intentions is good though, you can hit a double fault. But she had at least good length on that second serve because she knows if she doesn't, same with the forehand, if it's not deep enough, Azarenka's going to punish it.
$40-15. Then Wozniacki.
Making sure of that one and staying within striking distance in this opening set.
Azarenka
4-3,
leads 4 games to
Azarenka.
3. New balls, please.
Do we have a white towel? Because this one.
Well, the girls are only going to be one game apart, but also 1 point apart. Wozniacki won 27 points so far, Azarenka 28. You can kind of say that Azarenka has more difficulty winning her service games, and she's still close. They're so close, both girls.
It's a great contest. And most of their previous encounters have certainly been very close in the last 5 years.
Just look at some of the statistics, you know. There's moments you can see that Azarenka has just a little bit better percentage on everything except first serve percentage. Caroline has 71% first serves. And slight difference there also on winners and unforced errors.
Time.
Victoria Azarenka on the comeback trail from injury in 2014 that restricted her schedule to only 9 tournaments. A disappointing year all round for her. But she's coming out here starting with the first slam of 2015. Really throwing down the gauntlet to the world number 8, Caroline Wozniacki. She's up a break, serving at 4-3.
with new balls and new rackets. Love.
Well, that's been the money shot for Azarenka when she can get the backhand down the line into Wozniacki's forehand. Has to pick her moments.
Don't you love that two-handed backhand that just allows that you can use that left hand a little just to create that angle out wide. Both girls do that so well.
The dancing work of Azarenka.
My footwork was still like that.
I think any tennis player will.
40 love.
I'm sure you're still twinkle toes. Yato.
Oh yeah, sure. Good investment there from Caroline Wozniacki. I think 40 love down, you might as well. Mix it up a little bit, make your opponent run. Try to put some more options in her mind.
Well, second double fault of the match for Azarenka.
So it looked there's going to be a quick haul to 5-3. She still has to fight, and these are the points maybe where we can see if she's already match tough.
Certainly a worry for Azarenka.
Deuce.
From 40 love back to deuce. Just adds a lot of pressure to an already pretty tight situation. Such a close contest.
That's it then, 4-3, 40 love, easy game for 5-3, and now you have to fight through it. She's a little irritated, starts talking to the ball kids. Come on, make sure the balls are a little faster. Asking for a towel now. And Wozniacki a little bit more in sync.
Massive point here. Chance for Wozniacki. Gets it back on level pegging, but she certainly had a lot of assistance from Azarenka in that game.
all of a sudden the unforcers just were right there. And she changed racket at the same moment. Obviously the ball change was there. She played 3 good first points. So you think, oh, she's used to those things. And then all of a sudden, stupid errors.
Well, we spoke earlier about match toughness, and I think those sort of situations is where that can tell, not having played a lot of matches over the last 12 months.
Left. First round.
Once again, we've seen it earlier before today. Then the machine goes off. Obviously, the umpire will have to say, okay, it's a let serve, you have to do it again. But both players know that this ball went over the net by, you know, 4 or 5 centimeters probably. And Kozjaki knows, because Azarenka will be at her most dangerous right now in this game. Back to 4-all, and she's going to have a different mindset again after that momentum switch. Being ahead and closing out, it's a different thing as being even again and, you know, just go back into the match. You see that very often with ladies' matches.
It's all about controlling the emotions, isn't it?
It is.
Four-all, 30-all. Vital stages of this opening set. Well, what a change in the quality of tennis we're seeing out here. Caroline's father and coach, Peter, watching on, and Sam Sumik, Vickers' coach. And took the initiative again.
Being a father and coach, you enjoy seeing that.
Advantage, Azarenka.
18-shot rally. All parts of the court used.
I'm so happy calling this match from up here, and I don't have to run. I just get tired looking at it.
Deuce.
First ace of the match after almost 9 games.
was a super shot from Azarenka.
Advantage, Azarenka.
Desperately trying to fire herself up here to stay positive. She has this opportunity, another break point for her.
She pulls off the moment she was about to hit this one. She knew she had an opportunity to, but she was a little hesitant.
That's where the instincts kick in when you've been playing a lot through those pressure situations.
Fist there from Wozniacki.
Advantage, Wozniacki.
Into the face of her opponents.
Still wants to get the ball from the particular corner. It's the lucky one.
Yeah, it's the lucky one. That's a ball that must produce an ace.
Deuce. Wozniacki challenging the ball right near sideline. Ball was called in.
Oh, Wozniacki hoping. But asking for the ball, so she can't be too confident.
No.
And that's why, right on the line.
She knew it, didn't she?
Deuce. Wozniacki has one challenge remaining.
Azarenka now sticking to the forehand of Wozniacki, hoping for that short ball. In this case, already the mistake. Even better from her perspective. The girls know each other so well.
Fourth break point in this game now for Azarenka.
Azarenka leads 5-4.
Ouch, that hurts from Wozniacki perspective. You come back from double break and you have good chances to dismiss Azarenka in the next couple of games, and you lose your serve at 4-0. I mean, these girls are battling. I mean, 54 minutes just for 9 games. Points, 39 points to Azarenka, 38 points to Caroline Wozniacki, but she's down a break.
Oh, it's just been sensational tennis out here. And a real battle of wills. Saw a little flat patch there where Azarenka went off for a little bit, but gee, she's rebounded well from that.
But I told you, as soon as it's back to 4-0, and then it feels different again. You're back to instincts, you're back to just playing the match, and you don't have to think about, oh, I'm up, I should close it out, or I had my chances, why am I still struggling? And it's back to equals, 1-on-1.
Take your seats quickly, please, ladies and gentlemen. Seats, please.
Comes out again.
Time.
Still a few more unforced errors, though from Azarenka compared to the first 4-5 games. And Can they keep this up? Big service game coming now for Azarenka. She needs a lot of first serves, I think. Hopefully even get a free point maybe.
Azarenka serving for the opening set.
Love 15.
Both girls have high first serve percentages. So also Azarenka, but they only win 55%. That's only like half. And on the second serve, they only win 1/3 of the points. So how good are they returning?
Love setting.
Doesn't tend to hide the emotions too much, Vika. Giving us a little replay of what went wrong.
I thought it was funny. Now she has to.
She's only got one challenge
exactly.
left here.
Am I going to use it?
Wozniacki challenging the call, right baseline.
You get an extra one if it might go to a tie break, but this is your last one all the way up to 6-0.
Oh, and it's such a tight situation, you don't want to be left with no challenges. Well, that's exactly the situation she's going to be in.
15-30.
Looking at her dad. Why didn't you say that and signal that I shouldn't challenge?
I think that's distracted her a little bit.
Second
30 all
in a row.
Wozniacki has no challenges remaining. Let's cross on.
Looking for the forehand already. The serve. Interesting to see where she's going to go now. Already on the serve, she goes to the forehand, hoping for a short return so she can attack it straight away. It's smart play by Azarenka. It's really smart play.
And smart also to make sure she got that first serve in.
It was only at 132, but it did the job.
Set point.
Game in first set. Azarenka.
An aggressive hitting from Azarenka, and she takes the opening set.
6 games to 4.
Well, she held her nerve there.
It's a good sign. You know, that's also a sign of a former #1 player. That she reminds the things that she has to do to win this first set. It's a tough first set. Both girls, great first serve percentages. Double faults equal, winners pretty close. Azarenka more unforced errors, but it kind of comes with the fact that she has to be more aggressive than her opponents. But look at the break points, 3 out of 10 only. You know, she's the one who's in charge. Wozniacki working the point a little bit more. And as we said before, it's the forehand of Wozniacki falling short at some of the moments where that gives Azarenka the chance to attack and come in and win the set.
A fascinating opening set. What a tussle it was. Just a shade under an hour long. some great hitting from both women, but it was Azarenka who was just a little more aggressive throughout. But what a contest it's been, certainly living up to the blockbuster billing.
And I think the editing did a great job here, because there were so many highlights in this set. You still have to comprise them into like 1 minute of highlights in between this changeover. We've seen great tennis in this first set. Karen, what do you think for the second set? Do you think Wozniacki is going to play a bit more aggressive? Because I thought at one stage, especially halfway through the set, she did play quite aggressively for her standard, and really, you know, going for the ball and trying to get Azarenka on the run. But she will have to be the first one
would you like to roll those across?
to hit the big shot just a little before her opponent if she's going to win this match.
Okay, I'll fix it.
5 balls instead of 6. Always 6 balls in rotation.
It's down the other end of the court. They're getting it down to a now, and she wants to make sure that it comes from that corner down this near end of the court.
Both girls have to win some more points on their first serve.
$39. Let's first one. $40. $40-15.
Well, strange one there, 40 love up, but if you're going to serve a double, I guess that's the best moment. There is no good moment. Vital for Wozniacki to get away to a good start. The second set after having dropped the first.
Again,
She does just that. Held uncomfortably.
First game, second set.
I expect this to be just as much of a battle, and I'm not convinced that it's going to be a straight set victory for Azarenka. Wozniacki is going to throw everything she has at her.
Not because I favor any of these two players, but I would really hope so. If we can keep looking at this kind of tennis, I'd rather have 3 sets than 2 sets. shot there, slice backhand.
Love 15.
Yeah, really working the ball around the court and working Azarenka over. Good variety.
Deep to the forehand. Ball a little slower. Next one, attack.
15 all.
It's the money-making pattern.
Oh, that is such strong play from Azarenka.
This rally,
30-15.
exactly the same rhythm as the rally before. Exactly the same rhythm. Same finish, just out to the finish with the backhand corner. And the volley drive.
All.
Azarenka taking her time here in between points, making sure she doesn't rush it.
Both of us were almost on our feet. This was incredible. The gasps from the crowd punctuating that point. They could not believe the defensive work that Azarenka did there to stay in the point and then turn it around and win it. Remarkable. 17 shots. Brilliant.
Here's the challenge. Yeah, she's out of position anyways.
Wozniacki challenging the call.
Of course.
Right near sideline, ball was called in.
And once again, I don't know if she's sure.
If she is right, if Wozniacki is right on this one, I really think the umpire is doing a bad job.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
It's in.
It's in, so he did a good job. And it was wishful thinking.
Game Azarenka.
She's not been lucky
One
so
game
far
all.
with Hawkeye's system.
Miss
And the
Wozniacki
chances
has
that she
two
made,
challenges remaining.
she has made, they've not been lucky ones, has he?
No, I'm not sure if that's why she was shaking her head, because she knew she'd made a mistake with that. You don't want to be wasting your challenges early in a set. Really can be a strategic no-no.
Well defended by Wozniacki after that pretty weak second serve. She does it so well.
15 love.
But Azarenka is going to really be aggressive, and every chance she's going to get, she's going to go for it. She's going to hit it. First serve, good length, crucial now for Wozniacki.
Shots in that one, and
30 love.
Diving and anticipating at the net, coming up trumps in that point. Gutsy effort.
Funny to see some of the stats. Azarenka has come forward
30-15.
She's won 16 out of 20 points over this match, 2 out of 2 on this set only. And also Wozniacki is winning 12 out of 13 when she comes forward. So for her, no reason, you know, just not to follow up more often.
They've been amazing with the overheads.
Thank you, sir. Please.
Oh,
30 on.
well, that's a shame for Caro, I think, distracted with that interjection. It's going to take her time and have a towel down, regroup.
Looking for the balls again. Just coming from the wrong side. She always wants the balls to come from the ball person. That side of the court where she has to serve from.
Steady 40.
Early trouble again for Wozniacki.
Deuce. Advantage, Azarenka. Again, Azarenka.
First strike for Azarenka in this second set. She breaks for 2-1.
Azarenka leads 2-1.
stage in this second set with Azarenka taking the early break. Yako ulting. What do you make of that?
It's a mountain to climb for Wozniacki. You can't say she's playing bad. She put herself back into that match in that first set, being down double break. And then you think, okay, maybe she's about to turn the match in her favor. She didn't. She lost her serve, eventually losing the set, and now down a break again. You know, it makes life difficult. You know, how many times can you lose your serve? But on the other hand, she's returning so well too. Azarenka doesn't get any free points on her serve. You know, and also struggling to win points on serve.
Take your seats quickly, please, ladies and gentlemen.
It's just a battle. It's every game is being fought for. Every point's being fought. 15-shot rallies, 17-shot rallies. It's just not good enough.
Let's see if Azarenka can consolidate that break.
Almost every attack going forward has been successful for both girls.
15 love.
So that means they choose their moments so well to come in. As soon as they see the opponent is in trouble, they move forward. If needed, a volley drive or an overhead, doesn't matter.
On.
The double fault for the match, first in this set.
Oh! 30-15.
Once again, Wozniacki feeling pressured into going for something that's a little bit too soon, too much.
Well, she's trying to maneuver the rally around in this way that if she goes with her forehand down the line, most likely Azarenka will go to her backhand. And that's something that Azarenka has done really well throughout the match. That if she's being pushed in her backhand, she still tends to go down the line back to the forehand of Wozniacki, and that's where she needs to be.
Game, Azarenka.
Well, a comfortable service game for Victoria Azarenka.
Azarenka leads 3-1.
Nice buffer for her now, a set and 3-1.
It's been a while we've seen such a quick game.
Yep, that must make Vicky feel pretty good.
Short forehand again, and she's toast. Wozniacki has to be
Love 15.
so careful this game, otherwise she's going to end up with a double breakdown again, just like in that first set.
Ball boy.
And you can't ask yourself to just keep fighting back at all times. Caroline helping out a little bit here, I think out of frustration.
On.
drama reactions.
No, she misses. But once again, that last ball was short.
30-15.
I think Azarenka is doing such a good job in the rallies. As soon as she has a chance, she goes back into that same corner. Now she missed on the tee, but intentions are right. And she has more of a winning tactic to me than Wozniacki does at this time.
From Wozniacki, covered a lot of ground there, really rifled it cross court. Great preparation as she gets there, ready to disguise it, send it cross court. Pretty quick. She ran a marathon late in the year.
And
great serve now. 3-2 Azarenka.
Azarenka leads. 3 games, 2-2.
Got a lot of publicity for running the New York Marathon. Pretty handy time as well, 3 hours 26. Apparently, her buddy Serena was there at the finish line to congratulate her.
Many times when you run a marathon, you don't tend to be quicker on a tennis court.
No, but she's both.
But she's both. She's so fast. I mean, just look at the way she ran to that short drop shot volley there. She's so quick in the first 4 or 5 steps. But it's also great to see if they run to this ball and the eyes, they stay open the moment they run. The eyes are still so focused on that ball that even when they run, so it's funny to see some of the highlights, you know, just to look at the eye of a tennis player.
Absolutely. Fixed on the ball, and she has some athletic genes, Caroline Wozniacki. Her father played pro soccer, a man in the coaching seat right now, and her mum played volleyball for the Polish national team. Her brother also a very handy professional soccer player in Denmark. That's why we've seen a few little soccer skills on court from her.
I've had many discussions with former players and also current players about how you should educate young people, and do we have to let them just play tennis already at an early age? My personal opinion is it's so good for any athlete, and especially for a tennis player, to try and combine sports in the first couple of years, to have a variety of sports until you're 12 to 14 years old. It really helps you in your athleticism.
Love 15.
Measured aggression
15 on.
from Azarenka. Controlling those shots beautifully.
30-15.
Wozniacki perhaps needed to do more with that. Azarenka getting a good hit on the forehand, threading it past Wozniacki. Oops.
There a butt comes again.
30 all.
Seems like she blames her butt all the time when something goes wrong. It does happen though. You plant your feet and you're not moving forward anymore with your body weight. That's what happens. Your butt sticks out.
Let seconds on.
How would you call that? A forced or unforced error this last second?
Forced.
40
I think it was
I would say
forced.
so too, yes.
Certainly the pressure built through the point. Great work from Azarenka.
Once again, successful going forward. Beautiful volley. Well, I agree with you that it was a forced error to my opinion too, and then we see the unforced errors, you know, coming there in the screen. But I definitely think it was a forced error. It's a deep and hard ball, and there's not much you could to do.
How about the net skills of both of these players? Incredible stats when they are forward in the court. Both of them moving in a lot.
Once again, with a little extra effort.
Advantage Azarenka.
Well, if we do believe the statistics, then I just try to pay some attention to it. Wozniacki is making 3 to 4 times more mistakes on the forehand than on her backhand side. That's
You've been
something.
saying this throughout the match, that's the targeted wing.
Another one right here.
Game Azarenka.
And that's why she
New ball,
serves there. When
please.
she has a game point, and she really needs that point.
Azarenka leads 4 games to 2.
Time may be running out here for Wozniacki. Framing that last, right at the top there of the racket. He's hitting it.
A rare mistake on returns too, because all the girls forehand return, backhand return over both sets. They put 90% of the returns back in play.
It's been a tremendous contest in that sense. That's why it's been tough with the serving percentages, because of the quality of the returns. Sam Sumik must be very happy with what he's seeing out here from Vika. Worked hard to get her back on the court, rehab all the injuries she's had.
Love 15.
Karen, you mentioned last year she only played 24 matches, of which she won 15. 24 matches, and still gets her to the ranking of 44. Imagine she can play a full season again with this tennis. Top 5, top 10.
Top 5, you'd have to think. talked about this tournament being wide open in terms of the contenders. And on the basis of what we're seeing tonight, Azarenka has to be counted among those. She's won this title twice.
One of these players, if they keep doing well, their round of 16 matchup with Sibolkova. She's looking great right now.
Love footing.
Break. 3 break points to go up, double break.
Wozniacki just looking quite deflated by what she's having to deal with out here in a second round match.
Yeah. Azarenka.
She's on the roll. Victoria Azarenka with a set in hand, 5-2.
Azarenka leads.
She'll serve for
5
the
games
match.
to 2.
I mean, it's very much the luck of the draw, isn't it, when you've got a dangerous floater like Azarenka. Everyone was talking about it before the tournament. Who would draw her? Where would she sit in the draw? And, you know, it's unlucky for Wozniacki, even more unlucky for Sloane Stephens, of course, who faced her first round.
Yeah, I think of a lot of the girls when they saw the draw first, obviously, who do I play first round? And then, where's Azarenka? Am I going to meet her?
That's right.
As a seeded player in the first 2 rounds, then yes, I'm a little unlucky. And as we've seen so far, we know why.
Margaret Court Arena, the scene of a fabulous contest, the quality of which you don't often see in a second round. But Azarenka on the comeback trail, after a year hampered by injury, only ranked 44 in the world and pitted against the world number 8 in this second round, and she has the better of it. Took the first set in a very tight contest, now has run away with things just in the last few games, serving for the match now.
See if she can close it out now. She had a bit of
15
trouble that we did in the first set.
Always nice to win the first point in the game.
1 down, 3 to go.
Fifteen all.
Very aggressive there.
15
She's going to go down. She's going to go down swinging.
These are dangerous moments, you know, if you're up, if you're down 2 breaks, nothing to lose. It's like a hurt animal. Can do strange things. trying to figure out what really was, or still is, Wozniacki's plan on how to beat her opponent. I just can't figure it out. She does mix it up, but she doesn't really have one play that gives her the points when she really needs it.
A great time to come up with a quality serve. First ace for the set. Match point for Victoria Azarenka.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what did you think of that? A terrific performance through in straight sets. Well done, Vika.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate you all coming and supporting. It really gives us motivation to play good tennis. Thank you.
A big win for you as well, given the injuries and everything you've had to battle in the last 12 months. So a huge win for you here, and you really enjoyed celebrating it as well.
Yeah, I just love to dance. You know, I always look... You know, I always look at the other sports as well, and when I watch tennis on TV, they show people in the crowd dancing, and I'm start dancing in my room as well with the crowd. So, you know, I just might as well enjoy myself on the court.
Absolutely. Anyone in Margaret Court Arena, you need to get up and dance. I mean, if you want to get involved, get up and dance. I'm sure there's going to be a few people that do it.
Yeah, well, we need some music, I think, for it. But, you know, playing on this new arena is such an amazing court. It's my first time here playing, so I really enjoyed it. And thank you, Australian Open for creating such an amazing facilities for us to play. It's so innovational, and, I mean, it's incredible. Thank you.
Well, we're going to get some music for you because she's danced her way into the third round. Please give her a big round of applause. 6-4, 6-2 win. Look at her go! Happy days for Victoria Azarenka from Belarus.
Well, girls just want to have fun. And Azarenka feeling the love of this crowd and giving some back to everyone here at Melbourne Park. Two-time champion here, and you can just see how happy she is to be back on the court, back feeling healthy, and in a great frame of mind, the game working beautifully for her.
She can be proud of herself what she's done here tonight. She's played tremendously. Only played one match this year, lost it, and has not played for such a long time at the end of 2014. And come out and beating Caroline, who's such a consistent player, the way she did was really a great effort. I can imagine why she's happy. She's still in tough part of the draw, though. It's a really tough part. Sivakova still in that part of the draw, and Serena. and all these players to meet, and hopefully for her to win another Australian Open. But I think she'd be happy just to survive one match at a time. And so just look at this match summary. Look at the hit points won from both girls. 21 for 26 for Azarenka, 16 for 18 Wozniacki. That means they did come forward. It's fantastic to see. And, you know, looking at these stacks, we got everything we expected. Too bad it was the third set, but the way it ended with that volley of Azarenka just described the whole game. Miraculous.
It's a wonderful match to watch and a terrific result for Victoria Azarenka. Coming through in style to take that big match. 6-4, 6-2 through to the third round.
Dan and Robbie in place at Margaret.
Ladies and gentlemen, all is in readiness for this second match on Margaret Court Arena. Please welcome from the USA, Donald Young. And now, please welcome out to Margaret Court Arena, our 8th seed from Canada, Margaret.
Last match on Margaret Court Arena, night 4 of the Australian Open. Another wonderful day in Melbourne. Milos Raonic, the 8th seed in very good form, taking on the American journeyman Donald Young. And Milos Raonic, when he's played in the Australian Open, has never lost in the second round. Donald Young has never made it past the third round. The former winner of the juniors here at the Australian Open back in 2005. Experienced campaigner in Grand Slam singles matches, Donald Young. But Milos Raonic, the more credentialed player. Robbie Koenig with me in commentary. And Robbie, what are you expecting tonight? I mean, Milos Raonic is in terrific form. He played very well in Brisbane. Should have nearly beaten Roger Federer. It was a great performance. He's just about ready now to mount a challenge, isn't he?
Yes, good evening, Dan, and good evening, everybody, wherever you are around the world listening in. I think it could be an interesting matchup. This guy is in fine form at the moment. He's definitely in with the shot here. But I was just looking at the head-to-head. Even though Milos has won both their previous encounters, it hasn't been plain sailing, so I think Young won't mind taking him on.
Current temperature 21 degrees, forecast cloudy with some talk of some rain this evening. Now, of course, this particular stadium has a lid on it, so we can close it. It's a magnificent stadium, isn't it? I've only just seen it a couple of times this year, broadcasting from it for the first time, and it just indicates what a magnificent tournament this Australian Open is now, with these three great stadiums so close to each other.
I mean, that's where this tournament is just so good. It's always evolving, always looking to get better. It used to be a 6,000-seater stadium, now 7.5, with the upgrade to Margaret Court Arena.
Hi guys, okay, 6 balls, 7-9. We have Hawkeye here, 3 challenges per set, usual things. Questions? Donald, what do you like? That one's tails, this heads. Tails?
Heads.
Yeah. Serve? Serve? Yeah.
So, Milos Raonic has got this massive serve. And that'll obviously test Donald Young. If he can get a lot of easy points on serve, it'll make it a pretty tough night for Young tonight, won't it, Bobby?
I think it's almost a given now. I think it's important how Young handles it. You've got to come into this match with the mindset that there's going to be plenty of easy service games for your opponent, but when the opportunity presents itself, that's when you've got to be really focused and try and take advantage of that situation.
Donald Young's never won a singles title. But as I mentioned, he's been around a long time. What stopped him from going to the next level, do you think? Even though, of course, he continues to turn up and make his way through Grand Slam tournaments, get to third rounds, get to the 4th round of the US Open once, poor record at Wimbledon, but he keeps surviving.
Yeah, I think making that transition from the juniors to the seniors is always quite precarious, and I think you're trying to do it a little too early.
He's ranked 56 in the world. He's 25 years old. Born in Chicago, resides in Atlanta. And it's wonderful to see another left-hander playing.
Of course, last year was in Washington, where these two guys actually met in the semi-finals. Showing us he can play one on different surfaces. Of course, the clay courts of Houston. And I think he's starting to play some of his best tennis now. He's matured as a player. He's realised some of the mistakes that he's made, trying to join the pro ranks too early on in his career. And I love the fact that he's playing more aggressive tennis now, looking to come forward a bit more, and I think that served him well.
Well, he was playing in the US Open as a 16-year-old in 2005. So, as you say, it might have been a little bit too early for him, but he was a terrific junior, winning both the Australian Open and Wimbledon junior crowns.
It just shows you being a standout junior doesn't always mean it translates to senior success.
Raonic She was born in Montenegro. Now resides, like a lot of tennis players, Robbie, in Monte Carlo, and now ranked number 8 in the world, 8th seed for the tour.
And it's not just because the weather's good there. Of course,
the real estate is very good too.
Of course, 2014, a standout year for him, broke into the top 10, qualified for the Barclays World Tour Finals, won in DC, of course, finals in Paris and Tokyo. I commentated on both those, and he was outstanding throughout the course of the tournament in Paris. So came unstuck at the end. Tokyo was Kenny Shikori eventually got the better of him. What a match that was.
The semi-finals at Wimbledon, which should be a surface that would suit him, and that is where maybe he could break through for a Grand Slam singles victory with this massive serve that he has.
Yeah, I think either one of the hard-court events as well, especially here where the courts are generally playing a little quicker this year. That's the general consensus from the players. There's no reason why you can't do it here. And he showed us in Brisbane just 10 odd days ago that he is right up there. Roger Federer probably the pick of the guys as far as games are concerned coming into this tournament. He almost took him out. And so one of Australia's finest. I was almost 3 weeks with John in Asia during the RPTL, and got to know him really well. Plays a mean game of golf.
Does he really?
Blommy.
Have you played with him a little bit?
I haven't, but he's talking himself up.
Fair enough.
I will adjust my handicap accordingly.
Fair enough. Last meeting was in Basel, and Raonic had a victory.
And of course, a win the distance. It was the match I was talking about, 7-6 in the third. It's always going to be a couple of tiebreakers, so one suspects when Raonic is in the mix. And I think that'll be important for Young. If he can keep things close early on, not go down a break or serve, I think that could make this contest very interesting.
Because you never know what might happen in a tie-break.
Of course, Raonic's got one of the best tie-break records. It's Donald's mum on the left, Alona, who's been his coach for a long, long time.
1 minute. 1 minute.
That's a very interesting dynamic. He's tinkered with coaches here and there, but mom and dad have been ever present. Some suggest he's always played his best tennis under his folks. Others think perhaps he should change things up a little bit more.
Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Young won the toss, and Donald Young chose to
for a while. Is the Ricardo Piatti in the black top, and Ivan Lubicic. Of course, they share the coaching responsibilities with Milos. Very cerebral team that I know them both very well. And
fairly good player, Ivan Lubicic, in his own right.
Not bad.
Make the quarterfinals here.
3 in the world. There's Ivan, and a great guy to boot, as is Ricardo Piatti, who's been around the game for a long time. He's also based in Monte Carlo, works out with Novak Djokovic a lot. So he's got a wealth of knowledge.
So it's almost a full house, Margaret Court Arena, for another beautiful night here in Melbourne. The weather has turned it on, as it so often does in this great city of ours for the Australian Open. Not as hot as it was for the first week last year. Who could forget 44, 42, 43, 44, I think it was. I don't think we're going to get a 40 at the tournament this year, but mid-30s today. So Young will serve first.
First set, Young to serve. Ready, play. $15.
Big serve into the body at 194.
$30.
This serve is going to work well for him this evening. That little slider, as I said, this court's been playing nice and quick.
$30-15.
That's the shot you'll keep an eye on, the returner serve of Raonic, because that's always been a little bit of a weakness in his game. It's the one area that's going to have to improve if he wants to win a major, Dan.
40-15.
If they get involved in rallies, who wins them?
Probably 50-50, actually.
Game young, first game.
Well, it's just got plenty of firepower. His baseline game's improved over the last 18, 24 months.
As we know, he serves out of trees, doesn't he? It's great to watch the big servers.
And this guy will enjoy the challenge of trying to unlock the Raonic serve. I think Raonic's first serve is probably one of the best, right up there with Ivo Karlovic. I think the best second serve in the game belongs to John Isner. The amount of bounce and work that he gets off of his serve is massive.
$15.
Both serves seemed a lot quicker than 188 and 172.
$30. Really close, really close. Mr. Raonic is challenging the call on the left near sideline. The ball was called fault. Yeah. I'm not replaying that point. That's his point. 40.
Very close indeed. Close enough for Raonic.
Good authoritative umpiring from John.
Game, Raonic.
Oh, it's a big start, isn't it, Raonic? There's a huge, it's 209 Ks.
One game.
Hard to counter.
Dropping the hammer there. Oh. And it's easy power, that's the thing. He's not, you know, like he's serving his arm off to generate that sort of speed. That's what makes it so good. An area where Young has improved. He's got great hand-eye coordination. And because he's a little slighter in stature, it's going to be important for him to take the ball early, just like he did there.
30 low.
Some aces will help as well.
Now you're asking me why he didn't break through initially. He was a little lightweight as well. He's beefed himself up, big and strong in the upper body.
Mr. Raonic challenging the call. Right service line. Ball was called in.
Win some and lose some.
40 love. Raonic has 2 challenges remaining. Game Young. Young leads by 2
Young leading 2-1.
One of the best serves in the business, technically so sound. Look at the tilts of the shoulders, eyes looking up. Everything is going up and forward. Beautiful pronation of the wrist, big leap into the court. So balanced, there's no motion on his face. Good ground reaction force as well from Young. Gets a good 1.5 foot off the ground. He's generating some good pop behind his serve.
Going's pretty quick so far. Donald Young making a good start as he needs to against Milos Raonic. Another quirky stat, Robbie. Milos Raonic loves playing Americans. The last 11 matches he's played against Americans, he's won. John Isner, the last one to beat him, back in 2013. That would have been a big serving match, as you mentioned a bit earlier.
It's funny how sometimes go on streaks against players from certain nations.
Time.
You have a good record against lefties. Of course, a few lefties in this tournament.
Magnificent sight of the Melbourne Park.
Seats, please, behind the court. Thank you. Take a seat.
It's a good hustle from Young.
15 love.
Even though Raonic won the points. Might come back to him a little later when he's under a bit more pressure. Goes for too much because he knows that Young's digging shots out like that.
Good serving by Raonic. I think we'll be saying that a lot tonight.
That was a second serve, just in case you were wondering.
Let's settle. Game, Raonic. 2 games over.
Unlucky then, Young. Both players doing it comfortably on serve early.
Nice to see him going for that second serve as a coach for many years during his formative years. Casey Curtis. It's a nice long chat to him via email, exchanging messages, and he was looking for Milos to beef up that part of his game. The inside-out forehand is one of the best.
Love 15.
Where he breaks the sideline is fantastic. Nice and short, plenty of angle. Look at that.
The old-fashioned shank.
15.
He's generating some decent pace, isn't he? 190s. When you place that serve well, you're going to get a lot of free points.
First serve percentage okay too so far.
Like the
body language from DY. Constantly urging himself on. We said the opening 6 or 7 games is going to be important.
Brilliantly constructed point
Young
by Young. He
leads
leads
3-2.
3-2. Here's the first serve percentage, 71% for Young. Milos only at 38%.
He's really dialed in. Nice rendition there of Remy Ashua. Such a call, hitting the ball aggressively to safe spots. Beautiful upper body rotation. Good drive with the legs. Brushing up the back of the ball. Nice relaxed look on his face. You don't see the eyes, the cheekbones tensing. So that means he's relaxed when he makes contact with the ball. He started brightly. Make no mistake about that. He is up for this one tonight.
Well, that was the key, wasn't it? In fact, he's serving first. He had to get some easy service games early to put a bit of pressure on Roundage, and he's done that so far. Milos can get that first serve percentage up there. That'll cause some concerns for Young. Young with a 50% record in matches here at the Australian Open, 5 from 10. Two, 3 for Roundage.
Just discussing
59.
A lot of the players telling him last year he's got the best inside-out forehand. This guy's name came up a fair few times. He's really hitting that shot well.
15 all.
Forcing Roundage to rush then. Good return by Young.
Also like the return on the previous point, just sensibly blocking it back, getting himself into the point. It's a good game plan against the Canadian.
Just too good, Roundage.
30,
Young played
15.
that point superbly when you consider that the serve was 221 Ks. Not much more he could do.
Such good use of that left hand to draw this cross court.
40, 15.
There's a pops Roundage. Vicious dead. Just a fair few tournaments.
Game round.
Missed an opportunity then, Young.
Regan.
Roundage cooked and couldn't keep it in. So 3 all.
Of course, Miloš's dad was so instrumental in the early years, getting him out on the courts, public courts, and fetching and carrying him to Casey Curtis throughout all those years when Curtis was so instrumental in developing him as a player. Nice to be able to watch your son play on the biggest of stages now and compete with the best.
15.
It's interesting, isn't it, with all the parents? Some are criticised. A lot of them, particularly the fathers of sons are seen as ones of being guiding lights.
Good forehand from Raonic.
Kowali spreads the court here, the inside out and the inside in. Beautiful clearance over the net. Gives that one the rainbow shape that I love so much.
Touch.
Slight door ajar for Raonic with the double fault by Young.
Just the first one from the American.
Good comeback, though.
Looked like an easy shot, but that smash when the ball's dropping and you're running forward, it's not always easy. You can quite often get the timing wrong on that one.
40-30.
Wonderful emotional control. Doesn't give you anything. This Raonic.
Juice.
Still some work to do. Raonic just ramping it up a little bit in this game.
Such an intelligent
Advantage
serve.
Raonic.
Love it. It's not easy for the righty when the ball is swinging into your body. To the top spin return. He's gone with the old shovel. Got it back and play nice and low.
Surprised Young, didn't it? So the first break point for Milos Raonic in the 7th game.
Game. Raonic.
Double fault by Young, a couple in this game, and Raonic breaks. He leads 4-3 in the first set.
4-3. New ball Smith.
Well, he's undone all his good work, Robbie, with a disappointing game then, Donald Young.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure because you know that to get broken, there's a good chance it could be the set done and dusted, given how strong the Canadian is behind his own deal. So you get a little tight. I was surprised that he went for the big bomb down the middle when break point down. I thought he might go for that slider up wide again.
Brilliant returning in that game too from Raonic, wasn't he? We talked about intelligent, Robbie, changing the pace. Have Young very angry, as you can see.
I thought that chip returner serve in particular was very smart.
Time.
So Raonic with the breaker serve. Four, 3.
Fifth in love.
How's that for a statement?
Equal quickest of the night so far.
$30. $40.
Just trying to find his rhythm now, hasn't he? Getting the spots.
That's why I think Young was so angry. after dropping serve. Roundage was eventually going to go big on the serve himself.
Game. Roundage.
Well, that was emphatic. One of the quickest games we've seen in the tournament so far.
Roundage leads 5-3.
Yeah, that's known as a Roundage special. That
yes.
Sub 60 seconds to hold pressure. Right back on the American. Fresh weapon of choice.
3-5 for Young.
Oh! 15.
Nice change up by Young then, deceiving Roundage at his own game.
Yeah, it was a very good defensive shot. Roundage serve has constantly improved. Young's just starting to miss a few of his first serves.
Fortunate.
You hear it from Young. Telling himself he needs some more first serves.
Again, Young.
Good hustling by Young.
Roundage leads 5-4.
With Roundage with a break, up 5-4 in the first. The first serve percentage of Donald Young. Roundage improving from 38% to 71% that last service game. Another key stat too, Robbie, is he's winning 92% of points from his first serve. With a weapon like that, you'd expect him to do pretty well there.
Time.
Serving numbers are beefed up nicely. Excuse the language. Sometimes profanity provides relief denied even to prayer.
Shot. It's the Young's challenging the call. Right baseline, balls called out.
Very ambitious.
Yeah, John was trying to steer him clear. Yeah. Wanted to have a look anyway.
He seems to have a very good rapport, John, doesn't he, with the players? He's got another level that he's serving in the last two games, Roundage, so 3 set points in a hurry for the Canadian.
Game of first sets, Roundage.
And that was emphatic. It took 26 minutes for Milos Raonic to wrap up that first set. Outstanding performance. And as I mentioned, Robbie, it happened quickly, didn't it? Because Young was very good in the early stages of the set.
He was putting a lot of returns back in play, wasn't he? Raonic was missing out. And suddenly started to find his range on serve. It's almost like he won the last 10 or 11 in a row, I think, behind that serve. And he's beefed up the second serve. Of course, it's all about playing the big points well. Raonic got to look at a break point and made the most of that opportunity. Young, it's a complete shutout in the break point department as far as he was concerned. So Raonic winning 11 out of the last 15 points to secure that opening set.
Looking at the highlights, and there were plenty of them.
It's that inside-out forehand, just pummeling it. When he starts to get dialed in with that shot, you're in trouble. There it is again. This backhand cross-court was majestic. It's showing us the improved movements. And of course, the foundation on which his game is built. That shot right there really came good at the end of the opening set.
I was just going to say, Robbie, I thought that Young needs to stay away from that forehand of Raunic's, but then he produced that backhand cross-court. If he's on the backhand too much, he'll be punished as well. It's been an excellent start by the number 8 seed. And Young has changed shirts.
A lot of the players have got some Lumo gear this year. You got yourself a couple of Lumo shirts or not?
Not yet. I'll have to do it though. If the tennis players have got it, it's good enough for me too. I like purple.
30.
Yeah, when I'm playing a traffic warden at my kid's school, that's the colour shirt I wear.
You can stand out then. Can't afford too many unforced errors, Young. Forehands in a row.
30.
Because he will make you pay if he's just got a little bit of time on the ball, just like he did have there. Because he knows that he can hold serve so easily, he'll go for it when returning. And that's uncomfortable as a server.
Uncomfortable moment here too for Young. Can't afford to drop serve straight away in this set.
Because we know that Raonic likes to move
40,
cover that backhand side, look to run round his backhand, so often leaves the forehand a little exposed.
Young, first game, second set.
So Young away first in the second set.
I'm surprised, Dan, that he hasn't used that serve a little more when serving up on the ad side. when he was break point down, he tried to go with the big one down the middle. Why not use that slider? It's a nightmare for us righties. The lefties are just sliding it out wide to our backhands. And it's a high percentage play as well.
It's good to see so many left-handers on the tour, both the men and the women. I saw a very good one today on the women's side of the competition, Petra Kvitova. Rafa Nadal. The 17 left-handers in the men's draw 9 made it through to the second round.
Inside out forehand. I think it would be a good question for the viewers at home. Could they name the 9 left-handers that are through to the second round in the men's singles draw? That'll keep them busy while they watch this one.
I do like my miscellaneous stats. I couldn't tell you who they were. I just saw it today. Obviously, Rafa Nadal and Donald Young are 2 of them.
Give them one more clue. There's a Spaniard in there too.
Yes. Other than Rafa.
Yes.
$30-50.
There's the first error on serve. Five aces so far for Raonic.
$40-50.
Wonder whether Raonic was surprised by Young getting that back into play there. It was a big serve, just landed in. And the big serving really helping Milos Raonic at the moment.
Again, look at that inside out forehand. It's so debilitating. You saw the body reaction of Young there. I mean, how can he hit that shot so well? Is what he's thinking.
$15. $30.
Lovely fluent serving by Young.
$40.
Service going by Donald Young. Leads 2-1 in the second set. Showed that he could certainly volley as well. Lovely crisp volley.
Yeah, He's always had good hands, and it's nice to see him use that a little bit more. For balance. Nice little split step ready just in case he came back.
Junior champion Donald Young at Grand Slams. Going for a breakthrough tournament. Big task tonight against the lost.
Time.
One, two.
Get that, man.
15 love.
Did well to recover then, Young, but Roundage still controlling the point.
Guess with which shot.
Yes.
Third love.
And the big serves as well.
Forty.
He takes the pace off it too.
Mr. Young is challenging the call, a left service line. Ball was called in.
He was pretty definite. He went early. Donald Young. And he got
Seconds.
that.
Game round 2 games.
Of course, Dan and I asked you a little earlier who were the 9 left-handed players through to the second round. Let me put you out of your misery. I'll start with Fernando Verdasco, Gilles Muller, Feliciano Lopez, and Adrian Manarino.
Keep going. Oh, in after the second serve.
Love 15.
Of course, Donald Young, Jarkko Nieminen,
Yes.
most of the way there. Don't forget Jürgen Meltzer, Rafael Nadal, and the last guy, the number 32 seed, Martin Klezan. How many of those did you get out of the 9?
Myself, 3.
Moving forward there, recognised Ravich was in trouble.
15.
He's going to make sure that he takes this volley while it's still above the heart of the net, because he can be nice and aggressive with it. Good footwork.
Jürgen Meltzer, of course, having to qualify for this Australian Open.
Let's set. $40-15.
Maybe should have made a bit more of that. Roundage on the second serve. Serving well.
Young leads 3-2.
Mind you, he did in the first set too before being broken. He's up 3-2. Advantage won the first set. His first serve percentage for the set is 67 overall, 61 for the match, which is okay. You consider Raonic is 68 for the match, 60 for the set. He has 6 aces, and Young has 3. You've obviously, Robbie, seen a lot of Milos Raonic. What have you liked most about him over the years?
Obviously, the standout shot is the serve. It's going to serve more for a long time, excuse the pun, simply because the action is so good and he uses the large muscle group so well. But I like the fact his game is constantly evolving. He's moving better. He's adding more variety to it. He's always looking to improve, and I love young players that have that mindset.
Yes, you get the impression he's just about ready to challenge Federer, Nadal, Andy Murray, Novak Djokovic on a regular basis. 2-3 for Raonic.
15.
Master class of serving. He has 8 of them.
Gotta make that, D.
4 Chile.
Anytime he gets a look at a second serve, he's going to expect to put that in play. It's good. I don't mind that. He's holding himself to a higher standard.
Game Raonic, new balls please.
Awesome stuff from Milos Raonic.
3 games all.
He's cruising through service games generally at the moment. Not giving Young much of a look. Another change of bracket.
You asked me about this guy's game. If he can just improve that return of serve a little bit more in the forthcoming years, he's obviously going to be a major threat. Already is. It's an even bigger one. Box looking pretty relaxed. Is there the Dusan there? Attack. This shot coming up right now, taking it so early and pressing forward, that's the key.
Allowed
Raonic back on that forehand.
30-15.
Good serve, right?
Really stood out for me this evening, Dan, is the urgency and the footwork of Young. Watch how he makes the adjustment here. He thinks he's going to hit a forehand, but at the last minute, he just switch things up. But because the feet are so good, he gets on balance so quickly, and then when he makes contact with the ball, everything's in sync.
Good mix-up by Young. Bit of top spin.
Again, Young.
And he holds serve comfortably.
Young leads 4-3. Ladies and gentlemen, please, as a courtesy to both of the players, please don't call out. Not during the point. Thank you.
That's fair enough. 4-3 for Young. He's serving well in this set. Pretty happy with the number of points he's winning off his first serve. 12 from 13, Robbie, in this set so far. McDonald Young. Mind you, Roundage is going at 100%, 9 from 9. He said no, it's perfect.
Thanks.
Time.
Games on serve in this second set. We've been playing 48 minutes.
Fifty left. Fifteen.
Unforced error number 19 for Milos Raonic. He has had 19 winners to that. It's the beauty of the big serve. It can get you out of a little bit of trouble.
30-15.
Crushed that one, hasn't he?
221.
$40-15. Let's 4 games all.
No real trouble for either player on serve in this second set so far.
Just starting to approach the business end of the set. He split the court so well in that rally. It's the movement after he hits the shot that forces Raonic to go for just a little more. At the previous point, if he doesn't come in, Raonic will make that shot because he's got the comfort of being able to hit the ball much higher over the net.
Whether he made the right move then by playing that straight back to Raonic, but Raonic produced the error. What a return that was.
40-50.
Fortunately, he needs it a little early on in the game to put a bit of scoreboard pressure on Young. Some meaningful returns, first or second points of a 9th game.
Game Young. Young leads 5 games to 4.
Good performances by Donald Young. Making Raonic having to hold serve straight away. Stay in the set. Entertaining match here at Margaret Court Arena.
Our match has been dominated by serve. That's why I said to you at the start of the match, it's going to be so crucial for one of these guys to step up in the return game, make something happen. Young will be a little disappointed losing a serve in the opening set. A couple of donations, 2 double faults. You know, you do want to lose serve. You want to lose it. Raonic making some quality returns. And then you simply say, well, that's too good. You can't return that well. So be it.
You get the impression this set, Robbie, that Raonic is waiting for Young to make errors. He knows that his serve will get him out of trouble, that he can sort of sit back a little bit. And know that if he gets to a tie break, he's got this massive wreck.
No, because I think he'd want to get the break. Wouldn't have to want to rely on getting to a tiebreaker. So I think he's being quite proactive, but you've got to give Young some props. He served well, he served effectively, and he hasn't made life easy for Raonic when returning. So I think it's been a good set on serve for both players so far. So that's where Young's got to make the most of the situation.
15 up.
You know, be a little harder on him when it comes to making second serves.
Raonic is only at 50% on first serve in this set. Good return by Young.
15 all.
Big man from Canada, quite indecisive then. Hence the error.
See Young posting some good numbers in the forecourt. Raonic, not great so far. And rightly so.
30-15.
pressure. He's got himself back into the point. He's got a good look at this forehand. You simply cannot miss it in the net. Got to get past that first obstacle. Boom, shakalaka.
40-15. That's the problem, isn't it? When you make an error like Young has made, you know that Roundage will follow with a big serve, and he has. 209.
Game. Roundage.
So through comfortably.
5-2.
Roundage.
Definitely half a chance in that service game for you.
Reasonably content. Milos Roundage coach's box.
Davis Cup captain present as well, Martin Larrendow.
$15.
He's hit some of those forehands when he's been in a strong position to punish Roundage with an open court. Unforced errors now for Young.
Just tapped into the talent that he has. You will not see a better constructed point all night.
Just had Roundage defending right throughout.
$40-15.
Yes, you make a very good point, Robbie, because he was very patient, wasn't he? He just kept attacking and attacking and attacking and knew that the opportunity would come to take it to him.
Enough of those long rallies, he says. Let's get these done under 10.
He gives him some of his own medicine just by unleashing the forehand and putting Young on the defence.
Juice.
The money shot, the forehand.
Just changing it up on that occasion. Of course, those 23 winners. Does include 11 aces, so they get lumped in the winners category.
All of a sudden, an easy service game has become pretty tough. Down a break point, Young.
Juice.
Caught the net. Stayed on Roundage' side. Young can breathe a sigh of relief.
Advantage Young.
More Quality serving, getting the American out of trouble. Has served pretty well in this set.
Game.
That was a terrific bounce back by Donald
Young
Young.
leads 6 games to 5.
And games on serve, he leads 6-5 in the second set.
Well, worst case scenario, going to be playing a break.
It's anyone's, isn't it?
This is a free game for him now. This is where he does get a look at the Canadians' second serve. I want to see him be proactive. They get in a baseline rally. I want to see him be proactive. The pressure is on Raonic. Of course, we're speaking relatively here because against a lesser serve it would be more so the case. But because this guy's serve is so good, he doesn't feel the scoreboard pressure like some other player that wouldn't have a big serve.
It's been a wonderful second set by Donald Young. He happened to get himself down a break point, but the good thing about that, Robbie, was that he did not panic. He found a way to get himself out of trouble and put himself in front of the scoreboard again. And going just over an hour. Quality tennis, Margaret Court Arena. Last match of night 4. And Milos Raonic looking to take this to a tie break. 5-6 in the second.
He will
with forehands like that. Catching the line.
Young's not happy, shaking at his head as if to say, how can you make this one? Because he's given that one the frozen rope. That thing has not deviated on its path.
Haven't heard that before, the frozen rope.
Third cheater.
I hope you got the picture.
Yes, I did.
I aim to please. Got up
Very
2
good.
points here at 5-6.
Nice to get that first serve percentage up a little bit.
Third 15. The Young is challenging the call right baseline. Ball is called out.
Well, that was the most
40-15
ambitious of the tournament, I reckon.
Yeah, we almost didn't get it in screen there. Need to
Miles out. So we're off to a tie break. Another comfortable service game for
Game
Raonic.
round. Red 6 games all. Second set time. Both players receive 1 additional charge.
outstanding tie-break record already this season for Raonic. A healthy 7-1. So lost the only tie-break
1-0, Young.
this year. So we know who the smart money's on, but of course this is sport. There's no scripts here, doesn't matter what the numbers say.
That's why we love it so much.
That's why it's the best form of reality TV. That's what I say.
I agree with that. His overall career tiebreak record, Young's not great, is at 27. Before tonight.
1-0.
I don't mind this little fake here from Young. Try and get in the grill of the Canadian. Didn't work. Worth a try.
Two-one, Raonic.
There's your shot, Robbie. The off forehand again.
It's the combination that's so good. He's gone with a percentage serve for him. The slider out wide. And then just playing to your strengths. So important under pressure. Big target over the middle of the court to the greatest amount of court.
Mini break.
3-1, Raonic.
Where have we seen that before?
The last service game, correct?
Yeah, when he got broken.
Yes.
Had 2 doubles, didn't he? Crucial juncture in the opening set. And he's done it again here in set number 2.
To open the door for Raonic.
Mr. Raonic challenged what he called left baseline. Ball was called out.
I think this is pretty tight. In fact, better than that, it's in for Raonic.
Ball's over 4-1, Raonic.
And of course, Donald Young having a chat with the umpire now because
Why he said out as soon as I was hitting the ball, though?
I don't believe it.
You don't believe it. So it's a judgment call?
Yeah, it's a judgment call.
Your judgment call.
My judgment.
Young obviously making the case that he feels like the call hindered the shot. And I believe that's the one thing that umpires should be able to review, because we see it happen a lot, Dan. Have a little screen there, replay it real time with audio, and then if he wants to change his mind, he can. If not, stick with the original decision.
Very frustrated, Donald Young.
5-1, Raonic.
He's on a roll, Raonic, and then he decides, I'll just take full advantage with one of those monster serves. 12 for the match. 8 for the set. Just needs to get his concentration back, Young. He's played so well in this set. Just keep producing that shot, reeling off winner after winner. The off forehand, and has a handful of set points now.
Raonic.
Still a few left.
Six-3, Raonic. Game and second set, Raonic. 7 games to 6.
So far, and he leads 2 sets to love. We've been playing an hour and 11 minutes. Pretty solid, Robbie, for Milos Raonic.
Yeah, making some good numbers on serve. It's just always amazed how relaxed he is when serving in a tie-break. When your game comes under forensic scrutiny, he's able to produce the goods in the tie-break more often than not. What he's done for Asteras, good for both players. Young has to go for it, so even though he's made 1-1 for Astera, from the back of the court, he has to be proactive. I love the fact that he came in 13 times and won 11 of those points. I think it was crucial in the game plan. I hope he continues to surge forward. It's that shot there that is so highly effective. The inside-out forehand. He goes cross-court this time. Could have had a highlights package on that shot.
Well, it's produced so many points for him, hasn't it?
Serve hasn't been too bad either. 8 aces, as you alluded to.
Andrew Young's first serve percentage of 78% in that set. He'd be very happy with that. That's what kept him in the set.
Of course, as I mentioned, when your game comes under scrutiny by your more experienced opponents in a tie-break, it's that one double fault that put him behind the 8 ball, and from then on it was always going to be a struggle for Young. So 2 doubles that really hurts him.
Time.
Tail end of the opening set and 1 in the tie-break. Of course, against a player of Raunic's ilk, it does come back to hurt you.
He's going back to the fluoro for the 3rd set. Donald Jump. He's got some work to do to come back and win this match from here. His career 5-set record, 3 from 5, Raonic 4 from 7. First game, 3rd set.
Love 15.
Work on it. It's not just the pace. It's got bounce. It's got spin. You have to deal with so many variables on that serve of the Canadian.
It's another one to add to his repertoire of aces.
This will make the highlights real.
40.
For the wrong reasons. This will be the miss of the year. Fortunately, it's not going to cost him.
It shouldn't cost him.
Please.
He should have put that away, and he has just put it into the net as Young just kept getting the ball back, despite being under the pump.
Yes.
Could that smash be a turn or mismatch be a turning point in this match?
Well, he'll be thinking about it now after missing this passing shot, that's for sure. It's taking a bit of extra time. Rightly so.
Advantage round.
Look at Donald Young's shoulders slump as soon as the big serve went past him, the biggest one of the night, to get him out of trouble. Of course he can do it. Can't believe it.
Game ready. First game, third set.
And he's even more shattered, Donald Young. That's what Raonic can do, though. 15 aces. And after that missed smash, he got himself out of trouble once more and kicks off the third set by winning the first game, up 1-love.
I think you're venting a bit of frustration on those two serves. That is just a ridiculous power out wide. They'll have a lot to cheer over the next couple of years, Canadian tennis fans. Let's go on the men's side of things. Eugenie Bouchard on the women. Of course, we've got Vasek Pospisil as well, making waves. Let's not forget Danny Nestor, recession-proof Danny Nestor, who's been there for the last 20-plus years.
Still going.
Love 15.
Some players just love it, don't they? Travel forever. Just keep playing. Venus Williams. 19 years.
The Young is challenging the call on the left far sideline. The ball was called out.
Big call this. Big call.
The replay points.
Yeah. I was going to say he's been a bit inaccurate with his calls tonight. Not then.
That is an absolute ripper.
Loved it.
One of the shots of the match. And he's produced many on the forehand wing tonight, Raonic.
Love 40.
Starting to unravel for Young. Big opportunity here for Raonic. To put a down payment on this match.
What? 15-40.
Needs more of those good serves.
Game Raonic. New balls, please.
Too polished Morse, Raonic. Loose game by Donald Young.
Raonic leads by 2 games to love.
And he's in trouble now, the American, you'd have to say.
Yeah, forehand forced error is killing him. I was mentioning it a little early on in that service game. And I'm surprised he's so eager to go down the line off of that inside-out forehand from Raonic. It's a tough shot to pull off, going over the highest part of the net. Least amount of court to hit into, especially under pressure.
2-love.
Love 15.
Just his second double fault. He has made errors tonight, Raonic. Haven't been at bad times.
Left second serve.
Is he going to miss that smash?
Got a nice variation. He's gone with the inside out forehand a lot. Of course, Young's got to lean that way. It's just changing things up here with the forehand approach.
Did at least get Raonic on the backhand, then Young with that return.
First serve.
Of course, we spoke about Canadian tennis. Vasek Pospisil will win it today as well.
30-15.
4 sets against Paolo Lorenzi. So Canadians moving on, upwards and onwards.
Raonic challenging the call. Left baseline. Ball was called in.
Had a good look at this one. Raonic. Right, he's made an error.
30-all. Raonic has 2 challenges remaining.
Could there be a window of opportunity here for Young?
$40-30.
Not when you serve like that.
Yeah, a lot of people are expecting big things from Vasek Pospisil this season. Got injured a lot last year.
Game. Raonic.
It's too solid. Raonic.
Raonic leads by 3 games to love.
3 love in the third. He's up 2 sets to love. Looks like a number of nations, Canadian tennis having a bit of a rejuvenation. Nations too, probably over the last few years or so.
Well, I don't think it's so much a rejuvenation because they never were a powerhouse like what they are now. But for whatever reason, they have just shot front and centre. You know, the strategy really was to kind of just focus their resources on those who had real talent, rather than trying to spread the funds, you know, let's say amongst 10 guys who maybe only 4 had a real chance of doing anything significant. They thought, okay, let's focus just on those 4. Let's put all our resources into them. That's what they've done. It's been a very successful endeavour. You don't have a Grand Slam in your country. It's very difficult to spread your money so far and wide, like an Australian, like a Wimbledon or US Open. French do a good job. Depth and numbers, both on men's and women's side of the game.
And a wonderful look at Melbourne Park in its finest at night in Melbourne town. And a gorgeous evening. And rain hasn't come as yet, which was predicted.
15.
3.
15.
The errors. From Young's racket keep mounting. Oh. We've spoken about the forehand, but that was a monster backhand.
Yeah, it's
by
just
Raonic.
Loosening up the shackles. That was Marcelo Rios-like.
32.
He was the one who kind of invented that shot, just about. Jump backhand.
Pretty
handy player, wasn't he?
Talk about player, raw, natural talent. He was right up there.
Young. Covered well then, Young.
Raonic leads 3 games to 1.
They're chasing the set and chasing the match now. Problem tonight for him is putting pressure on Raonic's serve. He has not had a break point opportunity. Three one.
Love 15.
Good counter punching and then attacking by Donald Young. He has won a few rallies tonight.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
He was off balance in playing that forehand then.
Doesn't create the space to hit this shot. I mean, the ball's coming into him the whole time. It's got to be a backhand. Not so.
So much time. When there didn't appear to be. I mean, as you said, he found space. He should have gone on the backhand to make it look easy.
That's where the footwork's got better. It's just a little bit more nimble than, say, at this time last year. Oh, how's that for a change-up? This guy's no one-trick pony.
40-50.
Showing us that he can serve and volley a bit. If he can continue to add this to his game, he's going to be such a well-rounded player.